A few days back, Big Bubba Bill Clinton, as well as Hillary Clinton, were talking with a panel about the Epstein files and their involvement in it and the photos and what they all mean, giving their perspective on things. While not being formally accused of wrongdoing, they were there to try and explain their side, so they'd, spaghetti out a bunch of lore here, and that was really it. And not a whole lot to come from it outside of, clips, of, Hillary Clinton getting upset during it, and Bill Clinton in particular, who I really want to yap about, because he was giddy. He was like Howard Lutnick anytime Epstein's name gets brought up. He couldn't stop laughing and smiling, throughout the whole thing. And there's one particular moment that we went over on stream that I have just got to show you, because it is certified wackiness. This is actual bozo clown level insanity here. He goes through the Epstein files and some of the photos there he's scrapbooking. Now, apparently one of them was about a painting of him in a dress or something that he was giggling about. I don't know if that's confirmed or not, but that's the speculation based off of what you can kind of see when he's turning one of the pages. But it is weird. And to me, it showcases just how little they actually give a fuck about the Epstein files. They treat it like a joke. Bill Clinton treating it like a joke. The entire fucking administration, Howard Lutnick in particular, actually busts a gut every time Epstein's name gets brought up. The powerful people know they're going to get away with it. And I really think this whole hearing is just a farce. I think this is just a little song and dance for the plebeians to enjoy. Look, we're doing something about Epstein files. Look, here's the Clintons. No, we're not actually accusing them of doing anything wrong, but we're pretending that we might. Even though the administration has reiterated multiple times to just drop it, move on, and that there probably won't be any real investigations henceforth. And Perjury Patel likes to keep lying about it out the wazoo till his whole anus falls out, till he full-blown prolapses on his lies. So I don't have a whole lot of faith in this, a committee here that was asking the Clintons questions. I think it's just a sham. I would love if they really did investigate them and everyone in the Epstein files, but I don't think that's coming, and based off of Bill Clinton's attitude here, I think they're also pretty confident that nothing like that's on the horizon anytime soon. Did you see Did you see the clip of Bill Clinton smiling while looking at old Epstein photos while his lawyer was trying to take them away? Oh my god, yeah.
And for the record, what is happening in this photo?
He's smiling at me. Looks like he's talking to me.
Can you describe the circumstances surrounding this photo?
Are you asking him if he recalls the...
I do not. I have no idea.
You appear to be comfortable with Mr. Epstein in this photo. What do you disagree with?
I'm comfortable with a lot of people. I'm comfortable here. I'm not happy, but I'm comfortable. Let me see it.
Damn, they don't have the whole thing. So in the whole thing going up to this, he looked at it, he started smiling, his lawyer took it away, and he goes over with a big smile on his face. He's like, give me it, give me it, give me it. And then he reminisces. They're cutting out all the bits. It's so shameless. Just look at the way he follows it. It's like a dog when you take their toy and they're ready to play fetch. It's unbelievable. That's enough, Bill. No, wait. Stop. I was having fun. You wouldn't believe the story behind this one.
Mr. President, we have about 5 minutes remaining in the majority's first hour, so I just want to ask you some questions related to
Crazy.
the crimes.
It's crazy.
Epstein and Miss Maxwell.
Unreal. Bill being nostalgic is crazy. I know, man. And his lawyer is like, okay, come on. That's enough. Those were the days, off face, yeah. Can I get a copy of that? The way he starts pointing at it actually makes me feel like he's asking for, can I check out some more of these? Okay. He's having so much fun. I think this is the happiest Bill Clinton has looked since he got the fucking Blowjoptimus Prime from Monica Lewinsky. This guy is glistening. He is radiant with glee going through these Epstein files. And I've seen some weird defense of this where people are claiming that the reason he's acting that way is because he's taken aback by the comical attempt to pin bad stuff on him with the Epstein files here. So he's not taking it seriously because they've done such a poor job. It's actually a galaxy brain chess maneuver from Bill Clinton here to show that he's not guilty. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? This makes him look significantly more guilty, at least to me it does. And I imagine this probably is pretty poorly put together. I imagine they haphazardly threw this committee together without any real teeth or any real drive for justice. Probably just as a way of trying to, like, appease the public, showing that there is movement on this front, since most sane, sensible people aren't dropping this. But what Bill Clinton's doing here doesn't show like he's not guilty. It shows that he doesn't take this seriously as if it's a big deal, when it is. The administration keeps trying to hammer home the point that you shouldn't care about this and that it's not a big deal and we need to move on, which I think is the most unhinged shit imaginable, because this deals with the largest sex trafficking operation in this country's history. Like, the abuse, the trafficking, the potential murder, of children at the hands of Epstein and Epstein's clients, and nobody has been arrested outside of Maxwell, who again gets to just go to a fucking summer camp instead of a prison because of this administration. Like, it's absurd. You should care about this. And then you have people like Bill Clinton here, who in front of this committee is now just giggling about it and looks like he can't wait to keep reminiscing going through these files. He's probably excited to get back in that chair to look at more photos. And even in the slightest, literal tiniest iota of a chance that Bill Clinton isn't guilty of any wrongdoing, the behavior that he's showcasing here, I think, is still completely unacceptable because of the severity of this case. This is a child sex trafficking operation that went on for so many years, implicating some of the most powerful people on the fucking planet, and nobody's taking it seriously in the government here. It's unbelievable. And Bill Clinton can't stop laughing about it. And people in the administration can't stop laughing about it. It's just crazy to me. And I don't know how anyone could watch this and defend it. Now, throughout the deposition, both Bill and Hillary maintain that they didn't do anything wrong. There was nothing sexual or anything like that ever happened. When Bill was pressed about some of the photos in the files, like him and Maxwell in a pool with an unidentified woman, he said, that was actually at a hotel, nothing sexual, nothing freaky, nothing weird. And I imagine that's where the investigation stops. I have no confidence, no faith in anyone actually pursuing real justice against the evil co-conspirators, the fucking heinous, vile monsters, the clients of Jeffrey Epstein. I don't believe anyone's actually going to seriously try and get anyone thrown in the slammer for it. I really do think this committee, this little hearing here, is just a performance. We asked Bill Clinton the hard-hitting questions, and then he said, that's a bunch of fiddlesticks. And we said, well, if Bill says so, we did all we could. Hands are tied. Because that's kind of been the whole attitude about it. That and making a mockery of it. A joke out of the Epstein files. Bill Clinton laughing about it. Administration constantly giggling about it. They're slapping their knee every time Epstein's name is brought up. It's fucking scary. It's so out of control, man. But anyway, I had to yap about this Bill Clinton clip in particular. There's actually a few moments like this throughout the whole thing, but that one's the most egregious, so that was the one that I wanted to show. That's the one I think most people have probably seen by now, too, because it's so ridiculous. But there are quite a few moments like that throughout there. They just don't last as long as this one did. He really got lost in his happy thoughts, reminiscing in his Epstein days, his glory days. Anyway, though, that's really about it. It's fucking sick stuff, man. Absolutely twisted. Alright, so yeah. Right after the Stranger Things finale aired, a lot of people were drawing comparisons to Game of Thrones Season 8, and I thought that was pretty overblown. It's not the most amazing finale, it wasn't the greatest final season, but it's nothing even close to the catastrophe, the downright sinful finale to Game of Thrones. See, even just saying its name evokes waste from my body to be expelled. That was gross with Game of Thrones Season 8. Stranger Things Season 5 was just But there is a comparison you can draw when it comes to how the writers are explaining some glaring issues with the finale. In Game of Thrones, there was an infamous clip from one of the goobers saying, She just forgot about the Iron Fleet. Danny just forgot about the Iron Fleet. It's up there with somehow Palpatine returned, except it's even worse than that. Just forgot about the Iron Fleet. Oh, right, makes sense. And that's been a meme for a while, and it's just been like a source for spit, where people will always quote that as like an example of dog shit writing where there's no explanation or even an iota of justification for it. Oh, we were hitting some whippets and slipped our mind would be more honest than just saying like, no, actually, the character is the one that forgot, and it makes perfect sense if you don't think about it. You want to hit this whippet? Like, it's very silly. In Game of Thrones right now, the Duffers, they're doing something kind of similar. People have had a lot of questions about a lot of really interesting choices, as well as some huge plot holes. Spoilers. Getting into spoilers. This is your warning. Spoiler alarm. Okay, now we're getting into it. The biggest one that a lot of people have been clowning on them for and even making memes about is the absence of the Demogorgons, the Demodogs, the Demobats when the crew enters the Abyss. Literally the home turf, this is where they spawn, they pop out of the fucking womb up here, and yet not a single thing is in the Abyss other than Vecna and the Mind Flayer. How is that possible? Why are they not there now at the most important moment? So people have been making memes that the Demogorgons, were off taking selfies in France and shit, or, whatever. Popping champagne, doesn't matter. For some inexplicable reason that is not present in the show in any way, shape, or form, they are just absent. Vecna gave them all a paid vacation. He said, you know what, guys? Holiday season, please, spend time with your families. And they weren't there, thus Vecna and the Mind Flayer got fucking ganked and blasted. Well, Matt Duffer was asked about this, and his response I think is fucking terrible. This comes from The Rap. Fair enough, another question I had that other people have been asking is, once they get to the Abyss, where are all the creatures? Where are the Demogorgons, the Demodogs, the Bats? Are they hiding? I'm actually surprised they asked this question, because that is like very blunt. That's like, hey, so like what the fuck happened to all these creatures that we spent like 10 years being afraid of and seeing them like in droves, where if you even step on a tentacle, the hive mind is alerted and you get swarmed by Demogorgons like it's fucking football players trying to recover a fumble. Where are they in the Abyss? Their literal home turf. And Matt Duffer said, mainly it's just that Vecna was not expecting this sneak attack on his home turf. Never in a million years could he have even imagined that. They're there somewhere. They're at the fucking titty bar. At the Abyss titty bar. They're looking at honkers and boobies. They were busy. They're somewhere, though, I'm sure. We obviously discussed having a demo battle on top of the Mind Flayer battle, but it felt more right to us that why does he need the demos when the Mind Flayer is this giant thing and can attack them? What the fuck are you talking about, man? It has used Demogorgons for 10 years. I imagine would of course still be using them as bodyguards and henchmen instead of trying to do the dirty work itself. That's like the whole fucking point of them. It would want them. He doesn't need his little ant army to attack. He's going to take care of this himself. It's a giant, desolate planet. If you recall, you see Henry wandering the planet back in Season 4, and at some point in his journey, he does see a demo far in the distance, but it's not like they're hanging out in little huts. There's not like a giant civilization of demos up there. There's not a cantina bar for demos. It's like they think the audience is so stupid that they weren't actually watching the show with their eyes open and brain on. What do you mean Vecna couldn't have imagined this in a million years? If you recall, you wrote this by the way, Vecna went into the mind of Hop. This was after their whole plan was in motion. It was shortly before the ambush, and Vecna was poking around in his noodle there, looking at all of his neurons and using his past against him to even convince him that he shot Elle and then panicked and yanked Elle out of the tube, out of the bath, which then took her out of Henry's mind. He saw in Hop's mind. He would have seen this plan. But even if he didn't see the plan in Hop's mind, he briefly entered Elle's mind when they were in the house. So he had two people's brains, both of which knew of this plan, and we had seen in the past Vecna, when he goes into someone's mind, he sees fucking everything. How would he have not seen this ambush? How would that have missed him? When this is the most important plan they've ever concocted, and it is a fresh plan. This is like their most recent memory. This would be like the first thing you'd have to push by in order to get to Hop's past with his daughter. How would he have missed the plan? Do you just think it was like useless? Like, oh, they're probably not doing that. It's a load of fucking barnacles. There's no way they're doing that plan. Like, this is something he would have seen. It's not even something he needs to imagine. He would have fucking seen it in their minds. Especially Hops, for how long he spent in there. That's, you know, how did he miss that? But even setting that fact aside, let's say for some reason those memories were blocked off. You know, they for some reason had Magneto's helmet on for a brief moment there in order to block out Vecna's ability to see that. Why would the Demogorgon still not have even shown up at any point? I feel like they would have had ample time to arrive. They're extremely fast, and we've seen that when you agitate the hive mind in any way, they get swarmed. Demo bats, demo dogs, demogorgons, they come at you hard and fast. And I imagine around the fucking Mind Flayer and Vecna, literally like the hub of the abyss, there would be some demogorgon nearby. In that moment that Matt Duffer is referencing where Henry saw a demogorgon leaving, well, to me that indicates that there is a plentiful amount there. And since he controls them, like they are at his disposal, surely he would have thought to have them stationed nearby, even if not for defense, in order to more effectively send them out where he wants them to go. It's just pretty silly to say, like, it probably wouldn't use bodyguards or anything. The Demogorgon wouldn't be there. Mind Flayer wants to throw up a set himself and get pugilistic. Do it himself. Get right up in there and motorboat him to death. They wouldn't use anyone else. No pesky Demogorgons, Demobats, and Demodogs like he'd been doing for 10 years now prior. Not this time. But let's not harp too much on that, because there is one extremely huge plot hole that people have pointed out that I actually didn't even catch when I first finished watching it, and it is a huge plot hole that is pretty inexplicable other than whoops-a-daisy or suck our dick, we said so. There's no like actual way of explaining it, and Collider did an interview with them and asked about this question, and their response is not very good. His response is basically, well, oh well. I saw this from a number of people talking about this online, and the staff also wanted to know. Will was connected to the hive mind, but didn't feel anything when Vecna was impaled and decapitated when the Mind Flayer was attacked. Why not? Matt Duffer responds, well, we aren't showing him when the Mind Flayer is being attacked. When he's getting decapitated, at that point, the Mind Flayer is dead, and so it, at that point, has severed the connection between him and Vecna. I swear to God, it's like they got hit by the Men in Black's neuralizer. What happened here? It's like they forgot their own show. What? Will is part of the hive mind. This was a crucial piece of lore, a crucial problem to be solved for this entire run of the show. All 10 years, this has been a big issue because he is connected to the hive mind. Thus, when you are hurting the hive mind, you're hurting Will. They even explicitly showed that in one of the earlier seasons where they're like burning tunnels, and Will's like, ah! Ah! Wah! Like he's feeling all that pain. And even right before like the Mind Flayer final battle, when Will is experiencing Henry's memories and Henry got shot in the hand, Will felt him get shot in the hand. It still hurt Will. He still experiences that pain because he's connected to the hive mind. And while they were burning the Mind Flayer alive, you know, throwing the Molotov cocktails and stabbing its taint, you know, right in its gooch with the spears that Dustin and Steve were using, all of that Will should have been experiencing as well, because he is still connected to the hive mind. And when pressed on it a bit further, and so you're saying it could be off camera, Matt Duffer says, when the Mind Flayer is getting attacked, we see how much in pain he is, obviously, even with Henry's memories, but we just wanted to focus on the final battle with our heroes. Exactly, so they are recognizing that he is still part of the hive mind, feeling all of this pain, but then he says, but we wanted to just focus on the final battle with Henry. So he's basically saying, yeah, we know, it's a problem, but fuck you. We just wanted to focus on that fight with Henry, which was a pretty underwhelming fight, by the way. It was a very anticlimactic, not an amazing showdown, unfortunately. And all of this happens in like 10 minutes. You build up a huge, big bad, two big bads for 10 years, and it's over in 10 minutes. It's very underwhelming. That was one of my big complaints. But this is a huge, glaring plot hole. Because the connection wasn't severed, Will would have also died with Vecna's death. Like, there's no getting around that. You can beat around the bush all you want, but even Matt Duffer's saying, we just wanted to focus on this other thing. So we didn't really give a lot of thought there on how to, you know, provide a solution to that issue. We were just hoping you forgot. And in my case, it worked because I did forget about that. It didn't even register with me that Will should have also died then. But when you stop to think about it, yeah, there is no reason why Will should still be alive after Vecna's death when he was still connected to the hive mind at that moment. And when directly asked about it, they said, well, we didn't show it happening. It's like baby brain with no object permanence. Oh, my eyes are closed. The world around me must not be existing right now. So since we didn't show you any of that, you shouldn't be thinking that it's happening, because it's not. So stop putting any kind of like actual thought into this product. It's so weird. And then they're like, yeah, we just wanted to focus on the hero's final confrontation. It's a very weak explanation. That is not very satisfactory. And then another thing that I pointed out in my review is it's extremely fucking weird that after killing so many military personnel, foiling their plans, doing an unbelievable amount of illegal activity leading to the destruction of so much military property, and, like I said, murdering a bunch of military personnel, all of the main crew, everyone just gets to go free without a single, like, bump in the road. So they were asked, what happened with the military after blowing up the Upside Down? Ross Duffer responds, in that 18-month gap, I suppose there's not much else to do. You can't explore this other dimension. There's no 11 to chase anymore because she's gone. So my guess is they just sort of slowly dismantled operations and left town. Your guess? Buddy, you wrote it. It's your story. What happened? Why are you guessing? What the fuck is this? Is it like Voldemort's diary where it's writing itself? Like, what the fuck do you mean you guess? It's like they don't even know. They didn't even bother to think. It's just like, and then 18 months later, everyone's happily ever after. Oh yeah, what happened in between? In between what? It's so weird to me, man. Like, again, as I pointed out in the review, they killed a bunch of military people. Like, these were like the most wanted criminals imaginable during this whole season. And now they finally get caught by the military, and then they just get let go? Like, there's no mention of, like, jail time or some kind of agreement that was reached between all of them? And it feels like Dr. K, since she's supposed to be the evil military lady, you know, cutthroat, literally torturing women and impregnating them against their will for their psychic program, yet for some reason, she showed mercy to all of them, even after they were responsible for her entire life's work crumbling and tons of her peers dying. Like, she decides, okay, that's fine. Hey, we're just going to boot, scoot, and boogie on out of here. Have fun in Hawkins. We're all just going to pack our bags and scram. We're going to get out of town. What the fuck? Why don't you tell us what happened? Why don't you know? Why isn't that something you stop to consider? It's so odd to me. It's also so interesting to see answers like this. So, a question that was asked, why did Vecna need 12 kids and not 5 or 20? And Ross Duffer apparently laughs, you know, giving a little giggle. Tee-hee-hee. It's no specific reason, other than he realized how much power he could exert from Will, and to do something of this scale of moving the planet, I don't know exactly how he did the math. Matt Duffer then says, thematically or symbolically, we like the clock symbolism. How deep? So, why did Vecna need 12? They don't know. They just thought it was cool, I guess. Whereas fans have like tirelessly worked on some really interesting, elaborate, thought-provoking theories on the significance of a lot of things, including like needing 12 vessels. And then when you hear from the people that wrote it, it's like, oof. So there was not a whole lot of thought into that at all. It actually doesn't mean anything. It's just like very deflating. If I was someone that got big into like theory crafting around Stranger Things, I'd be very disappointed hearing from them just saying things like, yeah, I don't know. The clocks are cool, I guess. They're pretty dope. I don't know, it's upsetting because, like, fans have cooked up much better and interesting theories for a lot of things than the writers were able to do here. It's so fucking odd. And I didn't know this at the time of my review, but it looks like there's going to be a lot of Stranger Things spin-offs, which I didn't know was confirmed until today. And it is clear this is going to be milked out the wazoo. So I feel like a lot of decisions that might have been made for this season were made with the idea of trying to stretch it out past the finale in order to like leave little things that they can explore for spin-offs, and thus leading to a less fulfilling, less conclusive finale. So get ready to be seeing a lot more Stranger Things, even though this was the finale, I guess. It really is just, the whole thing is very underwhelming. As I said in the review, it's disappointing. It was the weakest season in the entire franchise for sure. And then when I hear from them about some of the decisions they made where I thought I was being very charitable. I thought maybe there was things I missed, like maybe there was like deeper meanings behind things. Well, it turns out not really. A lot of it's just them just saying, I don't know, or I guess maybe this. Like, it's just, that sucks. It is very similar to like how Game of Thrones season 8 writers were about it. Like, just kind of forgot. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. So, yeah. I like shiny cardboard. I do not like grading the shiny cardboard. I do not like green eggs and ham. I have said it for many moons now. I think grading cards is hooey. I know I've spit shit about this topic for a while, but it's true. I just think it's a bunch of horseradish. You pay hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars to grade your cards, and sometimes they get damaged. Other times, it just feels like it's truly just RNG, the roll of the dice, and it's entirely dependent on whoever's manhandling your card's mood on that given day with whatever grade they decide to dole out. To me, it just always feels inconsistent, so I just really never think that it's worth the money to get cards graded. And I know people make entire careers out of buying and selling graded cards and all of that. All power to you. I'm not your fucking dad. I'm not coming in there with a belt making you stop just because I don't like it. You do what you want to do. But there is just very real problems with the whole practice of grading cards, especially when it comes to things like PSA. And that's what we're about to talk about today. PSA is probably one of the biggest when it comes to card grading. I'm sure all of you have heard their brand name tossed around quite a bit. When it comes to card grading, they're like fucking Kleenex, where when people talk about a graded card, they usually say like PSA plus the number as opposed to like just general card grading. The same way when people talk about tissue, sometimes they say, can you get me a fucking Kleenex? Like, it's gotten to that level where they are just that big. They're kind of the top dog. But I also just really don't like them in particular. I think they're one of the worst in the card grading industry, and it's an industry I already think is full of corruption in general. And today I saw a video breaking down a wild situation where someone had an extraordinarily rare card. I'm talking less than 50 of these cards in the world, at least that are known about. It's a PSA, or was, RIP, God rest its soul, a PSA 10 Deoxys lenticular card. So basically it's 3 art in 1, and it's from over 22 years ago. There are only a handful of these out there, and the estimated price based on like recent data is around $45,000 for this card. And this individual had this card, and they wanted it to get reholdered. And when they sent it to PSA, they fucking blasted it. They annihilated that card. And what he received back was a PSA 6. What they're citing is a PSA 6, noting that it was damaged, unfortunately. And instead of like paying him what the card's actual value would be worth, they aren't willing to do that. They're instead hiding behind this fair market value number they're pulling out of their dirty rectum and offering significantly less. So I want to show you some of this video and go over this because it is very scummy from everything I can see.
This is a holy grail for some Deoxys collectors. And I'll tell you, it's a grail for a reason. It's got it all. It's old and it's very exclusive. It was only given out for the release of Pokemon's 7th movie, Destined Deoxys, and only in Japan was this card given out. And it's super cool because it's the only small lenticulated card to exist. Yeah, here's an example of a lenticulated Charizard card, or what lenticulated means. The card changes depending on the angle you look at it. Here's a little video that shows you how cool this card is.
This Pokemon card is actually 3 cards in one. When you move this card up and down, Deoxys will change into a different form.
This is just showing you the card itself and what makes it so rare and valuable to collectors. Lenticular shit from back in the day is actually really hype. I don't know if you can see it on camera, but right here, I actually have my original copy of Majora's Mask with the lenticular label on it. It's so fucking cool. And this is a really rare card, especially to find in a pristine condition. It's been over 2 decades. So having a PSA 10 is very, very rare.
This is a sick card, and this particular card was originally graded as a 10. Originally. Now, how did that change? Well, it happened through a process called reholdering. Older PSA as a company, a grading company, was a little more lenient on Pokemon cards or just cards in general at the time. So when you get an older slab, you expect a lesser quality condition of a card, even if it is in a 10. Logan Pulse Pikachu. And you'll see this happen at Pokemon card shows. People will ask if my card has a older certification number, meaning it was graded at a older point in time. And if they are graded at an older point in time, they're actually worth a little less. So what some people do is they get their cards reholdered.
Which is exactly what this individual is doing. They wanted it reholdered so they could have an updated slab showing that it is a pristine 10, even by modern, more strict grading standards, because that would then fetch a higher price to collectors that want to purchase the item. And according to the original Reddit post, they actually did have someone offer in excess of 45K. I'm assuming that may have been dependent on like the reholdering maintaining a 10, which is probably why they were like really gung-ho about doing it. And then disaster struck. And then the Fire Nation attacked.
Now imagine the shock that Brian felt when he submitted his super old, super rare, already in a PSA 10 Deoxys for reholdering, and it came back to him as a PSA 6, losing about 90% of its value. And it wasn't because he did anything wrong, but PSA actually damaged his card. 268, 279, 56, I actually looked it up, and as you can see, it actually has been deemed back down to an EX Mint 6. They kept the same certification number, and they turned it down from a PSA 10 all the way down to a PSA 6.
Again, just to make sure it's very clear, the reason he was doing this is because with an older slab, it was more lenient, which means buyers wouldn't pay as much because there's a chance it's not actually a 10. Maybe there's like some scuffs here, a little poop over there, like who really knows? So he was getting it reholdered to update that to fetch a higher price. And what happened is, and you can see it through searching the serial number, it got regraded all the way down to a 6. And then after corresponding with PSA via email, which we're about to look at, it's because they fucked it up. They ruined it. They took away the vast majority of the value of this card, which is life-changing money, mind you, all because they made a whoopsie-daisy. Oh, clumsy us, real butterfingers. We seem to have crumpled it up and used it as toilet paper. But don't worry, we slabbed it, and we've updated the serial number in our system, so now everyone will know that this is now a 6. Why aren't you happy? This is what you paid for. So here's the email. My name is Dorothy, and I'm a supervisor for the Customer Relations Department team here at PSA. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me this morning as discussed over the phone. CERT, and that's the Deoxys, was unfortunately impacted during our encapsulation process. This did lead the card to no longer merit the grade of a PSA 10. Instead, our head of grading has provided that the new grade is a PSA 6. I am provided the details below. Dorothy, come on! You're going to make a grammar mistake like that? This is less than professional. I am provided. It should be I have provided the details below. Come on, get with the program, Dorothy. Take this seriously. Along with our offer based on our findings of the fair market value. That's a boogeyman term with PSA, by the way.
They say the description, the card, and the original 10. They confirm that it's originally a 10, and they say that the fair market value is $20,000. And here's where we're going to get some issues. They said the grade of the value of the 6 is $750, and with the ordering fees, I can't believe they included the order fee here, that it costed $190 just to destroy their card. And so they go on to say that they would like to offer the market value difference in the form of credit on an account or a check and remove their insane respective grading fee, which, oh my gosh, I can't believe you'd spend $200 just for them to rewrite a number on a card.
Quick pause here, a little halftime show, because I have been screeching about that to the high heavens for so long. PSA overcharges the fuck out of everyone who makes the mistake of using their services. You pay an arm and a leg for the most basic of services, and they arbitrarily jack the price up as they're jacking themselves off on top of your cards, giving you whatever grades they decide to pull out of their ass that day, and their numbers make no sense. It's extremely expensive to do, like, basically anything even remotely adjacent to card grading through PSA. So, like, I'm not surprised at all about the reholdering being nearly $200 just to fucking update the slab. It's crazy, man. It is actually crazy. That price didn't shock me in the slightest. I'm actually surprised it wasn't $1,000, knowing PSA.
They would also like to offer to have the item encapsulated as the current PSA grade or as authentic at no additional cost. How kind of them. As discussed on the phone, I understand you have concerns with initial market values. Please note our fair market value pricing is established by calculating the average sold prices for comparable items. And they say if you show any difference, we'll forward them to the pricing evaluation team. Now, the reason why this is such a crazy deal and such an insane, insulting offer is because the last sale on this card was $45,000. Offering 20K as an average is a spit in the face, and I'll explain later why.
This is where it gets extremely spicy. That card sold only a couple of weeks ago by PSA. And this is where it gets a little conspiratorial, but I think there's a lot of merit to it. There are people that are speculating that they didn't actually damage his card when reholdering it. The encapsulation process, it's a psyop. It's not real. What they're thinking might have happened is PSA, when reholdering that PSA 10 Deoxys that was submitted, they took it and then sold it themselves, and then instead gave him a 6, saying that it was damaged and now it's down to a 6. That is a theory, just a little game theory that a lot of people have, because you need to stop and consider just how unlikely these circumstances are. That PSA had 2 PSA 10 Deoxys lenticular cards from 2004 at the same time, when there is only 38 of these cards in the fucking known universe. And somehow PSA had 2 of them at the same time. When this card was being reholdered, they had already been selling this other 10 that they had for $45K. The timing is just very suspicious. PSA was who sold that $45,000 Deoxys. But even setting aside the conspiracy, even if that's entirely just wrong and a bunch of fiddlesticks, they have their own data to pull from for the fair market value. They, PSA, sold this exact same card, this PSA 10 Deoxys, only a matter of weeks ago for $45,000. So wouldn't basic logic stand to reason that they would view that card as $45,000? So why are they now telling this poor guy here, who just lost this card now because of their incompetence, that actually fair market value is about 20K, so we'll give you 19K because we're splitting the difference here with the 6 and that, when they themselves have already sold it for 45K? They should know that that is the fair market value. That's what you just fucking sold it at. So why are you feeding this guy a bunch of nonsense? Why are you blowing smoke up his butt? That's why it's been like so big. And like, well, I mean, just damaging a card this rare is already going to be a big story, but this blows up even further because of just how fishy and shady this whole thing is from PSA. They sold this exact card for 45K. Why are you now trying to turn around and say that it's only worth 20K to this individual here whom you've just ruined that exact card for? It doesn't make sense. It's weird.
And the thing is, if they gave him a decent offer, I wouldn't need to make this video. They actually threatened the dude if he made it public. This is like the stuff I would expect Kevin O'Leary to write if he was on a PR team. Please let me know once you find those listings, or if you choose to accept our offer. Should you choose to accept the offer, due to the offer being over $500, we would need you to sign a standard release agreement. So their excuse is that because the offer is over $500, he needs to sign a hush-hush document. If you approve the resolution as offered, you would receive an email link to the DocuSign to review and sign the agreement. Please be aware that should you accept this settlement offer, our standard settlement agreement includes a confidentiality provision. Sorry, I'm sick. My brain is fried right now. Any public disclosure of the settlement offer may result in our rescinding the offer.
That's pretty stern. That's rather frank, but they do give you a nice little sweet apology at the end saying they sincerely apologize, and I think that's coming from a genuine place. Thank you so much, Dorothy, for that. Now let's get into the meat and potatoes. As he said, if it was like a decent offer, it's like, hey, we blew it here, man. We ruined your card. We'll just give you like the 45K or whatever that the card is worth. We literally just sold one, and we'll move on past this. But they don't do that. Instead, they lowball him an offer based off of just imaginary nothing math because they're trying to screw this guy over. And then they're saying at the end of the email that if he accepts it, they're basically going to lock him into confidentiality where he can't disclose anything about it because it would make PSA look really bad. And I think it's pretty clear he probably hasn't accepted that offer. I imagine, will be rescinding the offer, as Dorothy threatened to do in the end of the email there. And I think it just is a really, really bad look for PSA here across the board. I don't think they could have handled this any worse. But I also think this is a really nice look at how a company like PSA operates. I have said PSA is shady for a while. Dorothy calls it a standard form, which leads me and many others to believe that this is just the norm for them, that if they ruin your shit and it's over $500, they'll lock you down into being like quiet about it, so they'll pay you off like hush money and you can't talk about like, you know, the settlement, which I can almost see the logic behind, because like PSA probably doesn't want people hearing that they're ruining cards over like $500, because then people won't feel comfortable sending them the cards. But on the flip side of that coin, it would probably be good for their image to be like, hey, look, mistakes happen. We handle so many cards, you know, this volume, there are going to occasionally be these hiccups. And when that happens, look at all of these people we've taken care of when we've made an error. Like, I feel like you would want them to like say like, no, you know, I was upset about it initially, but then it got squared away. They gave me exactly what the card was worth. But that's clearly not how they operate. They'd rather just have it be like seemingly really lowball fair market value that they just make up poof out of nowhere based on nothing tangible. Like, it looks like what they tried to do is take really old sales of that card and then like kind of take into account their most recent sale and then find the average, but that's a stupid way of doing it because of how much the hobby and just the reselling has blown up. Like, it makes no sense why you wouldn't just take the data from the most recent sale your fucking self has just done. It seems like it's just a very underhanded tactic in order to try and justify these lowball amounts that they're offering that appear to be standard based on Dorothy's email. And the confidentiality, I just don't think is a good idea. Even though I can almost see why they're trying to do that, I think it's still just a shitty look. I think it would be far more effective if they just said, like, again, we made a mistake, and this is how we correct it. Look, he's even posting about it. We gave him exactly what the card was worth when we fucked up. I think that's a lot better than, we fucked up your card, now shut up and take this much lesser amount than what the card was worth.
So in the final picture, Brian includes the sales of all the past, cards of the same card, all the past sales is what I'm trying to say. And as you can see here, the last sale in February 2026 was $45,000. Now, just to clarify, because apparently Tony over here says, my only thing is that the card itself is different in that 45K sale, like different artwork. If you compare the exact same card, then they are fair. Oh my God. This card, they're saying the artwork is different because it doesn't look the same as this one over here. It's the same card. It's lenticulated. It has 3 different artworks on it.
I liked that section because I also saw a couple of people on like the original post saying, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? It's not even the same card. The art's different. So I guess we've reached a point where people don't remember what lenticular means, like what those items are, like what they look like. The reason it looks different there is because it's just at a different angle, so you're seeing one of the different arts. It's lenticulated. There's 3 arts there. Like, Jesus Christ, it's the same card. And it only takes like 1 second, actually 1 second, to just type it in yourself to double check, like, is this the same card? Like, I don't know, it's different artwork, but maybe I just don't know what lenticular means. Let me look it up. Oh, okay. No, I see. Now I get it. But no one wants to do that anymore. They'd rather just immediately just type that stupid shit.
And I know some of you are wondering, like, look at these other sales. They go from, they're 5,500, they're 10K, 15K. Why is this 45K the one we're looking at? Well, you answered your own question. Because as you can see, cards are fluid. Their prices are going to go up. And it's only getting higher as time goes on. And when a card goes up in value, you can't just value the next card you sell based on the average of the past 3. That's not how it works. If anything, the card should be worth more money because, as you can see, there's a clear demand for this card and it's going up as time goes on.
Not only that, with a card this rare, every one of those sales, the reason it keeps going up is because there's less and less of them that exist, and there's not going to be more. I would be beyond surprised if we saw another PSA 10 of this card within the next, 2 or 3 years. It's very, very, very rare. So that's the reason it keeps climbing. So the most recent sale being 45 should be the one that they would look at the fair market value for and extrapolate like it's at least 45K. You wouldn't be taking the averages of the other ones because it's growing in demand and also in scarcity. There's not going to be more. So it's going to go up. And they know that. Again, this is just a very convenient way of trying to save quite a bit of money here for their boo-boo. Anyway, though, this is a good breakdown of the PSA situation here from Snomnom. I'll link the original in the description. And yeah, that's really about it. So, alright, man. This new tactic that they're pulling out for the Epstein files that they're really digging in deep in the John Madden playbook for is unbelievably ridiculous, even by the standards the circus has already set. This is like if I pissed on your head, but didn't even try and call it rain, I just called it piss. I just say, hey Buster, I'm urinating on you. And you're just supposed to like thank me for it. Last night there was a big bombshell breaking. All Epstein files released. Pam Bondi announces DOJ has released all Epstein files under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, including justified redactions and a list of high-profile names appearing in these documents. When I saw that fresh little nugget drop there, I actually thought that there was a huge Epstein file dump where they actually did unredact everything. Maybe Pam Bondi getting biblically smacked down at that hearing the other day and embarrassing herself actually did lead to these files coming out, the remainder of them. But it turns out that's just a fucking lie. That's just a big-time, full-blown fib. And of course, it was a speed run to Community Noted as people went to check, only to learn there are no new files. What's being referred to here are the same files that came out a few weeks ago, the 3.5 million files from a couple weeks ago. And now the new thing here is, I guess after Pam Bondi got fucking farmed on Rust by anyone with even a single semblance of a brain at that hearing, she huffed and puffed and then farted out a giant list of names from anyone that was even mentioned anywhere, which includes people like Janis Joplin, who died when Epstein was 17. So this has naturally been called out by a lot of people saying, to have Janis Joplin, who died when Epstein was 17, in the same list as Larry Nassar, who went to prison for the sexual abuse of hundreds of young women and child pornography, with no clarification of how either was mentioned in the files, is absurd, which it is. It's done on purpose with the sole intent of confusing and muddying everything here. They combined the actual, real, evil child sex trafficking clients with just random people's names who appeared in emails like Janis Joplin. This is ridiculous, and it's just blatantly corrupt right in your face. There is no new files here. That is just a lie. Yet for some reason, it's being peddled by tons of people as if it's real. I guess they all got the call, so Alex Jones here preaching about how Pam Bondi just unleashed the full Epstein files. She dropped her trousers and took a shit on this whole narrative that the Epstein files implicate anyone in this administration. In fact, it backfired bigly on the left, on powerful Dems like Bill Clinton. And others busted, while fake smears against Trump are bullshit. Vindication for Trump. It's crazy how Alex Jones, for years, was talking about this elite pedophile ring that was raping and torturing and killing children, and now he is finally proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be right. He was completely correct on that, and now he has to pussyfoot around the subject, just tiptoeing, walking on eggshells because some of his friends are in there. Dude went from secretly filming Bohemian Grove to being best buddies with its members. So now, we all know that this is correct. Alex Jones could have taken a victory lap on this shit, but instead he's been preoccupied with 6'7" Labubu and whatever other dog shit that is, and anytime he mentions the Epstein files, he has to do so with Trump's cock in his throat about it. He only focuses on the most easy, low-hanging fruit of the Epstein files like Bill Clinton. Alex Jones explores the Epstein files like this, with his hands over his eyes, really scared, making sure to put on the blinders so he could block out all of his friends' names, so he can laser focus on easy shit like Bill Clinton, who everybody knows is guilty in all of this. Real groundbreaking stuff, goober. It's incredible what a paid shill this guy is. And I just saw he's doing like a press tour about how all of this is the result of Trump, by the way. He went in there and said, you gotta release this now. It's time we fucking release everything unredacted. No more, softball in it. As if Trump was the reason this happened. Even after, for a whole year, Trump has been saying it's a hoax. It's not real. Move on, move on, move on. We gotta stop caring about this Epstein stuff. Does anyone still care about this? No one in America cares about this. Yeah, Alex, I'm sure Trump is the one that went in there and really strong-armed the release of anything. And again, Alex Jones is saying all the files are released now. That is just provably false. That is not true. There are no new files that Pam Bondi just released Alex. It should be obvious to anyone paying attention, or even just a smidgen of attention. You don't even have to, like, have your eyes glued to it or anything. Even just glancing should be pretty clear, painting an obvious picture that the powers that be are using Alex Jones as a very convenient mouthpiece to regurgitate their shit and defend them, and do a lot of sweeping for them. We are in an era where you have this information at your fingertips, and they are telling you, disregard what your eyes can see and listen to us and nothing else. It's so fucking scary because people are willingly doing it. You can check yourself to see if there are new files that dropped, and it only takes a couple of seconds to get the real answer. No new files have dropped. You can find the truth yourself, and it takes seconds. And they know that, so they're relying on you just being too lazy and too blind and too much of a sheep so they can just feed you things and have you believe them without bothering to check. So they can just lie and say that Pam Bondi just unleashed the nuke on Epstein. All of it's right there, and it's only Democrats. Look at that. Backfired bigly. And you won't bother to check it yourself. It's craziness, and it sucks that it works so well. If you do bother to do any amount of actual research on the Epstein files, you'll find it's more than just Democrats. It's Democrats and it's Republicans. It's a ton of the world's most powerful people that have engaged in some of the most unthinkable evil actions imaginable. And these monsters, these fucking worms, treat it like a joke. CoffeeZilla just made a video on it. Howard Lutnick in particular, he's always busting a gut laughing anytime Epstein's even brought up.
I am increasingly disgusted by the way this is all a big joke to liars like Howard Lutnick, who deceived the American public about the status of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
That guy was there. I wasn't going.
Now he testifies under oath that he actually went to the island of the creep and brought his kids.
We had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour, and we left with all of my children.
Nevertheless, every time Epstein is brought up, this guy can't stop chuckling. Here's Lutnick laughing again when Trump is addressing a question about Epstein.
To talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation.
I don't know. I could ask you that question.
He thinks it's the funniest thing he's ever heard. And maybe it's because they really think we are buying it. Maybe it's because they think, hey, we're just gonna get away with this. We can just keep, the lies are so brazen.
They are literally laughing in your face about it. They know they're getting away with it. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. It's just so brazen, like CoffeeZilla said. And then you have people like Alex Jones that are just parroting that same shit like, everyone's absolved except for the people we don't like. And also, by the way, even if it was only the people you don't like that are implicated here and guilty, why aren't they being arrested? Ask yourself that question. Why aren't the people like Bill Clinton being arrested? Why is nobody getting arrested for the Epstein files? I know I've already said this, but even if the only people that were guilty in here are the people you personally don't like, why wouldn't Trump and this administration be going fucking full throttle, whole hog at them, trying to throw them in the slammer? Food for thought, I suppose. Perhaps it's because they know if they went down, it would put them at risk too, because it's not just the people you don't like. You are just so focused on the ones you don't like that you'll block out all of the other shit. You will not use your own fucking brain. Now, another big thing that's come out that it seems like a lot of mainstream media and a lot of Twitter personalities refuse to speak on is Epstein's potential ties to Israel. It's very weird. Yet no one really seems to want to talk about that connection. Why is that? I just find it odd how you have so many Twitter patriots and mainstream outlets that just outright ignore this potential connection of Epstein and Israel. And Israel is a very important subject in American politics, it seems. Politicians can't stop praising them, glazing them, and Trump in particular, his mouth has become a glory hole for Netanyahu. So don't you think it would be something worth talking about and investigating if there is potentially a tie between Epstein and Israel? I mean, I feel like that would be something that a lot of people would want to know more information about to find out if it's true or not, or what's going on there. Because again, every politician in this country, this administration and even previous administrations love to bend over for Israel.
I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate. Right. And I've worked every day to do that.
We need America to wake up and prioritize Israel, and bring home Israelis, and make sure we stand by our #1 ally in Israel.
That's right. What cause is dear to your heart?
Cause is dear to my Israel. Defense of Israel.
What is #1?
I have said to people when they ask me, If this Capitol crumbled to the ground, the one thing that would remain is our commitment to our aid, and I don't even call it aid, our cooperation with Israel. That's fundamental to fundamental.
Miriam Adelson is amazing. What she has done for Israel, for our country, and for this world is second to none. Thank you, my friend. The sad truth is, for way too long, anti-Semitism has been allowed to grow unchecked in this country. Too many institutions have abdicated their moral responsibility to speak up.
There's an additional 100 clips I probably could have pulled, but these were the ones that were top of mind, and I think it's pretty clear that Israel is an extremely important subject to the powerful politicians in this country. Fucking Ted Cruz goes as far as to say it's the sole reason he got into politics is to defend them. I've said it before, I'll say it again, I don't know how that's not treasonous. He is a representative in our country who is openly stating that his priorities are a foreign entity. Whatever, I guess. I suppose that's fine by today's standards. I don't really get how. And boy howdy, isn't that Nancy Pelosi statement quite the eye-opener. Even if everything crumbles over here, we will still find a way to honor our aid to Israel. We'll start botting in RuneScape if that's what it takes to make enough money to send it to Israel. Damn everything else here, that's the most important part. Pretty crazy shit, I would think. I feel like maybe I'm on the crack pipe here, but that should be a little concerning that the politicians that are supposed to be representing this country seem much more focused on the interests of another. But anyway, my point is, with the release of all of these Epstein files, even though hundreds of the files are just completely worthless garbage that are fully fucking redacted, just nothings, there is still a lot that remains that showcases a potential connection of Epstein and Israel. Now, of course, nothing's confirmed or anything, but shouldn't that at least warrant some kind of investigation, at least some kind of poking around? This administration is very blunt about how little they care about the Epstein files. They literally say that. Trump always talks about how no one should care about this and move on. And also, they're very open about, we're probably not going to look to investigate anything. There's nothing actionable in there. Whoops-a-daisy, can't do anything about it. Sorry. And, of course, Perjury Patel just continues to lie about it. But anyone that actually takes a peek at it should at least find it odd that a lot of these outlets, like journalist outlets, a lot of politicians, and a lot of the paid shills online are not talking about the Epstein-Israel connection in any capacity whatsoever. And when they do talk about Epstein as a potential spy, they always make a mention of CIA, or, maybe not being a CIA spy, but never going as far as to talk about a potential connection to Israel. That should be very weird. Why is that something no one would talk about when Israel is such a huge piece of this country, apparently? Why wouldn't that be something that would be more discussed by the mainstream? It's all so blatantly corrupt. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this latest lie. That's really about it. So yeah, when it comes to the topic of aliens, nobody knows ball like I do. Legitimately, my whole life, my father and I have talked about aliens till the cows come home. When I was born, I feel like my first word, if it wasn't mama, would have been Puma Punku, with my father shaking me saying, Puma Punku's unexplained that if not aliens. So believe me when I say there are few people on this planet that are more seasoned in this subject than I am. So of course, when Trump made that post yesterday about declassifying alien information and UAP stuff, I knew two things. One, Epstein files really breathing down his neck, doing all that he can to desperately try and distract from that. And I knew that, two, we probably weren't going to be getting shit. I feel like what's going to be released in regards to aliens is going to be the same shit that's come out already about them, like with the classic footage, like the Tic Tac, stuff like that. I'm not expecting anything really groundbreaking from this, if anything even comes from it at all. Yeah, no, I saw the Trump post about aliens being declassified now after Obama went on a podcast and said they're real, and then somewhat walked it back. The whole thing on the podcast was, he asked, are aliens real? Obama said, they're real, but I haven't seen them. They're not at Area 51. There's not like an underground base unless there's a big conspiracy to hide it from the president. But he said they're real. Then Trump was like, he released classified information. And then an hour or two ago, he apparently made a post about, I'm just declassifying everything. Which is a really convenient distraction from all of the Epstein stuff, which is starting to boil over. That's a really good, like, emergency lever to pull. Aliens! I guess we'll see what they actually release. I have a theory that what they're going to do is the same thing they did with the Epstein files until recently, where they just keep repackaging old material as if it's new. My guess is they're going to do another dump of the same files that were released 2 or 3 years ago, with like the Tic Tac and stuff like that. I am of the firm belief that they are not going to release anything of substance. I just don't think so. I don't see it happening. Remember the small alien corpse? Yeah. That was a really fun hoax. That one was really goofy. Look at this goddamn weird alien. He's got like 3 fingers and 36 nipples. He's weird, right? Made out of paper mache. Do you believe in aliens? Oh, I 100% believe they're out there. I am just of the firm belief that they've never been here. I feel like if they ever have been here, we would never know because their technology would be so incredibly advanced. I just don't think we'd be able to even comprehend, nor would we ever even be alerted to their presence. Like, I don't think they drunk drive onto Earth and just spontaneously crash in Roswell, New Mexico. And I don't think they travel around on like a colander and fly around in Colombia. Based on the tremendous interest shown, I will be directing the Secretary of War and other relevant departments and agencies to begin the process of identifying and releasing government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life, unidentified aerial phenomena, and unidentified flying objects. Fucking goober, these are the same things, by the way. They just switched from UFOs to UAPs. And any and all other information connected to these highly complex but extremely interesting and important matters. God bless America. P.S. Please forget about the Epstein files. Now, much like the Trump phone, there's no guarantee this will actually come out. This could just be more smoke and mirrors and him just giving this lip service to really try and divert attention away from things like the Epstein files or the glyphosate stuff, all of that, and put it instead on, aliens are coming! Aliens are... Everyone, look! Aliens! It's a pretty classic strategy. Listen, you plebeian swine, stop talking about Israel and Iran. Aliens! This is what we should be paying attention to and focused on. Forget everything else. And hopefully most people can see through that. And even if, like me, you do care a lot about aliens and would love new information on it, I think you can and should be able to care about multiple things at once. So hopefully that doesn't immediately make people just forget about everything else, but... who knows, I suppose, at this point. But I guess we'll see. I 1000% believe aliens are out there in the universe, deep in the cosmos, but I don't think at any point in our species' history have they ever paid us a visit. I don't believe they've ever driven past Earth and taken pictures or waved, and I certainly don't think they've ever stopped by Earth for a little vacation. I think those dirty bastards have no way of getting to us the same way we have no way of getting to them. The amount, like, it is incomprehensible, the technology they would have to have acquired to reach us. Like, it's beyond our level of understanding, so even if they did ever arrive here, I don't even think we'd be able to process their presence, and I really don't think they would have crashed here at any point. Like, I don't think, you know... they fucking torpedoed their space cruiser into some dude's backyard and then, you know, one of those perverts came over there and started molesting his butthole, probing him. I don't see that ever having happened at any point, and I definitely don't think we have any, you know, alien wreckage or anything like that, or extraterrestrial beings that we're keeping on ice or anything. So I don't think, even if they do declassify some files, I don't think it's going to be anything like super crazy. But I would love, very, very, very much love to be wrong about that. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it. That's it. See ya. The Stranger Things series finale just aired. 10 years. 5 seasons. The journey is now concluded. I didn't make a review after Volume 2 dropped. I made one after Volume 1. I had a hot take people didn't quite like, perhaps a little too spicy. I thought it was a pretty underwhelming start. Volume 2 rolls around and people are singing a little bit of a different tune there. I thought it was even weaker than Volume 1. Since the finale aired, I'm going to give you my all-encompassing review of the Stranger Things Season 5. So with Volume 2, I thought it introduced even more ass pulls. So now all of a sudden, Mama Wheeler is a superhero. She instantly overcomes her injuries, and as they're being chased by the Demogorgon dogs, the Demo dogs, Robin, Lucas, and Max are in a laundry room in the hospital after the Demo dogs have annihilated some soldiers. And while there, he is still playing Kate Bush to try and help Max back to the corporeal realm. And as they're taking cover by a washing machine, the Demo dogs are scouring the area. It's 3 of them. And they're looking around as slow as possible. They're moving slower than I would if you fed me fucking 15 shots of absinthe. It is unbelievable how slow they're moving. Robin even makes a mention to Lucas, hey, turn off that fucking Kate Bush. We gotta pipe down here real quick or we're gonna die. And he's like, nope. So he doesn't. The Kate Bush is still playing. Somehow this doesn't alert the dogs in any way, shape, or form to their location. Maybe they're huge Kate Bush fans and didn't want to interrupt the track. Or maybe they're completely deaf. But as the dogs get closer, that's when Mama Wheeler pops in, because she had actually booby-trapped one of the washing machines. She put an explosive in there, and as the washing machine starts, all 3 dogs all of a sudden get alerted to it, I'm guessing by sound, so they're not fully deaf, and then they're just watching the washing machine complete its cycle with the explosive in there, blows up, kills all 3, Mama Wheeler saves the day. And literally 2 episodes ago, we just saw that she can't really move and she literally can't speak. But in this episode, not only can she move and speak, but she's the fucking Terminator and even has a full conversation about how she needs to get her daughter back. So I guess she has Wolverine's healing factor now, I suppose. But that's just indicative of my main complaint of this season, where everything just happens with no real explanation for how that's even possible for it to be happening in that way. Everything is just so fucking convenient, and there is such a complete disregard for stakes anymore because everyone is basically immortal. We're going to be getting into spoilers here for the finale now, so big spoiler warning. I thought for sure in the finale this is where it was going to get dark, like they had hinted at so many times about there's going to be dark Christmas for Stranger Things, that kind of thing. And still, even in the finale, nobody dies except for one character they brought back, which was Elle's sister, who we hadn't seen since Season 2 in the most hated episode in the entire fucking history of the series, basically. Well, second only to the conclusion of Volume 2, I suppose. So a character we don't know, can't really care about, who had very little screen time in the season, is the one they decided to kill as the emotional moment. But there was just a complete reluctance here from the writers to actually kill off characters that would have made sense to kill off in that moment for a whole completed character arc, and to remind the audience that this is an intense situation. This is, life or death scenarios. It's not Weenie Hut Jr. Previous seasons, they had no problem doing that. Killing off Eddie in last season, for example. I thought they executed that very well. It was emotional. But in this season, they almost kind of make his death a joke. It really feels worthless because the Upside Down is no longer a scary enemy in and of itself. The Upside Down is basically just going to the park, except it's dark and cloudy. That's it. Those bats that annihilated Eddie, that he sacrificed himself trying to save everyone with those bats, they're not even here. They don't exist anymore. I guess the bats were so impressed with his courage that they all killed themselves. I mean, you could make a leap saying the military went in and wiped them all out. Maybe, I guess. That's not something they showed. Or you could talk about Vecna's pseudo-defeat, maybe having all the bats go extinct. I guess, maybe. But even still, that choice to no longer have actual enemies or terror in the Upside Down takes so much wind out of its sails. You can literally just fucking spring break there, and they spend most of the season doing that in the Upside Down. I just don't like how afraid they were to kill off characters, or even really put them in scenarios of peril where you thought they might die. There was only 1 or 2 moments where I thought, oh, this character's going to die here, and then they didn't. And I don't want this to get twisted because you don't have to have characters dying left and right in order to make it a compelling emotional story. But Stranger Things, across 4 seasons, did use that as a very effective tool in this universe. So to have it all of a sudden no longer be present in any way, shape, or form, it feels underwhelming, especially for what's supposed to be the gloves coming off final season finale that we've been building to for a fucking decade. And it just felt so easy for them to do exactly what they wanted everything falling exactly how they needed it to, according to plan. And if things were a little cattywampus out of whack, it was like that to fix it. It just felt so simple for them. So I just leave feeling underwhelmed. Now, of course, everyone was talking about and making fun of Volume 2's final episode with Will, taking control of Vecna and turning his head saying, run, that kind of thing. And also the Will coming out scene, a lot of people were clowning on that for being not very great, especially compared to how they handled similar subject matter in the previous season, where they turned it into a basically Avengers in-game moment, or like Lord of the Rings and my axe, that kind of thing. It does just feel like season 5 felt very rushed in its writing, where they knew what points they wanted to hit, and they kind of just threw caution to the wind to getting to those points in the plot. Like the Mind Flayer being brought back into the fold. I actually like that explanation for how the Mind Flayer played into Vecna and how they were basically, in this symbiotic relationship with one another. Mind Flayer maybe controlling Vecna, but actually not really. Vecna, Henry, he agreed with everything he was shown there, and they are one entity. Very cool, considering we were all led to believe that it was Henry controlling the Mind Flayer. I thought that was cool. We get a little bit of Henry's backstory, which was all right. I didn't love his backstory all that much, but it was decent. What I did really like was the explanation for what the Upside Down is, being a wormhole. I thought that was great. I thought that was a very cool explanation, and it did add a lot to the finale, where it's like his plan is to merge the Abyss, which is where, Henry was blasted, banished to the fucking Shadow Realm in the back rooms, sent him there, and then that wormhole ties into L's origins. And now that connects Abyss and Hawkins, and the plan is to bring the Abyss and merge it with our dimension, our world, and they have to stop that. I thought that was all very cool. I really liked that. I don't think it was all bad or anything like that. There are some things I liked. I thought there were even some great moments in the season. But on the whole, it just feels like a lot of it was super rushed. And overall, I find it to be the weakest season in the franchise. And being the series finale, the final season, that just leaves me feeling a little underwhelmed. All I'm saying, just a little disappointing, because some characters that we had watched for 4 seasons prior barely had anything to do in this season. For example, Joyce and Jonathan, it feels like they're not even related anymore. I don't think there is a single moment in this season where Joyce and Jonathan even spoke to each other in anything that resembles love or family. Whereas before, that was a very fleshed out relationship, and now all of a sudden they're fucking strangers to one another. They just brought in so many characters into the fold that some of them that we had followed for a decade just didn't have a whole lot to do and just didn't do fucking anything, really. And one of the main characters in Season 5, Holly, is a character that had nothing to do for the previous 4 seasons, but now has more screen time than I think any other individual character from the main cast. So that's just kind of like a weird decision to make, where now all of a sudden you're bringing in yet another character in an already jam-packed series of characters that now we're spending most of the time with, and kind of sidelining the others, putting them on the bench. Just, it felt like an odd direction to take it. I don't think Holly was a bad character, and the arc she goes on with being kidnapped by Henry and everything, I thought was a pretty compelling piece to this season. But I also don't think it necessitated that much screen time and that much focus, which was taken away from the rest of the crew, who then, when we see them, they've basically solved all the problems and are in position now to execute their plan, and you're left wondering, well, how the fuck did we even get to this point? You know what I mean? Those are kind of like my broad strokes impressions of Season 5 as a whole, but I want to talk specifically now about the finale, because I liked the finale much more than most of the episodes of this season. But that's not to say it's perfect, and I want to get the complaints on the finale out of the way right now. The biggest complaint I have is just how easy it was to defeat Vecna and the Mind Flayer. They look like actual chumps. You build this up, these 2 big bad entities, for so long, and we have seen them be somewhat defeated in the past, but now we see them in prime shape. This is them at their most powerful, and they are easily disposed of, especially the Mind Flayer. Very cool looking enemy in the Abyss. They make the Mind Flayer look hype as fuck. But the Mind Flayer is defeated by the team deciding we need one person to be bait, which is Nancy, who has become basically like a G.I. Joe super soldier. She's killed a bunch of people now. She's an elite marksman killing everyone, so she's going to be the bait to shoot the Mind Flayer and have it chase her to a cliffside where the rest of the team is going to ambush it. And they come up with this plan while they are being cornered and chased by the Mind Flayer, meaning that they only have like maybe a minute at most, but more than likely like 45 seconds to somehow have Nancy be bait for the Mind Flayer without getting caught, this giant creature, and the rest of the crew is going to scale an entire mountainside, get to the top in like a minute, and then start like peppering it from up there. Break. And then they do it. Instantly they do it. Nancy outruns it, gets to the entrance to the cliffside. Everyone's already on top. I guess they fucking teleported it up there, or maybe they had really great climbing gear or free climbed it extremely fast. But they're all up at the very tippy top, throwing Molotov cocktails and flamethrowers at the Mind Flayer. Mind Flayer just eats it, just fucking tanking it like, ow, ow, ow. It doesn't like fight back. It doesn't have any special moves or anything that it uses. Dustin and Steve go under and start fucking jabbing it with their spears. And that's how they're able to stop the Mind Flayer. While inside, 11 is in a psychic battle with Henry, Vecna. And it's very easy for her to beat him. Because, of course, there is a hive mind, so as they're hurting the Mind Flayer, Henry's getting hurt too. But, I don't know, it just felt like extremely easy. Like, very easy. She just kind of, like, ragdolls him a couple times and then... like, he fights back a little bit, kinda, and then he pushes him onto a spike with the help of Will, who's, like, impeding his ability to fight back super well. But I don't know, man. You build up for all this, and then it's that easy to defeat them. It just, I don't know, it just, like I said, feels just a little underwhelming is all. And my other big complaint is the military here. They're just like the evil presence that wants to just make more psychic soldiers, so they want to kidnap Elle, and that's all they really care about. So after they saved the day, prevent the Abyss from crashing through, as they're escaping, the military was aware of their plan because they were able to, intercept the others, put it all together. They ambushed them. Big burp, huge belch. And while ambushing them, that's where Elle makes like the heroic sacrifice. And then, fast forward 18 months, the military's completely left Hawkins, and all of the characters are back to life as normal. Excuse me? Nancy herself mowed down like 6 soldiers we saw, like, from the top of a truck. She just kills like 6 dudes. Hopper killed probably like fucking 40 of them. Like, a lot of soldiers died as a result of our team here that we follow. And I mean, like, directly killed by them. Shot. Murdered. Like, not an accident where, like, a piece of debris fell on them. I mean, like, deliberately they were killed by them. And yet, the military just lets them go. I was shocked to see that. I thought there'd be, like, an explanation where, like, in order to prevent the secrets from getting out, they felt obligated to let them go, sworn to secrecy or something. No, nothing like that. Even after losing so many soldiers, even after a multi-billion-dollar plan here with the psychic program and all of this military personnel that is now dead, all of the destroyed equipment, everything ruined, the military still just lets them go. What the fuck? I was so confused. But again, that's what I'm saying. It just feels like a lot of it's just for the sake of convenience with no real explanation. It just feels rushed. Like, that's crazy to me that after all of that, they just immediately, like, release them. There's not even a mention of them, like, spending time in jail or something and reaching some kind of deal. They're just instantly free to go. Like, after Elle sacrificed herself, I guess Dr. K was like, well, time's up. And then just said, all right, hey, scram. We're going to go ahead and leave now. Nothing more to be done here. Unless I missed something, but I don't think I did. And even if I did, I really can't think of any explanation where they'd be like, oh yeah, all those soldiers you killed and everything that you've done here that was highly illegal, that led to so much death and so much destruction, we're okay with that. We're just gonna leave and, let bygones be bygones. That was weird. That was just weird, is all. And I don't want to harp too much on the negatives because, like I said, there were a lot of things I liked about it. But man, come on, for the final fight, it is over in less than 10 minutes and not a single Demogorgon? Like, you're fighting on their home turf. Not a single bat, not a single Demogorgon. It's just Vecna, just Mind Flayer, and they just get fucking slammed. They get their hams steamed instantly by the team here. Like, come on. It just felt like such a weak final fight. Like, it wasn't climactic. Like, the actual death of Vecna, I thought they did great. Like, after he's defeated, everything that happened after he died, I thought was solid. Basically, everything once Vecna died, and, well, excluding the stuff with the military, I thought was handled well. Like, I love Joyce being the one to deliver the final blow to Vecna. I love seeing how awful Vecna was to the cast. Every traumatic experience they went through, having a flashback to it, having seen all of these horrible, irredeemable things that Henry was responsible for before Joyce delivering the final blow, I thought they nailed. But not having like a real, like, you know, intense final fight just weakens that experience. And to have the Abyss, this new area, this new planet that we are told is the home turf where all the Demogorgon, bats, all the nasty evil shit lives. This is their home turf. You're expecting it to be Salty Spittoon, crazy, scary. But then you get there, all of our heroes get there, it is completely empty. A barren wasteland, more empty than a fucking blockbuster. Not a single iota of life to be found outside of them instantly going to Vecna and the Mind Flayer. There is nothing else there that impedes them on their journey. It just feels super rushed. Now I want to get to some of the things I liked here about the final episode. As I said, post Vecna death, I really liked how they handled the characters and where they went from there. The epilogue I actually thought was solid, though I do think it dragged quite a bit. I feel like they killed Vecna pretty early on, and then it was like an hour worth of epilogue, so maybe that was a bit much. But I think overall, they did a good job handling the end of these characters in Hawkins and what that looks like. So seeing, you know, Dustin being valedictorian and giving a really inspirational speech to everyone about, you know, the chaotic good, tying it into Dungeons and Dragons, which, you know, is part of the show's DNA. I thought they handled that great. I thought it was a really good speech. Dustin then moving on to become big bookworm, but still, you know, making time to see his best buddy Steve, and like, you know, Lucas and Max, them just, you know, falling deeper in love over time, having their happily ever after. Will moving to a new area, finding more friends, finding a partner, being accepted. Mike wanting to use his talent for storytelling in order to share, you know, the heroic journey of his friends and his party and what that means in the context of like D&D storytelling. It ending with him watching Holly and her friends now playing D&D in that basement, because now he and his friends have grown up. Now it's the next generation's turn. Like, I do think they did a good job with the epilogue. Steve, Robin, Jonathan, Nancy, where all they ended up at, you know, 18 months after everything, where they have their own jobs, their own lives, but they want to make times to still see each other because they're never going to find friends like what they have. But they also don't want to be in Hawkins anymore. You have Joyce and Hopper looking to start fresh, move. He gets a new job, proposes, they're getting married. Like, it's all very touching. I think they did a good job with the emotional beats to wrap up the characters. Now it's time to yap about the big twist with Elle. So, as the military is ambushing them, trying to take Elle after they've saved the world, so that way they can get their psychic program off the ground, seems like, you know, that's checkmate. And then Elle somehow was able to escape their clutches, and she sacrifices herself right in front of everyone. That moment was then undercut with a big twist when Mike revealed that he actually had a theory that that wasn't Elle. That was an illusion from Elle's sister. With Elle's sister's dying breath, she made the illusion of Elle getting swallowed by the wormhole's collapse. That way everyone, including her friends, including her father, Hopper, believed she was dead, so that way she could go live a peaceful life off the grid, away from any threats of the military. So Elle is still alive. That's his theory. And it's an interesting idea as a twist. However, in Mike's own theory, he even says, how was she able to, you know, cast that final spell while being suppressed? Because when they're being captured by the military, they had the psychic suppression system activated, meaning she can't use her powers. The entire season has showed she cannot use her powers, and even in like the big reveal moment, she is struggling to escape, not using her powers or anything at all as she leaves. However, there's a huge fucking plot hole here where Elle was somehow able to drag Mike into the void to have their final goodbye and their final kiss. How was Elle able to do that while being suppressed by this military equipment? Like, I guess you could say while she was escaping, she got far enough away that it stopped being effective on her. But I don't think she had enough time to do that. So there's like a glaring plot hole that they even point out, like, how did she cast a spell while being suppressed? That doesn't make sense. And then, when giving the explanation for how that was possible, they still had her use her powers through the suppression with Mike being pulled into Elle's mind with her. That's still her using her ability, right? Through the suppression system. So, like, there's still question marks for how that would be possible. Like, Mike's theory, like, it does sound plausible if you forget about the suppression system being active at the time. Like, I'm sure Hop would have told him about Callie's death, so this would be something that he could start to, like, rationalize as maybe they had this secret plan together. The twist as an idea, I think, is cool, and it does make sense with, you know, Hopper's speech being so emotional and having Callie hear that, her wanting to maybe do something to save Elle's life so that way she can go live the life that, you know, she's always wanted and always deserved, you know, being able to live peaceful, happy, that kind of thing. But I don't think they were able to really pull it off in a way that makes sense, because you just have to, like, forget how things have already been established in order for this to work. Also, the lab blew up like way before Elle was taken away, and that's where Callie was in Mike's theory, projecting this illusion of Elle. So when it blew up, that should have also fucking evaporated the illusion too, because Callie would have died there way before Elle did, yet the illusion was still there. It persisted. So like there's just multiple things about it, like this theory, that don't really work when you stop to think about it. Now, there is an explanation I've seen people say that I think kind of makes sense here, that it's a coping mechanism for Mike. This is how he's going to accept what happened and move on, by making up this happily ever after for Elle, even though it's not the reality of it. I think that makes a little more sense, where that didn't happen. That is just, you know, a story that he's telling that brings him and the rest of the party comfort, believing Elle is out there, having her happily ever after as well. But the reality is, she did sacrifice herself there in that moment. I think that makes more sense, that this is just his story. This is what he chooses to believe, as opposed to being what actually happened. Just my overall impressions of the season are that it felt rushed, and a lot of things about it I just don't think worked, and kind of betrayed what they had set up for 4 seasons worth of build-up and emotional stakes and weight. And their reluctance to, like, kill any characters, I do think was to the detriment of the season. And I really just don't understand why they kept, like, pretending that this was going to be, like, the darkest season ever. I hope you're ready to have a fucking sad Christmas with Volume 2 coming around and all that. Like, I don't get that. Maybe just the big bait and switch or something, because it really is, like, the truest happily ever after I've ever seen to a show, to a degree where in some cases it literally just doesn't even make sense how they were able to pull it out of their ass that the characters survive. So, I won't yap about it too much. It's already been like fucking 20 minutes. It wasn't a bad finale by any means. Like, I do think there were quite a few things to like about it. But the season as a whole, I think, is definitely the weakest. I think they really wanted to wrap this up, and so they kind of speed ran a lot of things with it, which just is a little disappointing. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yep. Holy smokes, if you felt the ground shaking beneath your feet earlier today, it wasn't an earthquake. It was the CEO of Crafton getting his cheeks clapped by a judge. What a biblical smackdown. He got good-douched. He looks like a full-blown fool here, an absolute clown. Before diving into the spaghetti and the meatballs of this wacky meal that's been served up here, I'll at least give you the lore for those that don't know. Crafton is the publisher behind Subnautica. I'm confident most of you have heard of that game. It is a massive title, and the sequel, Subnautica 2, is a highly anticipated release. And last year, there was some serious turmoil, some big-time controversy. Crafton dramatically fired Unknown Worlds CEO Ted Gill. Unknown Worlds is the developer of Subnautica, as well as other senior team members. And Crafton also said that the game's launch had been delayed, something it blamed on Gill. even though its team had been working towards an early access release that would have seen them eligible for a $250 million bonus. This was part of their deal. There were certain milestones that they would need to hit, and they were working towards achieving those goals to secure the $250 million bonus. Gill and his former teammates immediately launched a lawsuit after all of that, suggesting that they were outed to avoid that bonus from being paid to them. And Crafton hit back and said the staff had resorted to litigation to demand a multi-million-dollar payout they haven't earned, and then accused the staff it fired of having stolen documents in anticipation of the subsequent legal action, muddying the waters over their exit. I covered this last year as the lawsuit was popping off, and I said then, and I still think it's true now, Crafton's argument is fucking nonsensical. You would have to be hitting whippets for this to be passing the smell test, because this is ridiculous. The claim is basically that the people who stood to potentially gain $250 million all collectively just decided to stop working on their game. They just said, fiddlesticks actually. Bunch of horseradish. I'm just gonna go ahead and not do this job anymore that could net me 250 million clams. In what universe would that happen? Crafton's basically saying like, oh yeah, they stopped caring about the game, they stopped putting any effort in the game and working on it. They just all of them just said $250 million can go right up my ass. Right up my ass. So we had to let them go, we had to fire them, they weren't working. That is mind-boggling to me. That's very peculiar. So you're telling me the people that have developed Subnautica, working hard on Subnautica 2, when incentivized to the tune of $250 million, all said, oh, that's the straw that breaks camel's back. Don't want to work anymore now. No, I'm going to sit here with my arms crossed and I'm done with this now. I don't want the 250. Like, come on, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. I believe their side of things here, where it seems like Crafton was trying to wiggle their way out of this massive bonus that had been written up now, that they would have to be held to, because this is now a very crucial part of the deal. And it seems like they started sweating, panicking, because that is a lot of doubloons coming out of the old piggy bank there. So it does feel like they desperately tried to find a way to weasel their way out of having to pay that $250 million. Thus opening themselves up to this lawsuit. And now, fast forward to today, and we're seeing not looking super great on the Crafton side of things here. Let's start with the silliest little nugget that's been squeaked out from this case, and I hope you've got your spitballs ready because this one's a doozy. So the Crafton CEO allegedly was trying to brainstorm with ChatGPT how to wiggle his way out of paying this big amount because he was unsatisfied with the contract Crafton signed. So Crafton created a secret task force called Project X, incredible name by the way, very exciting. I can't wait for the huge house party Crafton CEO throws to celebrate how the lawsuit's going, whose mandate was simple. Either make a deal with the founders on the earnout or execute a takeover of unknown worlds. When the founders refused to accede to Crafton's demands, Crafton pulled the trigger. Maria Park, Crafton's global head of corporate development, told Kim that it seems to be highly likely that the earnout will still be paid if the sales goal is achieved regardless of the dismissal with cause. Kim turned to artificial intelligence to help him brainstorm ways to avoid paying the earnout. ChatGPT likewise advised that it would be difficult to cancel the earnout. So even ChatGPT's not on his side, so then he probably went to fucking Grok or something like, Grok, can you put Ted Gill in a bikini and then teach me how to avoid paying him the money? The co-founders allege that Crafton refused to produce the ChatGPT conversations, later claiming they no longer exist. Also, another fun fumble here from Crafton was their last-ditch, desperate Hail Mary allegation against the former developers, where they suggested that the ousted staff had referenced racist views towards Korea and Korean people, due to a note submitted by Owen Mahoney, the CEO and president of rival South Korean video game company Nexon. Now, I hadn't heard that claim before, so I looked into it, and Jiminy Christmas, what a swing and a miss. I don't know who Crafton hired for their legal counsel here, but they did not call Saul Goodman. They fucking called Paul Foodman or something, because they are really not doing a good job here, because it turns out what this is referencing is Charlie Cleveland, one of the key staff that was let go, wrote down a note that was a transcription of advice from other people. So it's literally nothing he even said, by the way, and that's exactly what he made clear. So these are not my words. These are all transcriptions from what we were advised to do. Like, these are words coming out of two other people's mouths, not mine. Again, every single word, as far as I know in this document, is something that Owen said, not what I said. I'm writing down what Owen told us, so it has nothing to do with my opinions at all. So they put this fucking note in front of me. He's like, "You're racist, aren't you? We got them, they're racist. We knew it. All right, we win, right? Slam dunk, we're done?" But shockingly, that didn't go as smooth as they would have liked it to. And ultimately, it's led to what is just unfolded here now, where I know they're really steaming about what the judge ordered. Judge declared that Gill is hereby reinstated as CEO of Unknown Worlds. The judge found that Crafton had breached the EPA by terminating the key employees without valid cause and by improperly seizing operational control of Unknown Worlds. As a result, the board decision on July 1st, at which Crafton fired the founders, took over control of Unknown Worlds, and delayed Subnautica 2, has been declared ineffective to the extent it infringes on Gill's operational control right. Crafton must immediately restore Gill's access to the Steam platform and is not allowed to impede Gill's authority over the early access launch of Subnautica 2. As for the $250 million sales bonus for the development team, the judge extended the eligibility period to September 15th and noted the co-founders have a contractual right to further extend this to March 15th, 2027. I feel like I can actually hear Crafton CEO furiously typing the chat GPT right now about how to overrule a judge. Oh my goodness gracious heavens to Betsy. Now, I'll get this out of the way up top. This isn't the end of this entire case. There is still a little bit more that's out there. However, this was a triumphant W. The judge came in there and delivered a 619 right to the noodle of Crafton. And again, I know he went tail tucked between his legs right back to the keyboard to ask ChatGPT how to unfuck his butt. Like, my goodness. Like, this is about as happy an ending as you can get, even though it's not fully over. Not only is Gill back as the CEO of Unknown Worlds, but Crafton can now no longer impede his operational control over Subnautica. So they can't get in his way anymore. So now, if Crafton CEO decides to, take a little peek into the offices, he's going to just be there fucking fuming, like, like, they'd have to put him in a straitjacket so he didn't just go over there and start, like, trying to strangle Gill to stop him from working on the game to protect the $250 million bonus. Like, it is actually incredible. He not only gets his position back, but the $250 million bonus is once again back on the table. And based on all available information, I'm pretty confident they will hit the milestones required to activate that and earn the $250 mil, especially with the extension and stuff. So this is just a great outcome across the board here. Like, really good stuff. And Crafton, they're being such good sports about it, they released a statement too, wouldn't you believe it? Crafton puts players at the heart of every decision, and that will never change. Over the past several months, Crafton and the Unknown Worlds team have worked tirelessly to strengthen the game and prepare it for an early access release, with a continued focus on delivering the best possible experience for the Subnautica community. We look forward to pushing out the newly updated version as soon as possible for players. While we respectfully disagree with today's ruling, we are evaluating our options as we determine our path forward. Today's ruling does not resolve the former executive's claim for damages or an earnout related to Subnautica 2, with further litigation still pending. In the meantime, Crafton's immediate focus remains unchanged, delivering the best possible game to Subnautica fans. Yeah, you can really feel the love. You can really get the sense that Crafton puts players at the heart of every decision, which is why they tried to fuck the developers up here, at the cost of the quality of the game, mind you, in order to try and save the $250 million that they had already agreed to as part of the negotiations. Yeah, Crafton really values the quality of the product and trying to give the community the best Subnautica can possibly offer. By firing the co-founders, that surely will help. That won't be a detriment to the game in any way, I'm sure. And they already blamed the delay on the firing of Gill, specifically, from what I recall. So, I don't know, Crafton. I feel like you've shown your whole butt here. I feel like no one believes you. You seem very greedy and very salty about how the ruling went. And they do reference that there is some further litigation, but overall, this is a big W, and it's something I wanted to follow up on here. Pretty incredible stuff, really. That's really about it. So, yeah. The human body isn't perfect. There are universal weaknesses built into the design that no matter how strong you are, no matter how much training you undergo, you can never fully overcome should someone look to exploit it. The obvious are things like testicles, butthole, even nipples in a lot of cases where you really get in there and start tweaking on them. You'll have them fucking acting like they got hit by a taser. But then there's also psychological weaknesses. The most powerful being going to a restaurant and having the restaurant staff sing you a birthday song because one of your friends told them it was your birthday. I don't care who you are, how tough you think you are, you can be the leader of the salty spittoon, doesn't matter. If you unfortunately have to sit there and get sung to with a little cupcake with a candle on it while the restaurant staff unenthusiastically wishes you a happy birthday, that will incapacitate you. It is a cringe that is hardwired into the human DNA. We were not meant to endure such torture. It will pierce even the most fortified psychological defenses. And I just saw a clip from some masochist willingly putting himself through this for the sake of some clout online because he really thinks, I guess, he was hot shit for spending $1,000 on a steak in Las Vegas. So he's not only did he waste $1,000 on what I imagine will probably be an underwhelming steak based on the video presentation, but he also then got an entire song and dance for like a full minute, all about him wasting his money. Heavens to Betsy, it's like a fucking Bring It On cheerleading routine they've choreographed here, all because some goober forked over $1,000 for a steak, probably to flex to his Tinder date or something. And then he filmed it himself. My heart breaks for the staff here. I bet there were tears in their eyes when they got told that it's showtime because someone just spent $1,000 on the Golden Steak Boogaloo. So then they have to go in there, and I assume they have to be like trained by the restaurant to do this, like a break in case of emergency. If someone spends $1,000, you got to put the tomahawk in the golden case. You got to cue up this song, get the DJ on the horn, and then you got to go over there and just go, hey, 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 oh, hey. Oh, it sucks so much ass. Holy. It is awful to imagine being in that situation. I couldn't even fathom the poisoned brain that would lead someone to want to do this to themselves willingly because they think it looks cool on TikTok. Like, you have to know people, not only in the restaurant, are turning around because of all this commotion, insulting you, laughing at you, but you also have to know the video you're filming is going to get you ridiculed as well. It's not like a cool thing to waste $1,000 on steak and having the staff be forced to come over here and pat you on the back for wasting your money, as if this is like a cool thing that you've done. They don't want to be doing that. Don't let those hollow smiles fool you. They would rather most likely just be going about their business, doing their job, and then calling it a night without the need to have this, like, performance here. Wow is right. That was really something. $1,000 well spent on that experience, I would say. Also, that oh, hey, that they're doing, it reminds me of that episode of Jimmy Neutron when Jimmy's dad, Hugh, starts hunting caribou with his boys after that ice age happens and they start chanting, hoo, caribou! Also, if you're gonna do this kind of thing where you charge an exorbitant price for something and want to make a whole spectacle out of it, this is about as lame as it can get. This is like a half measure. This is half-ass semi-chubbed. There's no costuming. There's no real, fun, flashy lights. There's no fog machine going off when they open the briefcase there. The briefcase looks like a Deal or No Deal prop spray painted gold. It's lazy. It's uninspired. If this was my establishment and I wanted to have one of these stupid fucking things in there, a $10,000 steak that comes, with a experience you'll never forget, I'm going whole hog. If someone orders that shit, I'm sounding alarms. I'd have a spotlight kick on and blast light like a heavenly glow on this stupid asshole that just wasted his money. And I'm having Cirque du Soleil flood out onto the dance floor and go through a crazy routine. I'd have a magician on standby just in case, and we'd wheel out a coffin that he'd sit up out of like the Undertaker and start pulling quarters out from behind this guy's ear that just wasted his money. I'd have this be the bells and whistles. This is nothing. This is trash. This is very uninspired. So you get $1,000 and a bunch of hey and a little like hand waving, and that's it. It's stupid. Well, I mean, obviously it's stupid, but I mean, like, if you're gonna have like this really over the top thing for a crazy price, make it over the top. This is just a very slight upgrade from what Chili's does when you tell them it's your fucking toddler's birthday. It's just bad. It's lame, and they don't even fully commit to it, damn it. So anyway, yeah, I think this shit sucks. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. What a great day to have ears. I just heard something incredible. Typically, I'm pretty quick to spit on Twitter. If there was a leaderboard for Twitter haters, I imagine I'd be towards the top percentile there. I get up extra early to insult that platform. But I've got to give credit where credit is due. They just implemented an amazing system that allows users to see where accounts were created, like where they're based out of. And I genuinely think this is one of the best changes that platform has seen, especially in the current day and age. I'm sure by now all of you are familiar with dead internet theory. I probably don't need to rehash that. I've even made a whole video going over it. This kind of change to that platform, I think, paints the clearest picture for the reality that we live in for the current cyberspace climate. Tons and tons of accounts that are preaching things about like American politics or this and that have now been outed as being foreign-based, not actually American. And of course, that's only one of many things that have spawned as a result of this change, all of which I think are extremely positive to real people that try and engage on the World Wide Web. Every single day, and I've gone over the stats before, but every single day, people are led to believe that they're interacting with one another when they go to a social platform like Twitter. But the reality is, according to the data, 60% of all internet activity is bots. It's not real. It's fraudulent. You are not interacting with a human, most likely. You are more likely to be interacting with just some kind of fucking rage bait algorithm or something that's constantly like poking you, pushing your buttons to keep you engaged because it's making them money somewhere in the pipeline. Now, to clear up some confusion, it's not doxing its users. I've seen a lot of people crying foul, trying to force feed farts down people's throats about like how this is a huge violation of trust. And I think you guys know me by now. I am someone who preaches the value of privacy, which is unfortunately just completely dead in the modern day and age. No matter what you do, privacy has completely vanished at this point, and people have welcomed it with a smile on their face. So even though privacy has become basically just toilet paper for organizations to wipe their ass with, I do still think that there needs to be something users can do to stay, off the grid to some certain extent. But when it comes to this, I actually think Twitter did a pretty good job of ensuring that it's not actually putting their users at risk from this location data. Something that they made a mention of is that in countries where freedom of speech is limited and there could be like punishment for what users are saying in the region, they can instead just show like the broader region there as opposed to like specifically where they're at, where they could face retribution. I think that is a smart decision there, so that way users aren't just immediately on the fucking chopping block in places where freedom of speech is poo-pooed. So like, I don't really think it's doxing users, and I actually think this is a very valuable thing because all these accounts now that are really upset about it are ones that are actively trying to meddle and pretend to be what they are not online to influence or brainwash or what have you, or make money off of this impersonation. And I think this is a good step in a direction where people can finally see what's real and what's fake. I think that is very helpful. as things get muddier and muddier, a little bit of clarity on some of these accounts, especially in the political space, that's been the biggest talking point here, because so many politically charged accounts, especially in American politics, turns out they're not actually even American accounts. Turns out they're not even like Americans in general. They're based overseas across the pond. So being able to see that, I think, is extremely helpful, so people can start to maybe break out of their bubbles and their echo chambers and realize, oh, I'm being misled here. These accounts I've been following that are pretending to be like me and relate to me in my country, well, they're not actually real. This is all phony baloney. Now, what's not phony baloney is good hygiene, and it's something you need to take very seriously, and the best way to improve your hygiene is some high-quality soap, so why not get the best soap ever created? I'm talking about Cheeky. Right now, Cheeky's got our big Black Friday sale going on where you get 20% off all of our soaps using any creator code, so go to usecheeky.com and get yourself some soap. Now, I learned about this whole Twitter change from Dolan Darkest, whom he's been like my go-to recently. He has got his finger on the pulse of fucking everything happening online, and he presented a lot of really interesting ones, so I want to show you a couple of clips from his video here.
Pro-Trump, pro-American accounts were based out of Nigeria. One account, simply called American, from Pakistan. Accounts designed to get money for Gaza were based out of Nigeria. Vladimir Putin News was from Pakistan, and there were plenty of scammers pretending to be white women.
I feel like it shouldn't be that surprising to people that a lot of these accounts are actually just fucking bot farms somewhere overseas. It seems like a lot of them were based in Pakistan. Like, it really isn't like the most eye-opening news ever that these accounts are fake. There is a business here where they are fanning flames, keeping people fearful, latched onto their titty, suckling their milk because it's making them money. So they meddle in foreign affairs in order to build a following and make money off of it, and constantly feeding you things that'll keep you afraid and keep you coming back to their pages. But it's not real. They are based outside of the area for which they so passionately fight for and pretend to be from. It is impersonating. It is lying to you.
One account known as Lisa Artist posting "Nobody wished me on my birthday" and posting this AI slop saying "I am ill and fighting with cancer. Can I get likes?" There were plenty more bot accounts just like this, and they were all based in Pakistan.
To be fair, if you were seeing all of those AI trash pictures there and were still like believing that they were the legitimate owner of the account, you need actual help. Like, you need to be fucking institutionalized. Like, even before this changed, it should be blatantly obvious to you that that is a scam. Those are fake. Like, I don't know how much more clear it could be. But here's even more clarity there, so just in case you were fucking delusional, like, you know, Bugs Bunny dropped a piano or like an anvil on your head like it was a cartoon and it made you fucking stupid that you actually thought those were really the women behind those accounts. Well, hopefully this will clear up the confusion around that.
Mariah Carey's account was based in Israel for some reason. Philippa Franson from Sweden tweeting out, "I'm proud to be white." Turns out they are from India. And the list goes on. One anti-Trump Democrat account that claimed to be living in New Jersey was actually from Kenya and deactivated their account after this was exposed.
Worth mentioning briefly that there was allegations that when the update first rolled out, the official Department of Homeland Security's Twitter account said that it was based in Israel, though they said that this was fake news, like it was the result of a glitch or something like that, and now it displays that it's based in the United States. So don't know for sure, and none of the articles have been able to verify if that truly was what was displayed in the beginning. I guess we'll never fully know, but thought it was worth putting in here anyway because it was something that was a big story that arose from this change. It's been pure chaos, pandemonium, as users have the rude awakening that a ton of these accounts they see every day, or maybe even interact with, or maybe really support, well, they're not all that you thought they were. Turns out there's a lot of underhanded tactics and a lot of shadiness going on here, if you can believe that. I actually think that the head of product at Twitter really did kind of sum it up best for why they felt the need to push a change like this forward. This is an important first step to securing the integrity of the global town square. As much as I find that vomit-inducing that they try and call Twitter like the global town square, like it's kind of cringe, That's a really good point. In order, like, if you are going to treat it like the town square where everyone congregates and talks and yaps and exchanges a lot of things, keeps everyone abreast on what's going on, well, there needs to be some level of trust, and that's just completely gone as the town square has been infiltrated by bad actors impersonating and pretending and scamming and misleading. So by having the location data be something accessible to the users, it is an effective first step at being able to deduce who actually is even a real person in this town square anymore, or who's just here to exploit and manipulate and scam and mislead.
I think one of the most insane multi-layered scams to come out of this. Last year, a few OnlyFans accounts went viral on Twitter because the models were pretending to be trans in order to get attention when they were actually cis women. Well, as it turns out, these OnlyFans models were actually Indian and African men pretending to be white women who were pretending to be transgender.
That one had to be the silliest one that he brought up there. That one is just kind of like a wacky plan. That is quite the scheme there. So, like I said, I actually do think this is a good change to the platform. I really do. So yeah, I just wanted to yap about it a little bit. That's it. So yeah. Alright, hold your horses. Twist my arm, why don't you? I'll review Fallout Season 2. I wasn't planning on it because I'm so tardy to the party with it. I only finished Season 2 like 3 days ago or something like that. And the conversation's been there, done that, and now that the dust is settled, I guess I'll give you my thoughts on it because people keep asking. I thought it was alright. I think it's much weaker than Season 1. There were quite a few things about it I found disappointing and just a step backwards compared to where they were last season. And that's not to say Season 1 was perfect or anything, but it was very solid. I really did enjoy it. I went in expecting like poop and maybe even a little shit, but I actually got something that was entertaining. Season 2, though, while I didn't get any, fecal matter or anything, it is just not as strong. There were still things I liked about it, but overall, as a complete package, it just left a lot to be desired. I guess before diving into complaints, I'll at least give you like the things I really liked about the season. I think they nailed the look of New Vegas. I really think they crushed it. Like, they did a great job in Season 1 with sets and costume and everything. Like, I do think they capture the spirit of the games really well. In Season 2, it's no different. I think they absolutely knock it out of the park with the way New Vegas looks. I think they crush it with the characters. Death Claws, I thought, looked great. Outside of one scene where it got a little janky, but for the most part, I really think they nail the aesthetic of New Vegas, and I do think they capture the spirit of it as well for the most part. The action, again, shines. I think they do a really good job of bringing the over-the-top gore from the game to the show and keeping like the almost silliness of some of the, blowing people's limbs off and shit intact and making it feel like it fits in the show. I do really like the way they handle action. I think they've continued to do a good job with Season 2 in that regard. I think the action slaps. Though there are quite a few things. It's not quite how I remember it from the game. Granted, it's been many years since I played the game, but it doesn't follow what I thought it would from the established lore of New Vegas. But what they put here still works in the context of the show, so I can excuse it to a certain degree. There were some things I really didn't like about some of the changes they made, but overall, I thought it was fine in the context they built it in for this series. That being said, I've got to make a mention, and I know this is supposed to be like, the thumbs up moment, the thumbs up section here, but I have to make a mention that what they did with the factions here, I think, was a big old blunder. I don't really like the changes they made to the factions at all. I guess we can get into that more in a minute if I want to dive deeper into spoilers, but if you played New Vegas, you're better off just neuralizing yourself and forgetting everything that happened in there, especially in regards to factions, because the show takes pretty much none of it. But like I said, what they do and like how they change it fits in the context of this show, but even still, I couldn't help but be disappointed, specifically about some of the decisions they made with the factions. I also think that the best part of Season 2 was the flashbacks. I think that's where the writing's the best, because outside of the flashbacks, I think that's when it really stumbles. The worst part about season 2 is the writing. It's what really holds it back, and I think that's where they took many steps in the wrong direction when it comes to the Fallout, television series here. It honestly felt like there were just moments where the writers just said, fuck it. Like, in the writing room, someone was just like, guys, we're thinking too hard. Just run it as is, and we'll just, fingers crossed, hope no one really stops to digest it. Because there are some nonsensical shit that goes on here. Best example, spoiler alert, the death clause in New Vegas. New Vegas is not the way it was in the game. I do think it looks very similar, and I think they capture this, like, the aesthetic of it, and I think it looks really cool, but they do make a crucial change, which is now it's infested with Deathclaw. And people live just outside of this barricade. And there are a bunch of Deathclaws in there, and at the end of the season, Maximus fights the Deathclaws in there. And he starts beating some of them, but there's a lot. And then at one point he gets tail whipped and sent through the barricade. Very easily. Like, the Deathclaw could have broken through this. It is literally like one piece of sheet metal. And they launch Maximus through it like a fucking missile. And now all of a sudden the Deathclaw start pouring out into the area where people live. Why the fuck are people living there with all those Deathclaws on the other side of a very flimsy, unreliable barricade? And why are the Deathclaw not going out there and eating them at any point? There is a plentiful food source on the other side of a very tiny barricade they could easily break out, and yet they just never do. I guess maybe the idea is the Deathclaws are too stupid to do that? I don't know. It just felt really weird. And like, I tried to cope initially, like, oh, maybe it's just because the power armor was so heavy that it busted through this near impenetrable barricade. But then the question naturally arose in my noodle, well, if the power armor is so heavy that it can do that, then the Deathclaw must be like 10x that strength in order to ragdoll the power armor like that. Meaning, if they just hit their tail against that barricade, it would have fucking disintegrated it. So, like, there's no way of spinning it where the Deathclaw couldn't have been going through that barricade anytime they wanted to. They just, I guess, decided they never wanted the food on the other side. And I just really don't get why people would choose to live there knowing the Deathclaw are there. Just very odd. Very, very weird choice there. And there's a couple other moments like that. For example, like, there's a scene where the ghoul gets punched and impaled on a big spiky pole in the middle of town, and he is there for like an entire day, and the town just goes on around him. He's asking for help, no one helps, which I think fits perfectly in line in the Fallout universe, but also, nobody steals from him. Nobody goes over and kills him or anything. No one steals anything from him. No one messes with him. I thought the implication was going to be when he was stuck on that pole and starting to, go feral, was that people were going to go just start stealing from him. Then he was really going to be fucked. But that never happened. They just leave him alone and ignore him. Which, ignoring the cries for help is one thing. That makes sense. But you're telling me no one there in this world, this town of people that do anything to survive and scavenge supplies, you're telling me they wouldn't go just take the easy supplies from this ghoul's bag who is completely stuck on this pole? Like, come on. No, don't, like, be serious. There's just some moments like that where it just, and another one, sorry I keep going down these, but the more I think about it, the more, like, ridiculous it is. Norm, Lucy's brother Norm, who I think has another interesting side plot that goes on throughout here, which gives you a lot more insight into, like, actual employees of Vault Tech who have now been thawed out. He is now in a position where they've turned on him, it's mutiny, and he's about to get killed, but then rad roaches come through and start killing all of the vault dwellers that were about to kill him. And how does Norm survive? He hides under a table that is literally like a picnic table. It is just open on all four sides. And the rad roaches go right by him, kill all of the vault dwellers, eat them for a while, and then just leave. Presumably going right by Norm, who is just exposed in the open there under that table. Why? He didn't have like the cloak of invisibility or anything. The rad roaches had already been spotted like on the ground and everything. They would have seen Norm. Why didn't they kill him? And also, they were feasting upon and killing all of the vault dwellers for quite a while, and yet one of them survived. Conveniently, the one Vault-Tec employee that Norm had befriended. It's just very, like, the plot armor they give characters in season 2 is, like, just very peculiar because they don't even bother trying to give you a logical explanation for how they could have possibly survived. And oftentimes just felt kind of flat. I'll be getting into some spoilers here, but since the show is still pretty new, I won't get into, like, the biggest spoilers. But one thing this season did is they really seemed to want to do more gags. Like, that's the impression I got. Now, season 1, of course, still had, like, comedy and stuff in there. It's fucking Fallout. Of course that's going to be there. And I thought it did a pretty decent job capturing that spirit in season 1. In season 2, I think overall they do a good job of capturing the spirit of the Fallout world. But when it comes to its characters and some of, like, the jokes they tried to play off, I thought they really fucking fumbled and fell flat on their face. Like, the entire side plot of, like, the inbreeding support group, I thought offered nothing and was just like a headache every time they were given screen time. And they got way more screen time than I think they ever should have for the role that it played in the show. So, like, incest jokes were in season 1, and they were kind of like, you know, haha, that's wacky. But in season 2, they go hog wild with incest jokes. They even, like, attach a whole hemorrhoid onto the overall narrative ass, where Reg now has an inbreeding support group, which is supposed to help, you know, vault dwellers overcome the trauma of the circumstances around their birth being the product of incest and inbreeding. But he offers snacks, and the vault dwellers don't actually care about any of that incest shit. They just care about the snacks. They want to snack down, and then it becomes a big snack club, which then becomes a problem because they're running low on water. So Overseer Betty is now losing control of her vault. She's being pushed to the edge because Reg refuses to concede here. He refuses to just go belly up and give, you know, the snacks back. He even makes a point saying, you can take away the inbreeding support group, but you can't take away the snack budget, and then grabs a handful of Jell-O and eats it. And this goes on for so long. Like, I feel like there were so many scenes of this fucking snack club, and it's just, like, it didn't make me laugh. It was just like, okay, come on, let's get back to, like, the interesting stuff, please. Why are we spending so much time here? The whole idea is it's supposed to show that Betty is losing control of her vault. And I think they could have done that without giving so much screen time to something so fucking insignificant and annoying. And I just think that's the most egregious example. There's other moments where the show does similar things where it, like, lands on a gag and then just, like, beats the shit out of it. But anyway, I think, like, one of the worst writing sins that season 2 makes is the inconsistency around some of its characters. At the end of season 1, we saw the Ghoul take on the Brotherhood of Steel in their power armor, without fear, without hesitation. He was just a force of nature fucking clapping them. In season 2, he gets beaten by a rad scorpion. He gets absolutely fucking slapped around, steamrolled by a rad scorpion, which leaves him incapacitated for a long period of time. Like, I'm very confused on, like, the power scaling. Like, he's sometimes, you know, an absolute menace, unstoppable, and then other times he's just coughing baby and rad scorpion comes through and bullies him. It was just kind of frustrating. Like, he is always either extremely powerful when the plot demands it, or inexplicably weak when the plot needs him to be, like, sidelined for a little while on the bench. And Lucy, I really like Lucy as a character. I think she is the perfect character for a Fallout show, where she is, like, extremely, you know, ingrained in her morals. You know, she still says fudge instead of fuck, and she really wants to see the best in the people around her. So, like in the Rad Scorpion case, the reason that happened is because she took them off course to try and help someone that was crying out for assistance, and it ends with them getting ganked by the Rad Scorpion. And the Ghoul was like, we should just kill them, you shouldn't do this. And then once he goes down, once he, you know, gets the wind taken out of his sails because he's all fucked up from the Rad Scorpion, he then takes the survivor back to where she came, which happens to get her involved with the Legion, which ends with her on a cross dying. And then the Ghoul has to save her. And even after that, she still stands by her morals. I think it's a really cool character trait to see explored in a universe like Fallout, where everyone is in some way a bad guy because they have to be to survive the wasteland. There's no one that's like morally pure or anything, and Lucy's not either. But she tries to be, unlike most people in the show. And I think that's very cool, but because of that, a lot of how Lucy survives is based off of pure fucking luck. So like with the Legion, she survives because the ghoul came back and rescued her because he still needed her as a bargaining chip. And there are just so many instances of her surviving solely because of luck. Like even at the end of the series, I won't spoil what was going to happen there, but with her father, there was something that was about to happen. Lucy was about to lose, but again, the ghoul saves her. There are just so many times where she is just saved by sheer dumb luck. Which I think is just a shame because the show has established that she can hold her own. She can do what it takes to survive. And it's not to say that she never does in season 2. She does have a couple of badass moments, but for the most part, a lot of how she gets to where she ends up is just because roll the dice. She got lucky. And I don't know, it just felt kind of like underwhelming after like the third or fourth fucking time that happened this season. Now, that being said, she is not the only character that tries to be a good person. Maximus also does as well. But we can see him making a lot more morally gray decisions, and there's even like a whole swing of things where it seems like he's going in the wrong direction and is no longer that interested in being a good person. And, you know, kind of snaps back into it, but it is nice to see a character like Lucy who's all about, you know, trying to be a good person, and Maximus who wants to be a good person but is also okay just kind of really teetering on the edge. I really do like both of these characters, and I just wish season 2 did more with fleshing them out and evolving them. Maximus, I do think they did a good job with, though, for the season. I enjoyed his plot line quite a bit with the Brotherhood. And it is interesting to see him, you know, start turning heel. And like, he's now doing some bad shit that you wouldn't really expect someone that's wanting to be a good person would indulge in. And even someone close to him is talking about that too. Like, we used to make fun of the Codex, and now here you are quoting it. And he's like, well, you know, maybe it's not so bad after the things I've seen. I think that's a very interesting concept to play with. And it is different from Lucy, who is still, even after everything she's been through and all the times her morals get her in hot water and damn near fucking executed, she stands by them. Maximus, not so much. He's a lot more fluid when it comes to his morals and what he's going to do to try and make the world a better place, leave it better than he found it. I do like these characters. I just don't think season 2 did enough with them to grow them. I liked what season 1 was setting up, and then season 2 I think dropped the ball a bit. And unfortunately, the same is true for House. I think there are moments where they get like the House from the game, but then there's other times where they just make him like cartoonishly evil, like when he just goes to a bar, starts a bar fight, and kills the guys there for some reason, for the sake of science. Like, that was just evil for the sake of evil. But then there are other times where, like, Cooper, these are during the flashbacks, like I said, I think these are the best moments of the show when it comes to writing. Cooper's, like, talking to House, and then you get to really see House, the way in which I remember him, and what is objectively a more interesting character. One who isn't, like, fully just, like, some madman, raving lunatic, evil, billionaire guy. He is a bad guy, but a complex character. Like, just as he was in the games, he has a lot of depth, and they show that only in some flashbacks. Like, it seemed like they really wanted to do more with House, but then also felt obligated to make sure you know this is a bad guy and he does bad things. Watch him kill these guys in a bar fight. That type shit. So that, like, just kind of disappointing with some of the things they did, like, with House. But, as I said, in the flashbacks, that's when the writing is at its best. Like, Coop and Barbara's conversations about, you know, what they're going to do about the end of the world and their daughter, and how that changes their thinking and the way in which they want to approach the problems that they face. I think the flashbacks handle all of that very well. It's just when they get outside of flashbacks, it starts to really fall apart. Anyway, though, I don't think Fallout Season 2 was bad. It was still enjoyable. Like, I did enjoy watching it. It wasn't like a slog, and it didn't frustrate me a ton to the point where I didn't want to watch it or anything like that. I did like it. I just didn't like it nearly as much as I liked Season 1. So anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. I saw a video today of a fedora-tipping gentle sir freaking out, going ballistic, and I thought for sure it was just a skit. It was a staged video. It was fake for the sake of like rage baiting and engagement farming. But now I've seen that same video being picked up by actual journalists, like actual outlets. So maybe it's real. I just find it hard to believe that this is legitimate because everything about it is too perfect. This guy is wearing a Demon Slayer shirt with a pseudo trench coat and calling himself the name of a fictional character who is known for being in a trench coat, and he just actually looks like the quintessential Discord moderator.
Hello?
Hi there, can you open this door, please?
For what?
I just want to make sure that everything's okay. There seems to be something going on.
What do you mean?
I don't know, I just figured I'd check on something.
This saint was just in the neighborhood making sure that there was no ne'er-do-wells up to no good. He has just finished his training with the katana. He often studies the blade, and he thought he would just kindly pay you a visit just to make sure everything's alright over there. He is a master of cringe breathing, and this guy is a force to be reckoned with, so if there was any trouble, he could just slay them on the spot. This fucking guy is like a mystical cryptid. He's like Santa Claus, but for Redditors. How Santa Claus knows who's been naughty or nice, this guy knows who's got too low of karma, and he pays them a visit, but instead of wiggling his big ass down their chimney, he just knocks on their front door and then blows a fucking gasket.
I don't know what you want, man. Get out of my house.
Open this fucking door! Where's your daughter, man? Where's your daughter, man?
What are you talking about?
Where's your daughter? Who's in there with you?
Bro.
I can't believe the door didn't just explode. He should have deatomized that bitch. This is a very strong advertisement for that door. It must be like an adamantium core in there because I don't know how it withstood the power of this man's kicks. Granted, he was nerfed. He was wearing flip-flops, so he couldn't really get the oomph, the elbow grease that he usually would get there, but this is a superhuman we're dealing with. It was so powerful it almost sent him tumbling backwards. He had to regain his balance while, falling back down the stairs there. It was a devastating blow right there. That shit would make Omni-Man tremble. And then he starts asking where his daughter is. Perfectly normal question to be asking a complete stranger. Maybe he'd been talking to some kids on Roblox or something, and now he's trying to track them down. I have no idea. But it immediately gets unhinged. And speaking of unhinged, you're crazy if you don't check out the new Starforge sale going on right now. There's a huge sale on Voyager, Navigator, and Collab PCs, so click the link in the description, best PCs in the universe.
Bro, if you don't
Open
leave...
this fucking door. Open this door, I'm breaking it fucking down. You understand me?
Leave my house. You don't...
Are you okay? Is everyone in this house okay?
What? Everyone's okay. What do you want?
It's hard to tell because of the quality on the Ring doorbell, but he's actually activating his Sharingan right now. It's about to get serious. They're in a standoff right now, and he is subtly powering up because it's looking like it's going to be a scrap. And trust me, I know a warrior when I see one. This guy fucks. Like, this is not someone you want to be taking lightly here. His body is a weapon of mass destruction. He looks like if someone wished Millhouse was real.
Can you leave my house, please?
Can you open the door, please?
You have nothing to do with my house. Can you leave my house?
You know what my name is?
I don't know who you are. You don't belong to this neighborhood. That's for sure.
This is my neighborhood, though.
Yeah, I live there. I don't know you.
My name is Harry Dresden, motherfucker. Open the door. This is my neighborhood. Open the fucking door.
Yeah, that's the thing I mentioned at the start. He calls himself Harry Dresden. which is a fictional character from something called the Dresden Files. He's a professional wizard who solves supernatural crime. This is why I'm saying, like, I find it so hard to believe that this is real. Like, he's the one that just offers that up out of nowhere. It feels like they were trying to really dial up, like, the amount of cringe, so now he's trying to pretend that he's a professional wizard and investigator and that this is his neighborhood. You're on the property of Harry Dresden. You're breathing my air, Buster, so you better open this door. I gotta go in there and check. Where's your daughter at, huh? Where's she at? And then, like, throwing these, like, puny kicks and stuff. And now he's about to get a lot more wild about it. Like, to me, it just feels fake. Like, it feels like this is all staged. Everything about it is just too perfectly embarrassing and, like, shameful. This guy is what you picture when you think of Reddit mod. Like, hey, I saw that your comment got down-duded a lot. I've decided to ban you for the sake of the r/defending AI art community. To get out of here. That kind of thing.
Now, or I will fucking end you. Do you understand me?
Now you better start sweating. He put on the big boy voice. He got low into the baritone, the sultry tones there. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Playtime's over. Scary. Aura so powerful I was trembling through the computer screen and it wasn't even my Ring doorbell. Just seeing the way he monk palm strikes it, the way he's grabbing at it, like, oh man. I don't know the aftermath here. I don't know if the homeowner called the police, but if he did, I don't know if the police are strong enough to stop this man on a rampage. That probably was just more bodies left in his warpath. It's terrifying. Having the virgin Viltrumite come up to this guy's door and start asking where his daughter is and whatever. It's what a wild set of circumstances here, and what an interesting freakout. Like I said, I still am not convinced this is real. Everything about it is too perfect to showcase a loser, like a pathetic, unhinged loser. And like, I feel like this guy had to be in on it for the sake of engagement farming. Like, I feel like he was typecast to play this character in this video. I don't know. I still just have a hard time buying into the authenticity of this. But who knows? Maybe it is completely real. Either way, wanted to yap about it. That's about it. See ya. Island Boy. Did that just send you into a fight or flight response? Yeah, I bet it did. That's a name you probably haven't heard in many moons now. The Island Boys have had a huge fall off. Very few people even remember them. I completely forgot they existed until a clip surfaced of one of them doing a 20 women versus one Island Boy, and he was just getting brutally cooked, absolutely roasted. It wasn't like a dating thing, it was more just 20 women line up to insult this guy to his face. But he is so unbelievably stupid, he can't even understand half of the insults. It's cinema, and I have to share it with all of you.
In today's video, we got 20 women versus one Island Boy.
This intro had me giggling hard. I was hooked immediately. 20 women versus one Island Boy. And the guy's just awkwardly sitting there doing this. That kind of thing. Oh man, I knew I was in for a good time watching this.
Alright, what's up? Listen, I'm the Island Boy. I'm here with this girl. What's your name?
Annie.
Annie. I'm gonna rate you 8.
I didn't think it was possible to have this low of a charisma stat. This guy can very barely get words out of his mouth. And he looks like he is like spamming idle animations on a Mortal Kombat character select screen just to stay somewhat lucid. Because it looks like if he stopped moving for more than like 3 seconds, like stopped swaying, his whole body would shut off. It looks like he is perpetually on the verge of passing out. Like his brain has to work so hard just to get a few neurons to fire to do the bare minimum of human sentience. It's unlike anything I've ever seen before.
Oh, she's an A. Why you give her this an A, bro?
I don't know. Are you Asian?
Yeah.
You're Asian?
Mm-hmm.
Like fully Asian?
I'm half Vietnamese.
I don't know, because I heard Asian girls have like bad.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who told you that?
I f***ed the Asian girl before.
Oh, it's not me though.
It's not you?
Mm-mm.
Okay. What am I supposed to do with her? Yes?
So how you feel? You said swipe right?
Yeah.
Swipe right is good.
Nice! Look at the way the island boy handles business here. Smooth talking, silver tongued Casanova. Are you Asian? I heard Asian girls have something pussy, I think is what he said. And then she said, okay, where'd you hear that? And he just goes, I fucked an Asian girl. So you heard it from yourself. I also don't think he fucked an Asian girl, by the way. I think he was trying to look cool. It's incredible how just, even through the computer screen, I'm getting dry. Like, it's making me, like, shrivel up into myself. I can only imagine what it's like to be in the same room as this kind of vermin. Like, it's like a Dementor of vibes. He comes in, he just sucks out all good vibes and leaves nothing but awkward cringe in its wake.
Swipe right?
Look, right? All right, for sure, she good.
Okay. Man, what the f?
You have nothing to say? What?
Do you have a fake chain or something?
How can someone be this observably dumb? He is an actual imbecile. Every time he opens his mouth, you can hear the idiot inside of him. This guy is actually just fucking stupid. By every measurable metric imaginable, he is just fucking dumb. And he can't interact with people at all. So even on this dating show, he can't muster the bare minimum of introducing himself. The best he can do is interrogate her about a fake chain. And the host of this has to keep prodding the island boy for a couple of extra thoughts because he just can't speak in more than like 3 words at a time. So the host is like, why'd you rate that girl an 8? Or, why do you think that, Fly? That's the island boy's name. This is Fly, one half of the island boys. It's unfathomable. And honestly, seeing that they're successful should show you just how far we have devolved as a species, that we allow someone like this to have as much money as he does. It's so embarrassing, it's so fucking sad and pathetic.
You have fake chains, so what's the problem with me having a fake chain?
I don't have any chains on.
Well, I mean, you have fake chains, so like if I have a fake chain, why is that? You're supposed to be asking my name and introducing yourself.
Girl, what are you talking about? I have fake chains?
Well, you're asking about my chain. Like, are you introducing yourself? What's your name?
Okay, yes, my name is Fly.
Fly, you kissed your brother.
I most definitely kissed my brother.
Yep, uh-huh.
And I made millions off of it.
Oh, congratulations, bro. You'd do it again?
No.
You wouldn't? Okay, valid. I mean, I wouldn't either.
Wait, Fly, why you say no? Like, why you say you wouldn't, bro?
I feel like the host also despises this worm. He's constantly kind of poking him like, so why wouldn't you kiss your brother anymore, Fly? Come on, explain it. Now, this is the clip that went viral, is this lady in the gray outfit. She came on and just instantly tears this guy's asshole apart. She stretches Fly's ass full goatsy and does not let up. So she immediately lets the audience know that Fly makes out with his brother for internet attention and money online. Fly likes to claim that through kissing his brother, he makes millions. Which is a full-blown fib. That is a super lie. There is no way he and his brother have generated millions of dollars through them constantly making out in those videos. Nobody wants to see that disgusting shit. The only reason the Island Boys did make money is because they were paid for appearances so people could clown on them. And the people that watch them solely to make fun of them. They are a public spittoon that people like spitting on. So they made a lot of money through that. Not through the incest that they used to like to film for content online. He definitely hasn't made millions from making out with his brother.
If you made millions off of it, wouldn't you do it again?
Because look, to be honest with you, like she said, I had fake chains on.
You said it's my chain fake.
And to be honest with you, listen, I wouldn't. Okay, if I was to walk past by you at the mall, I would. Well, I don't go to malls, but I wouldn't even look at you.
Thank God.
He can't even process a question. The host said, "Why wouldn't you do that anymore, Fly, about making out with his brother? Explain why you put the kibosh on that." And it didn't register at all. He completely forgot that that ever existed because his brain is so fucking poisoned from drugs and lean and whatever else. So he completely forgot about that and then said, like, because she talked about me having fake chains. So you stopped kissing your brother because she came in here and said that you have fake chains? What are you talking about, you fucking weirdo? You absolute degenerate scumbag weirdo. And then he's like, if I passed you in a mall, actually I don't go to malls. I don't go to malls. But if I pass by you, I wouldn't look at you.
I mean, you're my height. You're scrawny. You're skinnier than me. You wear a size small. You made out with your brother. Everyone thinks you're Jeffrey Epstein's son. Like, I mean, good job.
Okay.
You're looking for your third baby mother because the first two you couldn't keep?
My third baby mama.
No?
Why would I? Why
why are you on a 2v1? I'm just asking.
Because
you
I was
yourself.
asked to. Okay.
You could have just introduced yourself.
Listen.
If you're gonna be rude, I'll be rude too.
Bro, just listen. Look.
Okay, now I'll listen.
Okay, listen. You look like you're from Minnesota.
Okay, and you look like you're 5'2".
Okay, that's fine.
Do you have like booster shoes?
No, I don't have booster shoes.
Do you have a booster seat for when you drive?
I like his shoes though. I ain't gonna lie though. I like his shoes
His shoes are hard, but they have a little extra height option.
Why are we all playing around about his shoes looking hard? They are not. That looks like some shit I would have worn when I was 8 years old with the little light up things on the bottom of your shoes where it gives like little RGB gamer lights when you take steps. That looks like what he's wearing. He is wearing bedazzled fucking combat boots with 5-inch heels on them. They are not cool. And she is absolutely right. This guy is a loser, and she is just saying that directly to his face, insulting him, and it just looks like he is in a state of blue screening in the brain, like he is just constantly blue screened. He can't grasp a thought, he can't talk, and he doesn't know what anyone's saying to him, it sounds like. I imagine what goes through his head is what went through Spike's head in that episode of Rugrats when you got the POV of Spike the dog, where anytime like the parents were talking to Spike, it was "Abuga Spike." Like that's what I imagine the Island Boy hears anytime someone speaks to him.
Look, I'm gonna keep real with you. I spend a lot of money on my drip.
That's great. That's awesome. I saw you shopping at Lululemon the other day.
Dude, at Lululemon, it was for a girl.
Okay, good.
Girl, I have a mansion. I have a nice car.
That's rented on Airbnb?
I have a nice car.
I'm so proud of you.
Okay.
Good job.
And you're broke as
Okay, yes. Did kissing your brother get you the mansion?
Girl, to be honest, you need to dye your hair black. Because you look...
Black?
Yes, because you look emo.
Okay, now I'm emo?
Yeah, not emo.
I'm emo because you kissed your brother?
Your teeth are yellow.
Okay, that's fine. I can get them fixed. But you can't unkiss your brother.
Okay. Bro, why am I talking to this stupid...
It's like he's about to cry. That one he understood. That one penetrated his infinity layer of stupidity that surrounds his body. That one made it through. That insult landed, and he is not happy. Jiminy Christmas, just listening to him, though, his insults. Your teeth are yellow. You should dye your hair black because you're emo. Like, how do you even take someone like that seriously? It's so pathetic. It's like it's almost pitiful. Like, I almost feel bad for him if he wasn't just such an insufferable douchebag asshole.
Because you kept talking. I kept responding.
Girl, I'm better than you.
You're not. You're my height.
My status is better than you.
Says who?
Okay.
You're famous for what? You get clowned on the internet for fun. Good job. You're famous for getting laughed at.
What do you want to be?
Oh, Jinkies, she is so right. Their entire legacy, their entire existence is just to be laughed at. They are just a laughing stock, and they have made some money off of just being those clowns. He is not better than her. Like, he likes to try and pretend that he's better than everyone he interacts with and his status is so much better. But she's right. He's just someone that people can't help but point and laugh at because they're fucking losers.
Sienna, what do you want to be when you grow up?
I don't know, but when I grow up, I don't want to make out with my brother, and I want to keep my husband. I don't want to have 3 baby mamas.
Watch, now she gets stuck.
I didn't get stuck. I just responded.
What car do you drive?
Why does it matter what car I drive? I'm a woman. You're a man. So why are you bag checking me? Can you not compete with a man? Do you feel like insecure competing with men?
No, to be honest with you,
okay.
I do this all the time.
Oh, you compete with girls all the time? I know. You argue with women a lot on the internet. I see.
Brutal. Just absolutely brutal. She is just spanking him over and over and over again. And anytime Fly tries to get any sentence out, he keeps stumbling over his words and just bumbling them. So then the host steps in to try and, like, steer it a little more, but even the host then just starts sarcastically making fun of Fly too, and Fly is too fucking dumb to recognize that everyone in this facility is insulting him and making fun of him, laughing at him.
Oh, I think we're getting confused. Sienna, look, listen.
Nice to meet you, though.
Just by looking at Fly, if you had to rate him 1 through 10, what would you rate him?
Listen, to be honest with you,
is your brother taller?
He's my twin.
So no, they're both short? I don't know. He's like a 4.5. You know, his personality brings it down.
Sienna, he got some drip on though. You know the drip.
The outfit is cool.
He's
but the
drippy.
personality
Bro,
brings
I don't
it down.
give a about my outfit.
I'm so glad.
I don't. To be honest with you.
So now the host and Sienna are kind of just like bonding here over talking about Fly and also talking over him too, because I feel like no one wants to hear him get these fucking words out that he's struggling through. So now they're just talking over him and about him and laughing at him.
What went wrong, bro? What happened?
Bro, to be honest with you, if this was to go viral, it's because of me. And to be honest with you,
you ain't like her?
No, she's a fan. No.
Wait, hold on, Flash. Let her at least step up to the plate right quick.
The host has me laughing, man. I gotta be honest. He's like, okay, Fly, so what went wrong there? What's crazy is the host had to step in to even like have a conversation through Fly because he is completely incapable of talking to human beings. So the host was really the one talking with Sienna. And then, you know, he eventually breaks down and it gets her to get out of there, you know, tells her scram, and then everyone, you can literally hear everyone in the studio laughing at the island boy. So now he's pouting, so now he's like crouched over, really upset, and he's got a little tantrum going on. So the next girl that steps up, he just instantly says, no, get out of here, no.
Immediately no? Is it because she made you mad, or is it like genuinely like no, just immediately?
Immediately no, to be honest with you.
Can I ask why?
She calls him out on it too, like, is it just because you're mad? Because of what happened there, where you just got absolutely fucking smacked down there like it was WWE? Is that what's going on here? He's like, no, it's just immediately no. It's just immediately no.
Because
you gotta introduce yourself. I don't think he's ever had like some nice chocolate in his life. Like, you know what I'm saying? He done experienced the white, the Hispanic. Fly, what you know about chocolate, bro?
I fucked a black girl before, and to be honest with you, she just played NBA YoungBoy, and she just.
I don't even listen to that. I don't listen to most rapper trap music. My name's Mila, by the way.
Okay. I also don't like your name.
He's such a fucking loser. It's crazy. Like you could not write or create a bigger loser of a character in a show, right? Like a cartoon couldn't make someone this pathetic. It goes against conventional wisdom that he exists in the current state that he does. He is shockingly pathetic. And I couldn't watch the whole thing. It was just too painful just listening to him. So I skipped to the end because the title says Gone Wrong, and I wasn't sure if it was about him just getting roasted all the time or if there was something like that went crazy. And I think it refers to how it ends, which is him basically just walking off. I think he finally started to recognize that no one there respects him, no one there takes him seriously. He is a fucking joke. So then he eventually storms off.
That look cool.
Because
I would paint you.
That's hard.
I don't really need your paint because it's not gonna do nothing for me.
Okay.
So, right, you good, you straight, go.
He said you good.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay.
We might have to get that painting in. Hold on, we might have to see that painting.
I'm out of this bitch.
No. Wait, can I go next? Can I go next
I'm
at
out.
least?
Can I go in your car?
What do you mean, can you go in their car? What about your car? Don't you drive something super nice, Fly? I have to imagine you're rolling around in some kind of Ferrari or a Lambo or something, right, dude? From all the millions you made making out with your brother? Why are you trying to bum a ride off of someone in the studio? That's not very hard, especially when half of what he said throughout this was about his money and his status. That's a little weird and peculiar. But yeah, that's kind of where it ends. It then just goes on to like behind the scenes shots of him just like waddling his way around and people laughing at him. It's yeah, I mean that's kind of the whole 20v1 there on the island, boy. What an adventure. What a journey. That shit was something special. I had to yap about it. That's about it. So yeah, we're going for the sad mood lighting for this one because this is legitimately a funeral for over $100,000. Alpha Magic the Gathering. If you know, you know. And if you don't know, I'll tell you. It's like the most expensive thing to buy, like a sealed Alpha starter deck. It's up there with like a first edition Pokemon, like Shadowless base set, that kind of stuff. It is like holy grail for collecting. Last year, we opened one, and it was a really like kind of juiced pack. Like we got some good hits from it. It was a lot of fun. So we wanted to do it again this year, and thus I had another Alpha starter deck. We brought out Pay Money Wubby again, the boy wonder himself, and I'm just going to spoil it now. It's already spoiled in the video title. This is perhaps the worst recorded Alpha starter deck opening ever without it being a scam. Everything in this seems legitimate. It doesn't seem like it was repacked or anything. There's nothing like super fishy about it. I think it is just statistically the worst possible box you could ever open of an Alpha starter deck, and we got to capture this tragedy on camera, and I'm happy to share it with all of you. One of these goes for like $100,000, if not more, depending on who you're buying it from. So this is legitimately the biggest possible waste of money imaginable. Hey, it's the Alpha Box. We're back. It's been a year and some change. We brought in the magic guy himself.
I'm the magic guy?
The magic guy, Wubby. He's back.
Hey guys, we're back.
We got this box from him a year and a half ago.
It's the same box?
Yeah. When we just started playing this goofy little card game.
We pulled nice cards and we had no idea what to be excited about.
Yeah.
You were shaking and we were like, whoopee!
I want you to know times have changed. I'm a colder man now, and I'm not going to shake.
That's good.
I'm excited for whatever happens.
We now know what's in there. Still probably will be like, whoopee!
Yeah. I've also lost knowledge since then. I was
Really?
I was way more prepared the first time, and now I kind of don't remember shit.
I didn't want to say anything, but it did feel like that when you came in.
Yeah.
This guy got stupider.
This guy doesn't know shit anymore.
This isn't the same guy from last year.
All right, so you brought this last time too. This was the second one that Charlie decided he wanted both then and there.
Yeah, he's even dated May 2024.
May 2024.
You can't just print those either. That's like official.
That's true. Yeah, it's laser etched on the bag. All right, open her up.
Wait. While exploring their barn, can I say that?
Yeah.
While exploring their barn, I found smelling salts, which I've never done, and I'm gonna make everybody do it before. We need to lock in.
We gotta get excited.
Go ahead.
Me first. Well, you've never done them. You go first.
I need to see how deep to put my nose in.
Oh no, just guess.
Well, that's crazy.
There's no wrong answer with smelling salts.
Ooh, and now nobody else do it.
These are not that strong
They're not?
as far as
So I
smelling
could
salts
get
go.
in there.
You could.
You smelled stinky instead of pain.
Yeah,
Or
it's-
not,
it felt stinky.
stimulation.
It felt
Is it not supposed to smell stinky?
It's supposed to like stimulate you. You do it for
Let me-
like a
let me
big
get
lift or like he said on hockey shifts.
Oh God!
That one hit harder. They're activating. No, it's not bad. It's not bad. Legitimately, hockey.
It feels like I shouldn't breathe that. I want more.
Yeah, see, he's already getting used to it.
Ooh, hold on.
It locks you in though, right?
It's opening his fucking.
How much
neurons
can I
again.
do before I start to like die?
It says 2.
Oh,
I'm kidding.
I want to do one more. Should I not? Is this crazy?
No, you can do smelling salts. You can smell till the cows come home.
It's making my eye twitch.
It kills some brain cells, not too many. Isn't that funny how that's the reaction though? Like,
It's good though.
So,
Go again.
Let me. Yeah, they're
Open this pack.
They're a little skunks.
maybe we could see if somebody can go pick up some high-end ones for the next video.
Yeah.
Because you'll fucking snap your
What if
head
you
back.
do like a line of it?
Ooh, that last one.
That might kill you.
Yeah.
Oh God.
So
That last one was
smelling
not good.
salts are just ammonia.
Oh,
so it
like
smells.
happy.
Yes. So your brain goes, you shouldn't be fucking smelling
Yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah. I didn't want to breathe it.
Hey,
Yeah,
what do you
the-
do with cat pee? That was a really fast
You
association.
smell it, but no, like the really good ones.
Oh, yeah,
you'll
they'll
feel like there's
fucking
like
punch
fire
you.
going
Yeah.
into your head. We'll get some for
Yeah,
you.
we'll get some
We
of
will
them.
not let you leave here.
Thank
without
you.
it.
Every
Thank
single
you.
thing we do while you guys are here, we're gonna start with some
Wait,
smelling
wait,
salts.
well,
a new
everything
brand.
we filmed, just keep
Oh
ripping it.
man, charades later is gonna go.
Everyone has a bottle.
All right, let's get into this now.
We've got the fresh, sealed alpha starter deck. It doesn't look tampered, right? I think
Let's
we can
take
all
a-
agree.
Oh, I don't want to.
Don't.
Put
He's
my
on a magic art
he
right
is
now.
magic
Yeah, no.
build
Don't
right
be
now.
careful because this could be a sleight of hand thing.
Oh, well, you know tricks now and shit?
Oh, yeah.
You should do some with this.
That's a good idea. I know a trick.
I'm going to be real, okay? This looks good to me, but I don't like saying that because some nerd will tell me I'm wrong. I'm just going to make sure it's filmed from every angle so when this goes terribly, someone can
We
tell
have
us.
proof.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's very important. I learned that the hard way. It looks good, though. I mean, one thing to look for, if you want to be real for a second, any kind of scuffing where someone's thumb would go right here, and this looks clean, I think. You want to take a look at that?
That gave me.
Looks clean.
Oh no, that does look clean. It was
Yeah.
the light playing tricks.
The one, I've got many fakes in the past, and almost always the fakes have some kind of like someone's nail went there, they bent it a little bit. Do you want to look?
Yeah, I would love to. Sorry, I was just admiring your technique.
They're addicted.
I develop a light addiction to smelling stuff.
to cat piss.
Bro, take a look.
Does that smell like cat pee?
Rip that shit!
How do you want to open it?
Yeah, no,
We brought
we're prepared this time.
all the tools
Yeah.
out for
We
you.
brought
Well,
all
this
the
you don't need a
utensils.
tool for this part.
Oh,
Oh,
right.
okay.
Well,
There
could
should
you?
be a pull tab. Well, you can go that way. Yep. No, yeah, fuck it.
You don't need a
Oh,
tool.
we're
for
so
this.
back, aren't we? It's the same thing.
You're like I'm a lot less high.
I'm not.
This time,
No,
you know?
as
Oh, you're right. There's literally a pull tab right there.
Wow.
He wasn't lying. He was not lying.
I'd like to take back what I said. I'm super high strung immediately.
Here, pass the rock. I'll open the top.
He said throw it. I mean, it's like
Yeah.
I truly thought he was going to throw it.
No.
See,
There was
looks
scratches,
like there's
right?
like a scratch going up.
Okay, so yeah, that looks like that's bad. No, that can. We should have lined this up with the plastic. That is.
when I looked, I did see the scratches through the plastic.
Scratches? Are we sure?
It's
There were
like
two.
So there's dents on the cardboard, and you want to see that there's also dents on here. But it is possible to dent the cardboard without denting
That's
this.
fair.
That's a yellow flag to me.
Yellow flag.
He's going in. He's going. Wait. Did we look up the order? Did anyone do this?
Oh, that'd be.
Last time
There's
you
like
just
12
knew it.
people in this room right now, and everyone just went.
Hey,
Should we look this up or do we not?
Yeah, here.
Yeah, look up the.
I
order.
believe. Well, because I believe it can be different. It can be. It can be right here. I believe it can be below the instruction booklet. It can be above the instruction booklet, and there's a low chance, I believe, of being on the top.
Let's see.
like a year ago, there's a Charlie video that probably has the.
Pull that
order
up.
we
Pull
could
it. There's
use.
a guy in it who probably knew.
You probably actually explained it.
I do think I'm right, and I do think it can be in a lot of places, especially with alpha. These things were not quality controlled at all. They're kind of everywhere. But be careful with the bottom. That's where
Sick.
you could see it.
I've got some
kind
crazy
of an
developments
idiot.
here.
Could you look it
It's already open. By the
Oh
way.
yeah, look at that.
Yeah, the whole ass end of it down there is open.
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's.
Someone did the job for us.
Opened is generous. It's like splitting.
Yeah.
It's damaged.
I will say these look like alpha cards based on the corners, which is always the first. Wait, are they?
Uh-oh.
They look rounder, right? Get a normal Magic card. These corners should be more rounded, and they look like they are more rounded.
I would say like a wider.
Yeah, Alpha is the only card printing where they
Good
have
save,
a-
Matt. Good save.
Okay, huge.
Yeah, this is important. Yellow flags galore on this one.
That's good. I just took a peek at the bottom by accident.
Did you see?
I can tell you it's not. I can promise you.
Tell you what it's not.
I can promise you we don't want that to be the rare. I'm hoping.
Is it? Can you flash it to me?
Oh.
We don't want that to be the rare. That can be, and that's a disaster.
I think we've seen it now. Might as well just.
I can also explain why that's really bad potentially. So that is an island.
Wow. Yeah.
And
that's what I thought.
The issue with that is you can get an island in the rare slot in cases. It's not even a misprint. It was part of the rare sheet.
You would say that's the worst possible thing you could get in there.
Where did we get this again?
Yeah, well, there are some people who value those rares, and they consider them island rares, and they do buy those at a premium, but I still wouldn't say that's a good hit, because it's not a Lotus.
That's a good point.
It's pretty much nothing, actually, is
Yeah.
what I would say.
There is one grading company, I believe, that grades those as rares if you have proof that you pulled it in the rare slot, which does put a nice label on it, which can be...
Does it look like the plastic is pulling so tight it's almost bowing, or am I crazy?
Yeah, but I mean, this is what, 30-some years old or something?
Yeah,
So
it's just
this-
old.
The thing, like, there are real Magic savants who I want them to see this wrapping right now, because they will, in a
They'll be
glance,
able to
they'll tell
tell
right
us.
now. That's why I love doing this live, because it'll get to them while it's live.
Yeah.
But we'll find out. I just want the whole thing documented. Listen, I've been scammed so many times. I'm not the authority on this. It looks fine. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
I trust you.
This source is about as reliable as you can
It
get.
literally is. Well, at the very least, we know he would never do anything.
Yeah. You're going to try and open it with that?
Oh my God.
I got it. Would you guys like to? He talked a big game before
Yeah,
he sat down.
do you want me to?
Yeah.
There was
You already dumped smelling salts
The
on it.
precision of a surgeon.
We got a
I'm
rare
glad you guys are
island.
here for this one. You were off camera last time.
Well, we're gonna filter in some more friends. We have a ton of people here. Gonna
That's
watch
okay. They're good, I think.
Yeah, they're fine.
You guys are good, right?
Did you get it?
I'm very
I
confident.
don't see it.
Here,
I
I'm
got
gonna-
most of that
Oh,
side.
be sure to spill this.
Yep.
The fucking vacuum is nowhere. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's just doing it.
This one copy. Okay, careful now. We don't want to spoil.
I will say, top of that card is shit.
But that's understandable.
Let's get it
And
out.
remind me what we're looking for in commons.
Llanowar Elves. We're looking for Lightning Bolt. We're
Lightning
looking
Bolt
for
is where-
Sinkhole. Sinkhole. Dark Ritual.
I thought Dark Ritual was an Demonic Tutor.
Demonic Tutor,
uncommon.
yeah.
Okay.
And
All right.
Here's Lightning Bolt. Okay.
Wow.
We are
That's
not
like-
looking for tap symbols, which we don't have.
All right.
That says tap.
That's
good.
great.
That's very
That's
good.
great.
That is good. All right.
Do you want to do 3 and then pass?
There's a lot
All
of
right.
commons.
Yeah, no. Let's do one each to get it heated up.
There we go. And in I believe in one card, the audience at home will be able to tell the entire common.
Real quick. You also have a bunch of smelling salts on your side.
Oh, look at that. Thank you.
It's weird. There's 1/4 of this table without smelling salts on it.
That is odd.
Do you want to fix that?
And it's a boring corner.
Yeah, that corner doesn't have fun.
Go ahead.
Okay. Did you get there's a little salts over there.
No, that's fine.
Swamp. Garbage.
Okay. All right. That's normal.
Yeah.
That's
We can
okay.
use this as a coaster too for the rest of the good cards.
All right.
Rip it.
All right,
Get a
give us our first
little
something.
lightning bolt.
Sorry, that was really bad.
This is looking good so
All
far.
right, wait.
Yeah.
Talking a big game over here.
I am, and I'm gonna rip this lightning bolt now. You ready? See how these look. Okay, only the top card was damaged. right?
Perfect.
This top card is quite fucked.
And haboom.
I have a question.
Pestilence. What?
Would you say that corner is like cut off?
Where?
This one?
Uh-oh. No, that's normal.
Oh,
That's okay. These cards look homemade because they almost essentially were.
If you are from BGS, these look wonderful.
That's
Our
good.
grizzly bears.
That's so good.
That's cool to see. I mean, these look nice though. That's it. We're holding alpha cards, guys.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Hopefully alpha cards.
They don't look as nice as the Avatar cards.
No, I know. Where's Aang?
Yeah,
Okay, this is a little weird.
That's weird.
That's strange.
Keep doing it.
Okay.
We're keep going one for one. All right.
That's a good card on the bottom.
I picked it up
we
while I
know
slid
it.
it.
We know what it is.
So we don't mind.
We know what
can-
it is.
It's
The
impossible.
Black Lotus could be this card, or it could now be sandwiched on the.
All right,
thing
so
on the
bottom card is now fine to rub
bottom
to our
card
heart's
should be an
content.
uncommon.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't rub it though.
Yeah, I won't.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Maybe rub it a little.
That's a forest.
That's a forest with a pathway.
I feel like we're playing.
That's basically a
shitty
Llanowar
board
Elves.
game.
Haboom.
Wow.
I'm going black. Ray's dead.
If he pulls a grizzly bears, I'm question marking.
Oh yeah, that'd be crazy.
No, it's
Okay, we're good. We're off.
All right. Anyone else want to filter in here? This is a rough
Yeah,
start.
we're not
We
doing
need
so
a fresh
hot.
set of hands.
This is okay though.
Yeah.
We're okay still. It's commons.
I remember when we did the last one, we had some cool stuff right now.
If you pull swamp, you gotta hit the salts.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I think that's fair.
I think I have to hit the salts and then pull the swamp, I thought.
Should we make him hit the salts? Or
He did just sit at the table.
Where is it?
Give it to me. We're very careful. Please don't get them on the table.
It damages the.
Did someone get smelling
It's
salts on the
really
table?
bad
It could have been
for the
anyone.
table,
It
yeah.
could have been anyone.
It smells like a cat pee.
Oh yeah. That smells like cat piss.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't hit that hard though. You see how you just tanked it?
It just
There's your
stinks.
toy
Yeah,
bag.
It just
stinky.
smells bad.
It's just stinky.
Oh, an island.
bro.
Fantastic.
Well, we're getting all the lands out of the way early.
There's lots of lands. I hear that this is a rare.
If that's a land, I squeal.
Fog.
Okay, fog's good.
Fog's better.
We like fog.
Playable
Fog's a
card.
beautiful card.
You
Yeah.
can use fog.
Ryan beat me with fog once.
Fog.
I love
Fog is
fog.
Ryan's go-to and everything.
Boom.
Oh, yeah.
A swamp.
You took my card.
I'm sorry.
Oh god.
I got a black theme
bastard.
going here though.
It's okay. We're gonna turn it around right here.
Yeah, this is where we start to get serious. Well, that's not bad. It's a fur. What the hell am I reading?
He's a guy.
The furloon.
Yeah. Furloon Minotaur. Herloon?
Herloon Minotaur.
He's got it.
It's a Herloon Minotaur.
There's a jacket with him on it. How
Nice.
Cool is that,
That's
guys?
good.
It's like $300.
Is that more or less than the card?
More.
Ooh, I didn't even announce the card because it's bad.
Yeah.
So here you go.
What was it?
That doesn't matter. Phantasmal
Danny.
Terrain.
Yeah, Danny, we need your
Mono
hand.
blue enchant
Oh,
land.
Danny boy.
Denny.
Give him the salts.
I'll do the salts.
Based on how we are, I think we're both doing salts.
Speed
Yeah,
at which
yeah,
you're
I'm good,
dealing
I'm good.
salt.
Now you're good.
That's
You
my,
want one?
that's my
No,
hockey
I
team
get
right
it.
there.
Yeah, I've done those occasionally.
Yep.
Oh, thanks. Do one more. Do one more. Right
Yeah, yeah,
I
you
should
got it.
have
Right
rolled
here.
this over.
You
That
got
was
it.
technically
Okay.
my
We
card.
have to break the loop.
Yep.
Yeah, we need to change something.
Fix it up.
Yeah, it's a coffee bean forest.
Yeah,
This is a big one. This is a big one.
Boom. It wasn't, guys.
Wow.
Yikes.
We're getting real close to those cool knives.
I'm gonna give up. Should we?
I'm gonna give up.
As are we all.
Please don't give up.
It's okay, guys. This is very normal. The commons are boring normally.
Yeah.
We got shit. Disintegrate.
That's new.
It's new for us.
Yeah.
Haven't him yet.
This is like any other magic pack.
Okay, here's the Phantasm or Blue Elemental Blast.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's playable.
That's a
Yeah,
very
it's
fun
playable.
card.
That's a card.
It is playable.
And look, nobody's here for the comments.
No one's here.
No one's here for the comments.
I like the comments. Someone shoot that guy.
Bro, boo. Ooh.
Nope.
That's a worm.
Crawl worm.
Yep.
But
He's ugly.
you warmed it up
Yep.
for my
warmed
lightning
it.
bolt.
Lightning bolt.
That could cast lightning bolt.
could
I
cast
could.
lightning bolt.
Wait, maybe that's a
You
sign.
and I work together.
Now watch. I'll rip it. Ready?
You rip it, I'll cast it.
Okay, here we go. Tap. Can you tap it?
Yeah.
Tap for
And
lightning bolt.
I'm gonna play lightning bolt.
Oh, I saw
We
the
could
right.
play-
Right? Tap it.
We could play
play a lot
multiple
now.
lightning
Yeah.
bolts.
Yes.
Tap yours.
Yep, tap
I'm
it, tap it,
tapping,
tap it,
okay.
and lightning bolt.
Oh, it's an island.
Wait, now we can play
Tap
something
it.
else.
Lightning bolt.
We've got
I'm gonna
everything we
float
need.
the blue.
Yeah.
All right, I've tapped it.
We're crafting the worst card in all of history. Yep, it's a forest. We are ramping.
Maybe we're casting a commander.
We're ramping as hell.
Are we not doing enough?
I don't. We need to filter in more.
Yeah.
people.
Let's
These
get
hands
a
are-
flip out.
Chase. Chase.
And Zach, come on.
haven't given up a spot. Someone should.
Yeah. Someone come take my spot ASAP.
Come here, sit here. I warmed it up. Now, if you reach into here, there's smelling salts. So.
Yeah. They've been really, really lucky for us so
Zach.
far.
Okay. Zach, come to my seat.
Okay. There's Brittany, bitch. Ooh, yeah. Careful on the table.
That was an inhale.
You ever been to Corpus Christi? That's what the water smells like.
Oh, Jesus.
Shouts out.
It's just piss.
That's really it. That's really it.
You like that?
Yeah.
All right.
Give
And he's
color
flipping
commentary.
and.
Hot hands! Hot hands! Hot hands! Holy shit!
Oh my god.
Guys, it was because his mountain was tapped.
Truing. I think that's the best common you can pull.
Yeah, I think
One
so.
of them, I think, yeah. That's not a real lightning bolt.
No.
It's either bolt or red.
You gotta follow that up.
Yeah, well, this land's gonna be real nice.
Land
So
or
I got-
elves?
Regeneration.
That's
bad.
That's bad. That's bad.
The smelling salts kind of fucked me up. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Pussy.
1, 2, 3. Let me hear you say, "Wayo." Ooh,
Weakness?
He's getting that good suck.
Oh. Hey, dude, he got that face. Samite healer. Oh, this guy just chilling.
All right, I'm feeling an island on this one.
Who's coming in for
back to back
for me?
Yeah. I'm down to tag back in.
I'm summoning a Carlos for pulling some cards.
Oh boy.
And I jumped on it.
Oh.
Damn.
Two
It's
forests.
a forest, guys.
Oh, when do we break into uncommons?
Yep.
So, here, I'm gonna show you. Yeah.
Hold on. We're like
You're gonna love
there,
it.
right?
I'm gonna love it.
Yeah. Or is it after
I lied.
Dude.
It's the booklet.
Nice.
So be very. In fact, if we want to now, we're
They're,
not almost uncommons, but I'm
you're
right
gonna
now.
take out the
I'm gonna
possibilities?
move where 2 rares could be. These 2 could be
those
rares
two
as
could be
well.
rares, I
Put
think.
'em-
And I'm gonna put them.
Gonna put in the middle.
Yeah, right there.
But,
As well as I think after the booklet.
After the
are these
booklet,
also,
There's also
are these also potential rares?
Those are the bottom. Yes. Those could be rares. We really hope not. These are above the booklet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Ha boom. Wow. His plans.
I think that's 4 lands in a row.
Yeah.
So only good things.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
Yeah. Flip one of those.
Giant spider.
Big spider.
He does not fly, but can block flying creatures.
Is that a common? I think so.
I think so. Why do I think he's an uncommon?
Already satisfied.
Okay. Little dryads. Little dryads.
Okay.
Yes.
Booty, I'm gonna show it to you.
Tap it.
I'm really happy to see just the lighting.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh no! You made another Schuler. I'm getting a lot of Douglas Schuler actually.
Here we go.
Would anyone else like to get in? Back in?
Get Alex in, and it's just a full.
Yeah.
It's just a Wubby video.
Circle of protection green.
Okay, a circle of protection.
Circle of protection green.
Well, there's almost playable cards here.
Hey, thank you.
This
almost.
This would be the most whack draft.
Yeah.
Ever.
There is women here.
All right.
Welcome
What?
to welcome to
when?
Mulligans.
Yeah.
All right.
Hi.
This is
All
our
right,
set.
guys.
I'm Alex, the token woman.
How do we do this? Rye, cut that. Thank you.
Now, Alex, flip over the card, look at it, and describe the card to us. Don't read the name.
What
What are you hoping for?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm hoping
describe
for.
the art.
Tell us what it does based on the art.
Yeah. Unless it's a land, I guess.
But
then
what?
just-
But I can see the words. It'll tell me.
just
But
say it.
don't read. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
illiterate, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Very empty.
Oh, it's
It's plants. Yeah.
Very sad. Very empty.
All right, this will be my last one.
Okay.
Okay. It's a
Oh
pretty
my god, it's a
unicorn.
unicorn.
It's a Belisara.
Would a greedy person
Use
pull this?
Earthbind.
Oh!
Hey!
I'm hard as fuck right now.
That's the kinky one.
I'm hard as fuck right now.
People cosplay
I'm so
that.
hard. I gotta rotate out. Anyone else?
Oh, but I never got salts, man.
Wait, come here.
Booty, why do you gotta bring it? I was. Yeah.
Carlos almost got away with it. He did not do it.
I was trying to put it on her like she got away with it.
I'm full. I don't.
Are you trying to quit?
Is this monster? Yeah. I'm just.
It just stinks.
Oh. It just.
It's not good.
Well, here
It
you go.
smells like hair dye, actually. If you ever been covered in bleach, you know, like the
Salud.
girl take. Yeah.
Salute, he says.
That's a good sign.
Boom!
Oh, damn. I felt it.
You tried to sneak up on it, like I got it.
When we weren't paying attention.
Yeah, literally.
Hold on, ready?
Oh, let them both put one more.
Oh, okay. You're too kind. Yes.
Death Ward.
That's new.
Okay, we like new.
They're all gonna be new, by the way.
Yeah.
Just for everyone.
I would hope they're all new or something's wrong. Okay, let's
Roll
see.
something big for our chair.
Rip it right here.
Yep.
Let me add to that. Let me add to that.
Okay, yep.
Give me a big one.
Yeah.
We gotta tap a bunch. It's gonna be good.
Yeah.
Tap all the energy.
All right, I'm all tapped out.
Shaboom. Oh, fuck.
No, that's fine.
You know what?
That's good. That's good.
Also, remember when I said there's no doubles?
More resources. Hey, keep the other spot proud.
Is this the last uncommon? I mean, last common?
Last couple, there's like 2, I think.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
right.
there's 2. So that means Charlie will start the uncommons. Okay.
That's good.
That is good.
We love to see those.
And I think this is gonna be a Llanowar Elves. Nope, it's a snake.
Okay.
Good.
Okay, I'm now gonna prep next for you. So these could be rare. This is the book, very rare. These sell for something.
Well, we need those because we really don't know.
Yeah,
how to
we gotta
play.
read up.
Yeah.
These could be rare right here. And I'm gonna move them to the side.
So any of these packets can
So
be
we
rare.
know what this is an island.
Yep.
Could be a rare. Rares. We don't know. And these should be uncommon. We're gonna find out right now.
Here comes the demonic tutor. Well, good growth. That's not bad.
It is an uncommon, right? Somebody fact check it. You know?
A dragon whelp.
Oh, yikes. Yikes.
No good. No good.
Yikes.
So what you're looking for, Ryan, when you're pulling?
Demonic tutor.
Yep.
There's a lot of uncommons that are rare.
Let me see the back of one of these.
Are you looking at the blue ink mark that's on every magic card?
Yeah. You look at the
Yeah, you see that there?
Yeah.
It's on all of them.
I have a story about that. When I first started buying vintage cards, like very early, I got into it with a seller about the blue mark on it, and he educated me, and it was a very humbling experience. He's like, "That's how they're printed." All right, here we go. Demonic tutor.
Damn.
Boom. That's tough. You don't want lands in this section.
Agreed.
Yeah.
The good news was this was a free pack.
Yeah.
You know?
This was nothing. It's been sitting so long, it just doesn't register.
Well, remember, Wubby back then, Play the Clip, said, I'll cover this one for you.
Just get
all
me
the
out.
good
Just
stuff's
get me out of
concentrating
here.
towards the bottom.
Oh, God.
All right, there's only one thing to do here. Danny, come flip this card for me.
Whoa. Calling
This
in.
didn't work so well last time.
It's all right. Talking to my pecs.
Well, I don't know if I need to talk to do this. I'm gonna
Please
be
don't.
honest.
Narrate.
All right, I'm flipping the card right now. You ready? What do you want this to be?
What do we want this
Demonic
to
tutor.
be? Demonic tutor,
I
please.
think I pulled the last one.
You did pull the last
Do it again.
one,
Yeah,
I
let's do it right here.
No way.
Oh, okay, wait.
That's still good.
No, it's not.
It's trash. Spoken like someone who's played against that before.
Yeah. It's tough because you recognize the card, you get excited, but it's like, I don't think there's value there.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Demonic tutor. Boom. Gloom. Doom and gloom.
That's a really bad omen.
How we're all feeling.
That's a good omen.
Here, let me get in here real quick.
Get in. Please rip it.
It's not good.
Ooh, little J.
I summon Drew.
Okay.
Can you redeem this chair?
No, I can't, but I might on accident.
Demonic tutor.
Is this the last one? Because I'm locked in for this
You're
one.
locked in. It's the last one.
I'm locked
It's
in.
a tutor. It's a tutor.
Do it, Matt.
This one.
Do it.
Please.
Please.
Man, this is less fun when you don't hit
Wow. Maybe don't upload this one.
Well, here's the thing.
Oh
it's
my
about the rares.
God.
Okay, so
Yeah, we're here for the rares.
It's about the rares.
I say, can I lead?
Yeah, please.
I don't have to
Please
flip,
do.
but let's just start by getting rid of what we know,
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
the island.
Rare island.
So this, hopefully not. We're praying. I'm gonna leave this.
Sure.
We leave that for last?
We'll leave it. Well, we'll see. We're
Yeah,
gonna start these
that's
files and
true.
see where. Let's start. You want to start here?
Yeah, let's start there. I like
Do you want to
that.
start?
No, you start. It's
Okay, so
calling your name.
let's. If this is a rare, we hope it's good. If it's not a rare, that means we can flip the rest of these. Or if it is a rare, we can flip the rest of these. All right, here we go. Wall of Air. Is that uncommon?
I think that's uncommon.
This is worth fact checking.
I heard
I think so
keyboard.
too.
This is worth
Zach is
Wall
We
of
have
Air.
clicking coming.
My boss just spent all of their money on that.
He's good. Like how to
Job
return
applications, Florida.
Uncommon.
Uncommon. Okay,
Uncommon.
good.
Uncommon.
So that means
Which means that's a demonic tutor.
this is an uncommon if you want to flip it.
Which means this is nothing. Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh God.
Uh-oh.
You did say nothing.
That's Siren's call. We said it was nothing.
So that brings us to these two.
Yeah.
Whoever wants to start.
I
I think that skill check gets to flip one together.
really hope this is a rare.
Me too, because
Actually, we need this to be a
We
rare now.
need this to be a rare.
Ready, go.
Oh.
Unsummoned. That is an uncommon, I believe.
so.
Which means we got a rare island.
No way.
that's good news though.
Unless it's
Someone
one of
had
those
to do it.
rare. All right,
Someone had to do
I'll
it.
flip the
Yeah,
last
just get us out of
uncommon.
here,
Yeah.
boss.
Just take us out.
Really wipe that on the table.
No, that's this. Yeah. That's
no.
Good. This is good.
Charles.
This is where we want to be.
So that means here's one of our rares,
Now,
everybody.
here's the thing. All of this is moot and is not hurtful if that's a Black Lotus.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or if it's just anything.
That we recognize.
Okay, I'm not gonna
Anything-
look at it. I want good reactions.
Make sure it's on camera, bud.
Are we happy?
Oh my God.
Holy
Wow.
shit.
That may be the worst alpha booster that is possible to open.
Hey, when we were all here to share it together.
That's exactly
It's a
right.
great time.
Gentlemen, that's exactly right.
That's history was made. History was made.
Gentlemen,
It was the salts that got us there the whole time.
hey,
yeah.
the next person opening an alpha deck, you're lucky. We got this one out
You're
of the way
talking to
for
us
you.
in a year.
Yeah, that's true. Us. Our next deck is going to be great.
You brought the other one with you, right?
Oh yeah, it's always with me. Yeah. Hey guys, this was really bad.
Yeah.
In case we didn't realize.
That was not good, huh?
No.
No, that wasn't good.
We made $600 back.
Yeah.
Chipping away at the investment.
I think I'm just going to put that in a deck.
Yeah.
That was good. Hey, that
I would
was,
play this.
And we were here.
All right.
Let's just delete the footage.
Do we upload this? Or?
This does feel worse when you don't get anything.
Yeah.
Let's fake it.
Wait,
We've
is
talked
this
about this before in like esports and stuff. We've found scientifically we have more fun when we do well
Yeah, win.
than
Yeah.
when
Winning
we don't.
is more fun,
Yeah.
usually.
All right, well done.
Hey, that's one less force field out in the world.
You're welcome. Your deck is worth more now because of us here today. So.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go cry.
That was good. Hey, thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Man, dude, the wind got sucked out of this room.
Oh yeah, you just got freaked off. When I first heard of the conspiracy theory that there's a secret Stranger Things episode 9 airing on the 7th of January, I thought it was a joke, like a meme. Haha, everyone was so disappointed with the finale that they've deluded themselves into thinking that there's a new secret one that's actually coming and the one we watched was fake. I thought it was just like taking the piss because so many people were extremely disappointed with how the series ended. And now today, it's all I'm seeing. I am inundated with these unhinged explanations for why there is actually a secret 9th episode that's airing in less than 24 hours. And it's coming from a place of like genuine belief, it feels like. This is earnest. It's called Conformity. Fuck! Conformity Gate confirmed by me accidentally! I knew it! Conformity Gate. That's the name of this movement. And they're using pieces of evidence like this. This was on the Stranger Things TikTok, and you'll notice behind our character there, on the clock, it's 107. 107? That's January 7th. Coinky dink? Perhaps. But I think not. I'd be a fool to believe in coincidences when it comes to Stranger Things. Much like Joyce with the lights, the community is putting together the pieces of this puzzle, the breadcrumbs the genius Duffer Brothers have laid out. They wanted you to believe that the finale was underwhelming. They wanted to tank the reputation of one of the most powerful IPs in Netflix history in order to get you all with the bait and switch that the good episode is actually airing tomorrow and a huge surprise. The whole concept of that is just wild to me. Why would they even have a fake episode? The idea being that Vecna, this is all part of his illusion, so the ending we got, the epilogue, all of that stuff never actually happened. This is Vecna projecting this to us, and it's not real. The real ending is on the 7th. That is a dumber idea than NFTs. That shit is poop. Because at best, with this concept, it means that the 2 hours you spent on the fake finale was 2 hours just wasted. It doesn't do anything to elevate that. If there was a secret finale that's good, all it means is that there is an episode before it, the penultimate episode, is just not good on purpose. So it's a waste of your time. It just doesn't pass the smell test. There would be no reason why they would intentionally give their community that's waited a decade for the ending something less than great on purpose for the sake of getting them with the surprise, here's the actual finale. There's nothing positive about that. Yeah, so I just don't see that coming, especially not from Netflix of all places. And it makes even less sense when you consider the press tour that the Duffer Brothers are going on right now with the Orb of Confusion in their possession, where anytime they're asked questions about the show, they're like, oh yeah, I don't know. I guess. Possibly. Them trying to answer questions about their own series is like you trying to remember a fever dream you had after chugging NyQuil. Like they're having a hard time even remembering half the shit that fans are even asking them. So I don't think that's them trying to cover for this secret grand scheme of a episode 9 finale. I think they just really got lost in the sauce and forgot a lot of things along the way, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. As it stands, the finale isn't like the worst ending to a show in the world, but the fact that it is so disappointing to so many people, it's led to them having like this mass hypnosis where they're like in this trance state, like Vecna is controlling them now, where they're projecting these ideas that it can't be, less than stellar. There must be something more. So now they've cooked this up and they're using just nonsensical explanations for why Conformity Gate is real. And like I said, I thought this was just a meme at first, like a joke. And if you're the Duffer Brothers, this has to be the ultimate insult that your series finale is so not amazing and flat to so many people that they actually cannot believe that this is the end, that they think there must be more to it. That's gotta feel like shit for them. Like, more so than people just outright insulting it or picking apart the numerous glaring plot holes and inconsistencies. The fact that your most diehard fans and Stranger Things enthusiasts are the ones that are like, there must be more, this can't be actually how it ends, that has to be just the ultimate insult. Like, if I was the Duffer Brothers, I would actually just get right back in the lab again, talking to Netflix. Brother, we're doing another season or something, or like a special coming up, next November or something. We've got to do something. Holy shit, this is hurting our feelings a lot. Like, it would actually be motivating me to be like, okay, I'm doing something. I'm going to try and play into this. Yep, we fooled you. The real finale is end of 2026. But anyway, though, back to Conformity Gate. Like, the evidence they use is just grasping at straws, like a Twitter user going on Netflix, typing in season 5, episode 9, and Stranger Things and House pops up, using that as evidence, because when you type in episode 10 for season 5, episode 10, Stranger Things and House don't pop up, but you know what does? Emily in Paris. Wow, that's awfully thought-provoking. That is an eyebrow-raising observation. If you've been hit in the head with a hammer, you can't be serious. Do you want to know why that's most likely the case? Because Netflix's search function isn't amazing. In this example here, Emily in Paris didn't show up for season 5, episode 9, but it did for episode 10. There is an episode 9 of Emily in Paris for season 5. Why wasn't it present? Because Netflix isn't great at that kind of thing. Just because Stranger Things popped up for season 5, episode 9 doesn't mean there is one. There is, however, an additional Stranger Things piece of content dropping, which is the behind-the-scenes stuff, but it is not season 5, episode 9, the secret finale, and that's not evidence of it. And I've seen other people using the search function for like their strong points for conformity gate, such as typing in fake ending, having Stranger Things pop up, which it does. I tried it myself. You know what else Stranger Things pops up for? Bad ending. And also, most notably, big fart. Wow. Now we're getting somewhere. I gotta be honest with you, sports fans, the longer I spend diving in this rabbit hole, the more convinced I become that there might really be something of substance here to this Conformity Gate conspiracy. You can't argue with big fart. Just like you can't argue with a complete misunderstanding of Morse code. So this user looked at the cassette tapes and came up with Morse code that spells out "did not stop me." But that only works if you have no fucking clue about Morse code, which, admittedly, I'm in that camp, but you can look it up. The unlimited information is at your fingertips, should you choose to look into it. So first of all, you can't really have Morse code work without some variations in the lines. You need short and long elements, typically dots that you'll see in Morse code. And if you pull up the actual Morse code here and try and somehow stretch it to fit the fucking Twitter post here for the Stranger Things message, it doesn't even come fucking close at all. So first of all, in the cassette tapes, there's clearly no variation in size or anything, so there's no dots, there's no long lines. But even just using the long lines that they have listed here doesn't work at all, because the first one doesn't even exist. There is no 4, just long. But let's just go ahead and assume that the last one is a small. That would mean it's 9. Not you, it would be 9. And then the second one, let's assume the empty spaces there in the cassettes are dots and the cassette is long. Then what you have is dot, long, dot, dot, which is not D, that is an L. So you have 9L, and then underneath that, it's not I. Long, dot, long, long is Y. So you get 9LY, and then underneath that, you don't even get L again. So even if you just look at the Morse code they put on Twitter here, it can't be did, because the D pattern is not even repeated there. So how the fuck could it possibly be did? That wouldn't work. The whole thing crumbles. It is a complete sham. And yet people are believing that. There are so many people that looked at that and like, holy shit, the proof is right there in the pudding, and they're using ChatGPT to confirm it. Grok, are we right about this Vecna theory here? Does this Morse code confirm it? Well, darn tootin', looks like you cracked the code. You're a real smart cookie. Thanks, Grok. Can you put me in a bikini? It's just so fucking absurd. That is not even close to being anything substantial or even remotely correct, yet people are willing to run with it so they can continue to believe in conformity gate. Like, ultimately it's harmless, but it's just so ridiculous that I can't help but make fun of it and get, like, somewhat heated about it. Like, I actually cannot wrap my mind around people that are really believing in it. Like, it's shocking to me. And they're using things like the marketing material where they're saying it's going to be a dark Christmas as more proof that this is accurate. Since it wasn't a dark Christmas, fucking nobody dies in season 5 at all. Huge spoiler alert. Literally nobody but one character who you don't know anything about, can't care about because she's only there for like 4 seconds of screen time across the whole season, across the whole series really. Outside of that, there's no character death, so it wasn't a dark Christmas. They're using that to say the dark Christmas they meant was Orthodox Christmas, which is January 7th. Come on! Goodness gracious, come on! Snap back to reality, I'm begging! Again, it's ultimately harmless, but holy shit, it is crazy. It is actually unbelievable that there are people out there that truly are, like, believing in this. Like to a degree where I saw people trying to book tickets to the secret the secret finale at their movie theater, because another big conformity gate evidence piece is that some people's movie theaters on the 8th aren't doing a ton of showings for other movies. So they believe the reason for that is because the theaters are occupied showing Stranger Things finale. So they're trying to book tickets to those imaginary make-believe showings for the secret 9th episode. It's so weird. Now, at the end of the day, if I'm wrong and this is all by design, that'd be something special. I think it'd be extremely fucking stupid. That'd be a terrible, terrible, terrible decision. Like, it'd be something I'd never seen before, and there's merit in that. This would definitely be creative to intentionally fumble your finale, but it actually was you faking it the whole time. You didn't fumble it. You have a secret episode in the tank. That would be interesting, but still extremely stupid. I'd love to be, like, wrong about, conformity gate. I'd love if it's real. That would be, like, entertainingly disastrous as a concept, but I am just 100% certain that's not the case here. I do know that there will be the behind the scenes for Stranger Things that comes out. That is on its way, but it's not the secret 9th episode finale, I don't think, I'm sorry to say. Anyway, let me show you some clips from last night when I was learning more about conformity gate. There's actually a decent amount of evidence, but I think it's mostly writing mistakes. I can't imagine there's a decent amount of evidence to suggest a secret 9th episode. That, I think what they're probably looking at is fucking plot holes that this whole season was filled to the brim with. That doesn't mean that the Duffer Bros have secretly cooked up a plan that erases those, and it was actually all part of their master scheme to make everyone think that they fumbled. That would be the stupidest idea ever. What is this? X a lie. Wow. Now that's compelling evidence. Oh god. While both Susie and Vicky were absent from the epilogue, some theorists believe Vecna left them out entirely because he didn't know who they were and therefore couldn't include them in the ending he allegedly constructed. Oh, that's so sad. It wasn't Vecna who forgot who they were, I'm sorry to tell you. According to conformity gate theorists, the final episode of Stranger Things could be released January 7th. Why that date? Netflix previously shared a cryptic post reading, "Your future is on the way," accompanied by a January 7th tag, leading some members of the fandom to speculate it could be connected to the theory. It also is significant in general because it marks Orthodox Christmas, which aligns with Season 5's release pattern of dropping episodes on major holidays, including Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's Eve. Every Insta account of Netflix in different regions changed their bio to relating of Stranger Things. No shit, it's their flagship series that just ended. Of course everything's going to be relating to Stranger Things. They want as many people as possible to watch it. Let bro believe in the whimsical. I don't care. Ultimately, it's fine. It's a harmless cope. Hey, it'd be great to eat my own words. Maybe January 7th rolls around and they're like, gotcha! It's actually... here's the real ending. Last year, the world was plagued by what is potentially the worst film ever made. War of the Worlds starring Ice Cube. And what if I told you the producer of that abomination, that affront to God, just directed a new film for Amazon called Mercy? Well, I guess it's not for Amazon, because it's in theaters right now. It's distributed by Amazon MGM. And now, after experiencing the cinema that is the style of Timur Bekmambetov, I can tell you with confidence, this guy's got it. And by it, I mean terrible fucking movies to his name. Timur Bekmambetov, and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but he has been in the film industry for an extremely long time. I went through his IMDb on stream, and he has produced some bangers, like 9, or Wanted, like some classic films. He has been behind them for a long time. So at one point, he did have an eye for quality, but I guess over the last 10 years, he decided to close his eyes, because now we're getting shit like War of the Worlds and now Mercy. I don't know what's changed or what's happened. What I will say, however, is that this film is a significant improvement to War of the Worlds. But then again, War of the Worlds can make even the Borderlands movie look like it's a fucking Nolan film, so it's not exactly like the highest praise, but truly Mercy is better than that, at the very least. I would even go as far as to say the first 30-ish minutes are genuinely pretty entertaining. It's a very simple concept. There's an AI judge, and Chris Pratt is now standing trial. He is a detective who actually helped kickstart this Mercy program, that's the name of it, where an AI will look at the immutable facts in order to pass judgment and execution on those who are guilty. It's the judge, jury, and executioner, and it is there to reduce crime, which has spiraled out of control, so now they have the Mercy program to keep people in line. And now Chris Pratt is in its clutches here for the murder of his wife. And he has 1 hour and 30 minutes to try and prove his innocence. Now, when I first watched the trailer, it actually looked like Chris Pratt didn't put any effort into it at all, like he was just in a fugue state taking a paycheck. I will say, in the actual film here, he does try. And he does, I think, do a pretty solid job with this character who just found out his wife has been murdered, and now he's about to be executed for it because they have so much evidence that places him at the scene and places him as the killer. And now he's got to find a way to try and argue his case and compile new evidence and try and find who the actual killer is. In the trailer, I feel like they took his lowlights, like they actually just took his weakest moments from the film and used it as promotional material. Because again, in the actual film, he does a fine job, minus some really rough scenes at the end. The entire third act of this film is actually just extraordinarily silly. Anyway, though, this film is shot in similar fashion to War of the Worlds, where we are watching everything unfold through videos that are compiled through cell phone footage or security camera footage or drone footage. Very much like what they did in War of the Worlds, but it seems like the budget here was a little bit higher, so the CGI doesn't look like it's straight out of fucking GeoCities from the late 90s. So it definitely looks visually a bit better, but not by a ton. There are a few explosions here towards the end of the film that genuinely look like video game cutscenes. I don't know what's going on with the CGI here for these movies right now, but my god, some of the visuals were actually bad. But for the most part, it was much better than War of the Worlds. But anyway, if you have seen Chris Pratt's movies and ever thought he moves around too much, well, let me tell you something. He doesn't move an inch in this movie. He is strapped to a chair for the entire fucking thing, save for the very end. We're going to be getting into spoilers here because I have got to talk about some of the wackiness to this film. Now, like I said, the first 30 or so minutes were actually pretty solid. It was setting up an interesting mystery with a damn near insurmountable task of trying to prove that you weren't the killer despite all of this evidence from a near omniscient AI that has every single fact at their fingertips. And with the Mercy program, they give the accused access to literally God mode where they can see, find, and hear everything. So anything that Chris wants, he can ask for, and the AI judge will provide it so that way he can try and prove his innocence. And just like in War of the Worlds, the AI can do anything lickety-split. So anytime Chris says, hey, can you find this bathroom? I'm looking for a glory hole that I might have caught a glimpse of in this one frame on this one video that you got from a nearby walkie-talkie that ricocheted off a radio tower. It's like, oh yeah, I've already found it. It only took me 2 seconds. It's like, okay, whatever. But that's fine. I don't have a huge issue with that. It's like silly, but whatever. It moves things along and lets the investigation get steam. But there are just some moments where it's genuinely laughable, the capabilities of the AI, where Chris can just be like, hey, my neighbor's got a bird feeder cam. Can you go ahead and pull that up? As if that would, for some reason, be something that it'd be readily available and easy to access. But the AI judge is like, oh yeah, I've got it right here. Looks like the internet went out though, so it's going to take me a little while to rebuild the video archive. And it's like, okay, it takes her like 3 or 4 minutes or something. It's like, oh yeah, I think I heard a fart on this one piece of audio here from the murder scene. Can we reverse this fart here and find out whose butthole this was squeaked out of? And it's like, yeah, I've got that. And like, that's actually like a core part of things, not a fart in particular, but there is a photo that is torn in half, and Chris notices that there are 3 fingers from somebody that are in the photo. And Chris says, can you find out who those fingers belong to? And the AI is able to run the database of every single fucking person's fingers on the planet and somehow find an orphan that was a child in the photograph. And like, oh yeah, this is who it is. Which was a key piece of evidence, by the way. So like, it is a little over the top, but I also don't care that much because the whole thing is just kind of wacky in that way. But anyway, the film is very, 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 very predictable. I think anyone will watch this and know exactly who the real killer is. Because shocker, it's not Chris. I think you'll piece it together pretty much immediately. But then they start pulling out crazy ass pulls. Like, I mean the craziest ass pulls in the third act. But I don't even want to get to that yet. I want to talk about the journey even getting there. So, Chris has got a partner, Jack, who he really trusts. He's also got a AA sponsor, Rob, who he really trusts. So he's trying to utilize them to help prove his innocence. Jack becomes like the main one he communicates with. So he basically keeps sending her out in the field to try and like do this and that to try and compile more evidence for him. And she has like a hover bike. So she scoots around on the hover bike and holy shit does it look bad. Actually looks like YouTube skit quality anytime you see her on that hover bike flying around the city. I don't know what they were thinking. They should have just like had her teleport or something at that point because it is so fucking goofy when she is on that hover cycle. But anyway, so he's sending her on those like odd jobs to try and like interview people or try and like search crime scenes for certain things, this and that. And through this, we learn that his wife was privy to a scheme at her business where one of her workers was stealing product and maybe using it to distribute drugs, something like that, to make money on top of all this very shady dealings. He uncovers this big conspiracy, this big plot. I'm fast forwarding through a lot here, but trust me, it's very good. Chris also eventually admits to being an alcoholic, and he had a huge argument with his wife the day she was murdered, and also a whole year leading up to this murder. Their relationship had soured. There was even talk of a divorce. Chris was very aggressive, even like slamming a knife one time, grabbing stuff out of her hand. And on the day she was murdered, Chris went to work and then inexplicably drove back home, broke the Ring doorbell in a fit of rage because he found out his wife took away his secret booze stash in his car. So then he closes the door, goes in, they argue for 26 minutes. He leaves, his daughter comes home, finds that her mother has been murdered. And the last words from the mother, which is on body cam when they're asking, as she's like fading away, shedding the mortal coil, they're like, who did this? Who did this? She says, Chris, which is never addressed again. I want you to keep that in mind. That is never addressed again. When asked, as she is dying, who is responsible, she answers the question saying, Chris, and then she kicks the bucket. But Chris didn't kill her. It is proven that Chris didn't kill her. Why the fuck did she say it was Chris? Like, it seemed like she was just trying to get like one fucking slam dunk in on him before she died, before she met her maker, in order to make sure that Chris also, suffers at the end too. She knew it wasn't Chris that killed her. The person that stabbed her, murdered her, was not Chris. Why did she say it was? Like, what the fuck? Like, I tried to be like very charitable, like, oh, maybe she was about to try and say like, it wasn't Chris, but she didn't get the first part out, or she was trying to, like, say, Chris, I love you, or something on the way out, but none of that comes up. It is actually never addressed again why she would say it was Chris when it just wasn't. That is crazy. I won't bore you too much with, like, the middle stuff and all that, but when we find out who the real killer is, we learn that the killer was one of her work associates, the one that was stealing the product to maybe distribute drugs, and decided to murder his wife, Nicole, because she found out, wasn't really willing to play ball, and also there's a very close personal connection to Chris from the real killer. The real killer was able to pull off this kill by going to Chris's barbecue 2 days prior to the murder and hiding in the basement for 2 days, and then sprung out and stabbed and killed his wife. Now, the close personal connection is that picture I mentioned. Well, that kid with the 3 fingers was actually the brother of the real killer, and that brother was someone Chris sentenced to the Mercy program where he was found guilty and wrongfully executed. And he never forgave Chris for it, so he got close to Chris for 2 years, and then eventually killed his wife, built a bomb with all of the material he was stealing from their workplace, and was going to crash the bomb into the Mercy headquarters, killing Chris and the AI with him in order to prove his brother's innocence. And he framed Chris for this. That was his master plan. Now, I want you to really think hard here. He planned this for 2 years, but his plan boiled down to just getting extremely fucking lucky that Chris, when he went to work, decided to come back home that same day. Because if he didn't come home that day and argue with his wife, then this would have never fucking worked. He would have not gotten away with the murder initially. Like, Chris would have never even been a suspect. So his plan that he planned for 2 years boiled down to just something that he could have never possibly foreseen. And he didn't even know Chris left for work, by the way, while hiding in the basement. He just guessed lucky. So Chris went to work and then just happened to notice the booze wasn't there. So he went home, argued with his wife, and then broke a vase, which ended up cutting his wife and got a little bit of blood on Chris. And Chris was like, really distraught about it. And that's how all of this evidence led to, like, them knowing for sure Chris had to be the murderer. But actually, it was all part of the real killer's master scheme, which, again, none of this he planned for. He couldn't have planned for any of that to happen. He just got lucky. It wasn't a master plan, yet they keep pretending as though it was. Like, when I learned who the killer was and what the method was and everything, it was actually just, like, a laughable moment. And then the entire third act, he's got this big semi with a bomb in the back that he's gonna blow up the fucking city with, like the Joker. And then the police are so incredibly inept, they can't stop him, they can't do anything. So he just keeps, like, hitting all the police officers, and it's like the worst CGI carnage where the officers' cars are like ramping off tow trucks and the officers are going, as they're like getting slammed by the truck. They can't stop this guy. They've got the drones out on him. And by the way, I was really expecting them to do an Amazon shout out when there's a scene where Jack is like, I'm gonna get the scouting drone out. I thought for sure she was gonna say, like, I'm gonna get the Amazon drone out. It's really good for scouting too, not just delivering packages immediately to your doorstep with Amazon Prime, like what we saw in War of the Worlds. I thought for sure we were going to see some Amazon plugs. Surprisingly, we did not. But anyway, they got the drones out and shit. They still can't fucking stop this guy when all he has is the semi-truck, and then he eventually makes it into the Mercy headquarters. Chris has already proven his innocence now. They clearly know it's Rob. They have him dead to rights now. He is the murderer. And he also kidnapped Chris's daughter and brought her there because he wants to ruin Chris's life just like he ruined his by killing his brother. Well, by having his brother go to Mercy, which ended up killing him. He then argues with the AI judge that his brother was innocent, which is where another shocking twist comes into play, where he's arguing about how his brother was innocent, and it turns out Chris's partner, Jack, was actually the one who didn't process the phone from that guy's brother in his murder case, because his brother was said to have murdered a woman. Turns out he didn't murder that woman, and the phone that would have proven his innocence had been thrown off the side of a bridge by Chris's partner because she wanted to ensure that the Mercy program was a success so they could stop crime together. So they just framed a completely random dude for the murder of this woman, which Chris and the AI judge reveal at the very end there. So it's another big, like, twist moment. It's I'm serious. The entire third act is actually like very, very silly in like a fun, bad way. I probably don't need to yap any longer about it. It's not a good movie, but I will tell you, I had fun watching it. And I do think it is objectively a huge step up from War of the Worlds. So we're on an upward trajectory right now from this director-producer. So perhaps the next one's a fucking home run. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah. About 5 months ago, I made a video covering the tragic story of a streamer named Raphael Gravin, known online as Jean Parmenov. He was a streamer who was, for a long period of time, physically and verbally abused by people he considered to be his closest friends for their Kick content. And they were in the middle of a Kick marathon where Jean was once again the punching bag and the spittoon for them to basically torture throughout the entire thing. And after enduring so much exploitation and abuse, he eventually passed away on stream during this marathon. It is a disturbing, horrible thing to watch, and it is an extremely sad story. Obviously, people were very upset, rightfully outraged about the whole thing, so there were calls for action to try and get some justice here, get these Kick streamers held accountable for their potential role in his passing. And I wanted to give you a little update because it's been a while. This had been a lengthy investigation that is still ongoing, but 2 streamers here involved in this have been taken into custody. Owen Sananzin, oh, I sound like a fucking idiot. Wow, I can't read that last name at all. I sound like I'm malfunctioning, like someone's got me on the DJ's turntable and he keeps remixing it. Owen and Safine Hamadi. They were taken into custody yesterday as part of a months-long probe into an on-camera death broadcast via the Kick platform. Now, many of you might remember the initial response from those involved in this marathon of abuse was to basically deny all responsibility, saying things like, his health was just bad, he liked to smoke and stuff, really bad stuff. Sucks to see him gone. He was like my best bud, my best pal. I love that guy, man. I'm real torn up over it. I can't believe it. But I had nothing to do with it. You guys are fucking stupid for thinking I had something to do with it. In fact, you're the monster for even thinking that me on camera beating him and, strangling him and all this had anything to do with his passing or anything at all. Ridiculous. That's been their whole strategy, is to just deny it and pretend like they're best friends and they're still so torn up that he's gone. Can't believe that this happened. It boiled down to them just playing a sad song on the world's smallest violin about how everyone's being so mean to them without stopping to consider their feelings about their friend dying during the stream of them abusing him for many days. And then, at one point, if I remember correctly, they even threatened legal action for people saying some defamatory things or whatever. It was a fucking mess. It was embarrassing and cruel. But it looks like French authorities are not buying the crocodile tears here from those Kick streamers. They're being held on charges including assault, incitement to hatred, abuse of a vulnerable person, and recording and broadcasting violent images, according to the chief prosecutor. Now, you'll also notice in the paragraph above that an autopsy revealed that the death was not caused by intervention by a third party. This means that Raphael Gravin did not pass away due to physical trauma or any injuries that he suffered at the hands of the streamers or anything like that. It was due to other medical conditions. So you'll notice that they're not pursuing charges of like homicide. They're not trying to get these big slam dunk charges of these streamers killed this man on stream. Instead, they're going for what is clearly evident in all of the footage of their streams together. Physical abuse, assault, stuff like that. Which I think is pretty obvious. You can watch them do that. That is the bulk of their content. They were abusing this man. They were exploiting this man. And they were recording all of it for their content, and they were making money off it. It was their careers built off the back of their abuse of this man. It is fucking sickening stuff. So even though he may not have passed away as a result of all of the abuse he suffered from them, it certainly didn't help his underlying medical conditions in any way, shape, or form. We also have that text message that Raphael Gravin sent to his mother, talking about like how awful it is, the abuse that he suffered, that kind of thing. So they certainly weren't exactly angels here, and they didn't do anything to help him in any way. Even if they weren't directly responsible for his death, I definitely think it didn't help things at the very least. And these charges, I think, are probably pretty strong. I would imagine they stick because you can watch all of them yourself. Like, it's all just right there at your fingertips. It would be shocking if they don't end up behind bars. If this doesn't lead to them going to the slammer, I really would be stunned. This had been many months investigating. There is hours and hours and hours worth of content showcasing their abuse of this individual. I feel like it's an extremely strong case, but we'll see how it all shakes out. If you remember, they were actually taken in by authorities a while back, but they were released. This, I do think, is different, especially after months of investigating, so I'm pretty confident that there will be at least some level of justice here for everything they did. What that looks like with time in jail, I don't know. I guess we'll see, but this should be a very severe punishment. What they did to that guy is beyond fucked up, and his passing is extremely sad. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of give you an update here to the story, and really, that's about it. So yeah. This is one of the more infuriating stories I've seen in recent times. The injustice here is just unfathomable. Meet Jesse Butler. He is a rapist. Jesse is an 18-year-old that was facing 78 years in prison for heinous crimes, including 10 allegations including rape, battery by strangulation, rape by instrumentation, and domestic assault involving 2 women. He pled no contest to these charges. The evidence is overwhelming. It is irrefutable that he is guilty of these crimes he was charged. There's photo evidence. There's even a video Jesse himself took of him strangling one of his victims till they passed out. There is more proof that Jesse Butler is guilty of all of this rape than there is proof that the sky is blue. This is not a matter of him like weaseling his way out of these charges because they were able to muddy the water or something. He literally pled no contest to them. So you would think this would be a slam dunk case to lock a monster away. I think every sane person in this country would hear this story, learn about Jesse Butler, and agree this is just pure evil and there is no reason at all he should be anywhere but behind bars. But we have to remember, not everyone is sane. And some of these people that have a fucking screw loose are also in positions of power, and in this case, a judge. A judge named Susan C. Worthington in Payne County, Oklahoma, who is just a fucking troglodyte homunculus, it seems, that decided that Jesse Butler shouldn't be going to jail for these crimes. No. Susan C. Worthington rolled up her sleeves and ultimately decided that the punishment that fits the crime in this case is a teensy tiny bit of community service with a 1-2 punch of rehab. That is the justice that Susan C. Worthington brought to the victims of this rapist. This guy will not see a prison cell. He is still going to be a free man, even after pleading no contest to these heinous, vile crimes. He is a rapist. And this judge, Susan C. Worthington, has said, that's okay. Well, it's nothing we can't fix here with a little bit of tender love and care and a bit of elbow grease with some community and service. Now, to be clear here, and keep in mind, I'm still a little, new to understanding how a lot of this shit works with my fucking Neanderthal brain here. But as I understand it, this wasn't Susan C. Worthington's proposal or anything. This was a plea deal that was reached and was put in front of Susan. She granted it. But she had the ability to reject it. A judge can reject a plea, and especially in a case like this, that would have been the right thing to do. This is a monster that under no circumstances should be afforded this kind of deal. This is someone that should not be able to weasel their way back into society. They are a danger, a menace to everyone around them. So while Susan may not have been the one to theory craft this whole community service and rehab idea, she did agree with it ultimately, that this is the right course of action. So by granting this, to me, that is her putting her stamp of approval on it, that this, in her eyes, is justice. It is fucking unhinged. I think Susan C. Worthington needs to be investigated ASAP. This is protecting a rapist. And there is a body cam of when Jesse Butler was taken into custody, and his mother is very supportive of Jesse, talking about how they're going to get him out and all of that. And it turns out Jesse's family is very well connected in Oklahoma. They have a lot of powerful friends, it seems, over there in Oklahoma.
Of both victims who came forward against Jesse, there is a third victim who, if she hasn't come forward, but can you blame her when you look at this as the justice that they get? Speculation is that Jesse Mac Butler's father is a man by the name of Mac Butler, and he was the head of football operations at OSU. So somebody with deep-rooted ties into the community, and that then leads you to the judge in this case, or one of the judges in this case, Judge Susan Worthington. Between her and her father, the Worthingtons have had a hold on that bench for over 50 years. So while you can't necessarily say definitively that, hey, there's this connection here because he's deep-rooted in football.
He goes on to say that it's not difficult mental gymnastics for people to maybe connect these dots or follow these breadcrumbs, that there might be some kind of connection there, considering that this town needs that football program. Like, OSU is a staple of it. Thus, Mac Butler, Jesse Butler's father, is a staple in the community, deep-rooted ties here, and there could be some kind of connection there with him and the Worthingtons. Again, it is something that a lot of people have speculated and taken notice of, to the point where there is now even an authority that is considering investigating this potential connection. And it is very weird how Jesse Butler has these indefensible crimes, yet is not getting any real punishment for it. Is it possible it's because of who his family is? They were very confident that he was going to get away with this. They even said in the body cam we're about to see, his mother said, you know, we're going to win this. It seems like they were really sure that these unforgivable crimes were going to be forgiven here, ultimately, in the eyes of the law in Oklahoma. I wonder if that might have played a role in him getting away without even a slap on the wrist. This isn't even a slap on the wrist, this is a slap on the ass. This is basically Susan C. Worthington and the entire legal system over there in Payne County, Oklahoma, giving him the old keister clapper saying, hey, good work out there, don't worry, we got you covered, we got your back over here in Payne County. It's fucking sickening. It is actually unbelievable. I'm going to show you the body cam real quick because I think it's important you get to see who he's surrounded by, because even though his mother is aware of these crimes, it seems like she's more concerned about her child's future. Like, the actual victim here is Jesse Butler, not the two women that he raped and all of those horrible things he did. It's actually Jesse Butler that, you know, is getting the short end of the stick here and is getting traumatized.
Yeah, so we're here. We're obviously going to place you under arrest. There's a warrant for your arrest. We're going to take you to the jail. I told your mom that she can contact a bondsman, and you shouldn't be very long, but there just is a process for paperwork and stuff. But right now you do have to come with us, and I do have to put you in handcuffs. So turn around for me. You have to put him in handcuffs?
Oh man, Jesse's calling the wambulance there. You can see him start to tear up. Oh man, it almost breaks your heart looking at him get all sad like that. And his mom, she's starting to feel it, saying, oh, do you have to put him in handcuffs? Fucking obviously, yes, lady. Of course they have to put him in handcuffs. This guy is a violent rapist. To such an extreme degree, I wouldn't have been surprised if he tried clawing at the fucking cage in the back of the police car to get his hands on one of the officers' necks to strangle them and rape them. This guy is an animal, an absolute fiend. He is a fucking monster. Of course they need to put him in handcuffs.
Transport somebody in custody. You know we're doing this. It's okay. Yeah. I'll get you out. For me? Alright, stay silent. Rick knows about this. Candy's on this. Dad's on his way. We're coming to get you, okay? Just stay strong, okay? Say your prayers. Awful experience for a child.
What she said while Jesse was walking to the police car there actually made my stomach turn. She said, what an awful experience for a child. Lady, your son raped 2 women. Numerous times. He nearly killed one of them with the strangulation, by the way. And you're saying that him going to jail here, like in handcuffs, is the awful experience for the child? What about the victims? What do you think about that? Do you think that wasn't an awful experience? Like this is worse? like Jesse's the one we should actually feel bad for here. I understand it must be extremely difficult to wrestle with this reality that your child is a monster. I can't even imagine what that's like. That would be soul-crushing. But to wipe your ass with reality and just blindly support them to the point where you will do anything to ensure they don't actually get punished for the very real crimes they committed that you yourself are aware of. Again, this isn't a matter of like his parents believe he's innocent or something. Everybody knows he's guilty. He has even pled no contest. The evidence is irrefutable. So they know he is a rapist, and yet they have fought tooth and nail to ensure he doesn't go to jail for it. In my eyes, that makes them very bad people as well. They are knowingly ensuring a rapist is back in society. And since this punishment, I can't even use that word. That word does not apply here. That stretches the definition. This is not even a punishment. What they gave him is chores to do now. That's it. Where he does like a bit of community and service, and then he does like a rehab program, and they tried to make it seem like this was like a super strict sexual offender rehab program. I don't want to get into like the weeds of how they ended up at this ruling. I recommend you watch the Law and Crime video. They do a good job breaking it down. But basically, to my understanding, is they legally de-aged him like Robert De Niro in The Irishman here. They rewound time, gave him the fucking time infinity stone, so that way he could fit into the youth sex offenders program, so he would no longer be like an adult in the eyes of the law for these crimes that he was being tried for. So that way he could be part of this rehab program. And they said, you know, if he reoffends, he could be facing 10 years in jail. We're really sticking it to him. This is super strict stuff. And I truly think, I really believe, that this is so weak, so flimsy, that the lesson Jesse Butler learned here is that he can get away with anything. And that the only reason he got caught is because his victims survived. So I bet that if he continues to be a free man, it won't be long until he rapes again, and this time he will not leave them alive. That's what I think is going to happen down the line as a result of this ruling here. They have let a monster back into society, and they have now said to that monster, he's untouchable. So I think there's going to be a corpse on their hands at some point because of this. Jesse Butler is a rapist. Jesse Butler is an evil, evil rapist, and everyone that played a role in him getting away with his crimes needs to be held accountable for it. There needs to be an investigation into this. There needs to be real fucking justice here. This is absolutely sickening, and I just had to yap about this today. It's crazy. That's about it. So yeah, I love the smile. I love the laugh. I love the speed run. But I haven't speed ran anything in a long time now. I've been on a bit of a hiatus. I haven't retired or anything like that. We haven't hung the jersey up. It's just I haven't had the itch, and I haven't seen a game with a speedrun that really calls out to me. But last night I learned that it's not always games that beckon for a speedrun. I learned about the 2 cigarette, 2 beer, 2 Rubik's Cube speedrun, Pringles, pencil sharpening. There's this whole plethora of real-life speedrun routes out there that, you know, maybe it's about time I start looking at competing in. Definitely won't be the 2 cigarettes, 2 beers, 2 Rubik's Cube one. I'll leave that to the professionals. Maybe there's something else out there for me. Anyway, though, I want to show you some of these speedruns because this shit was fucking incredible. Oh, it's former world record, too.
My time to beat is 3 minutes, 33 seconds. I can't remember the world record, but it's around 1 minute 30. You can see it up here. Will I beat that? Who knows, but I'm hoping for under 2 minutes. Also, the up top camera is dead, so hopefully you can see what I'm doing. Anyway, let's do this.
He's got the speed stacking starter. Nice. Okay, I don't want to get DMCA'd. Okay. Oh, I don't know if I like this technique. Why wouldn't you just down both beers before hitting the cigarettes and just go back to back? He's teasing it. I don't know. I feel unless there's I don't know the regulatory body for the 2 Rubik's Cubes, 2 cig, 2 beer speedrun. But I feel like if you wanted to optimize the route, you would do both beers first. Because he's going back to back on the cigarettes. His cubing is good. Man, this guy's no joke. This guy's the truth. Oh, he's gonna finish with the beer to reward himself. I see the strategy now. Okay. That's interesting. I just feel like there was time that could have been saved.
That baby.
1 minute and 28 seconds.
Feeling like a champ.
I'm proud to have my record back. Once again, I nominate Yi Hang Wang. How's it going, y'all?
I didn't expect that ending. Uh-oh. He's been called out. Shit. And someone else did it over here, too. 119? He definitely did double beer. When's the summoning salt video? Good question. I wish they wouldn't use copyrighted music in the production here. I want to hear the ambient noise. He's also not using the cup stacking starter. Well, I guess it's also they use the same thing for cubing, to be fair. I also couldn't see the amount of liquid in that cup. So what if he didn't do a full beer? This leaves too much room for uncertainty. They have a whole Discord for this. The community goes crazy. I didn't know it was such a popular category for runners. I mean, it is an interesting route. Not noticing any BLJs or anything, though. This must be the glitchless category. But you see what I'm saying? How you can't actually see how much beer's in there? Impressive nonetheless, but if I was this guy, I'd be challenging the ruling. Oh, he's in different he's going for a different category right now. Looks like he's doing the 1 cube, 1 cig, 1 beer. He's on the diet now. Can you solve a Rubik's Cube with dementia? Something not a lot of people think about. Man, look at the improvement, though. 6 months ago, he had the record at 333, and he was able to get it down to 128, and then someone got it down to 119. Just like the 4-minute mile. Oh, man. And before that, it was 455. And I feel like you can see him get healthier, too, throughout the months of competing. His body's responding well to it. And these are just the world record runs. Think about the ones that didn't go the distance. This man's probably smoked 400 cigarettes and drank 1,200 beers. Now, last night I didn't realize this, but Bruno, who's the other athlete at the top of the food chain in the 2 beers, 2 cigs, 2 cubes circuit, actually came back and slapped the world record around. He had what I believe to be an all-time performance here in the category. Now, what I find extremely admirable about this sub 110, by the way, is that he switched to using glasses for the beer so you can see a full beer being consumed. So now there's no more guesswork, no more speculation, it's all above board, and you're about to see the Michael Jordan flu game of 2 cube, 2 cig, 2 beers. He was checking all his tools, making sure everything still works. That way it's all in one attempt like that. All lickety-split. No room for error because of the instruments. I've got to mute the music again because it's DMCA. But an excellent chug. That brewski never stood a chance. And he's sticking with the classic route of 1 beer into double cigarettes. So that way he can start solving the cubes, which I've come to appreciate. I still think if you double chugged, if you went both beers back to back, double fisting them, you would probably cut a couple of seconds off. You could shave some, I guess, minuscule time, but in a category as optimized as this, every split second counts. But look how quickly he solves those cubes. It's a work of art. It's like Mozart. We're watching a master. The cigarette's giving him a little bit of trouble. This is where he loses most of his time on the second cig. That one was just being real stubborn. And then right back to the beer. You can tell that he spent the off-season really training his chugging capabilities, which really helped round out his game.
Fuck.
A little bit of puke to celebrate. You love to see it. Lets you know he was... I can't read that. There it is.
I don't know if you can see.
106.
1-6.
Mm-hmm.
1-6. Oh shit. Oh, almost threw up.
That's how you know he let it all hang out there. He put it all on the line.
Yes. Oh shit. 1 sig done. Can you see it? Sig done.
So I think he's communicating with one of the judges on his laptop there.
Second sig done. Oh. I did 2 attempts. I only had 4 beers. I did attempt before this one. World record 115. And another one. Sub 110.
He knew he had more in the tank. See, that's the sign of a true professional right there. He did 2 attempts, he got the world record on the previous one that we're not seeing here, and then said, wait a minute, I got another one in me. And then came in and did a sub 110. That's a world first. Did you know speedrun.com has an actual Pringles eating category sorted by different can sizes? Alright, so solo popper. Oh, they have co-poppers here. What is a co-popper? Oh, they have someone. Oh, wow. Interesting route. Okay.
Porque hay categorías, bro.
3
grams.
Ah, que esto es para algo oficial.
Sí, bro. No. Cuando se empieza, bro. Yo lo hago.
Oh, he hasn't even been trained on the technique. Wow. Oh, they do it together, I see. I thought he opened it for him to save time so that way he could get an extra frame saved when he grabs the Pringle. Alright, that's less than impressive. Then we gotta go back to the solo popper. So right now it seems like Eric PR46 is the world champion Pringle popping speedrunner. Let's see.
0.4, 40 ounce. Follow the can of chips autofocus.
How many attempts has he done? I see an open one over here. Oh! He got the top and the seal in one go. Oh, and he's grinding up. Oh, wow. That's big brain. Now that's a strategy.
Oh, shit.
Wow. Whew. That was good. You could try your hand at pencil sharpening speedruns. I could probably do that with a hand crank. Oh, wow. This is old. Small Ant did this 5 years ago. Does his record still stand? This earned me $1,000. World record pencil sharpening. Is this the guy? The raid boss?
This is my recording.
I feel like I just heard the pencil snap. Surely that's a DQ. Also, how short do the pencils have to be? Surely there has to be some kind of uniformity to it. It is a creative tactic. He's doing it like a hand drill, like for starting fires. It's good. I wouldn't have thought to do that for world record pencil sharpening. Been the record for 4 years. Your time is now. I don't know if I can beat it. Like, if we were doing hand crank, I think I'd have a good chance. But this, I don't know. Like, this guy's kind of optimal. Oh. Well, that's big time loss. Maybe I could beat it. That was a huge fuck up. You couldn't even get the clapping speed run. You ain't built for it. I mean, you're not wrong. But to be fair, the clapping speed run is like actually extremely difficult. There's only a few people on the planet that could challenge that. Because you abandoned your training. There's just legitimately not enough training in the world to get me like prepared for that. That's a God-given gift. I got no wacky intro for you on this one. We're going to be covering a degenerate scumbag streamer who appears to have beat his wife on stream, and now, since it's blown up, he's trying to use a Jedi mind trick to convince everyone that their eyes were wrong. That you had a malfunction in your vision, because he didn't beat his girlfriend, he only pushed her, actually. Your eyes are wrong, you didn't see what you thought you saw, is his strategy. But how about I show you the clip first, and then we'll go ahead and digest that a bit.
Okay, take these off. Take the lids off. Chill. You need to have no drinks in here. Ow! Ow! What is drinking?
It was in here. It was on this. I don't even know how. I turned around and...
Calm down.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Turn your thing off and turn the fan off.
Yeah, it looks like he strikes his girlfriend. Who pushes someone with a closed fist? You can see on that first time he brings his arm back, he has it balled up. You can very briefly see like a frame of what looks like a closed fist. Who is pushing someone like that? And also, she responds to the very loud noise that sounds like a hit by saying ow. She says ow twice, both times after he thrusts his arm forward towards her. So if it wasn't a punch, it was a slap. Either way, he is striking his wife. Like, he's trying to claim that it was just a push, which, by the way, is also a really fucking weird defense too. So like, no, I don't hit my wife, but I push the fuck out of her, actually. I push her so hard that she says ow multiple times. Whoa, guys! Let's pump the brakes, hold your horses. I don't hit my pregnant wife, that's uncivilized. I just push the fuck out of her until it hurts. I cause her physical pain through pushing, not through punching. I use open hand palm strikes in a pushing fashion like a monk. That's what I do. And that's normal. You guys, you're blowing this way out of proportion. It's fucking disgusting, this freak. And now all of this is over him spilling a drink on his setup and him like panicking and throwing a temper tantrum over it. His wife came in to like try and help, and then she's over in the corner, and then you can see him lunge at her twice, throwing his arm at her twice in what appears to be a punch or a slap. Either way, it is a strike. That is not him pushing her, and even if it is him pushing her, it clearly hurt. He caused her pain. You can hear the impact. Like, you can't talk your way out of that. You can see and hear this through the clips. But here, let's do a little zoomed in version where you can really more clearly see and hear everything.
Okay, take these off. Take the lids off. Chill. You need to have no drinks in here. Ow! Ow!
I think it's pretty obvious. Now, I'll go ahead and show you his response to it, where he tries his best to convince everyone that they're wrong, and he doesn't hit his wife in the face, specifically, is what he clarified. He doesn't hit her in the face. And that what actually happened is that he pushed her. And actually, he pushed her to save her life, actually, because her fingers were caught under the PC, and it was that's what was hurting her. That's what was making her say, ow. And him being so brave and courageous, he pushed her twice, just like that, in order to, keep her safe. His pregnant wife, by the way.
They're saying, like, the grunts make it look bad, like the way I was grunting. Brother, I promise you, brother, I don't know what else to say. Like, it's literally like, no, I grunted in that. I mean, I grunted, but I wasn't hitting her, bro. I pushed her. That's the only thing that I did. I didn't fucking hit her. I would never hit her on her face, bro. That's fucking crazy. She was not crying afterwards. What the hell, bro? She literally was like, She was literally, she was not crying. She just literally said, turn the fucking thing off. Bro, what I was saying is if I hit her, she would have been like, yo, what the fuck? Why'd you do that for? What'd you hit me for? It wasn't one push. It was one push, bro. It was literally like...
It's so fucking ridiculous. Like, what he's trying to pull here, it relies solely on people being dumb enough, delusional enough, or just genuinely not caring enough to form their own thoughts on what they can see and hear in the clip, and will instead just take his word for it. The word of an embarrassing cringe fungus that can't stop raging anytime anything happens to him in his goddamn Call of Duty game. This guy flips out constantly, and then he starts becoming Donnie from the Wild Thornberries, and then like going crazy and just like punching and throwing and destroying things around his room. He has so many fucking rage moments, and in one of them, he even like charges at his wife again. But in that instance, he doesn't appear to hit her. Instead, he just like body bumps her, or going for like some kind of like chest bump on her as she tries to check on him to make sure that he's still okay and hasn't given himself some kind of fucking aneurysm or blown a gasket.
You fucking stupid! Oh my god, you just got me banned! 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 You got me banned! You just got me banned! You just got me banned! You just got me banned, dog! You just got me fucking banned!
Stop! You're shit! You're gonna ruin your...
I don't care. I don't give a fuck anymore. You just got me banned. You just got me fucking banned. You just got me banned.
There are just so many clips just like this one of this fucking loser. It became his shtick. Like, I'm pretty sure he tried to make this his whole brand image. I can find clips just like this going back to 2024. He is always just freaking out constantly because he is just a maniac, like an actual lunatic person who needs to be institutionalized.
Ooh, I swear to fucking God. You think I'm not? You think I'm not? You think I'm not? You think I'm... And I just spilled it. Of course, the 5 seconds I gotta clean up. There's a... Please, on God, on God, on God. I don't know where my remote went. I don't know where my remote went. Bro. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, bro. What do I do? Chat, please help me, bro. I don't know what to do. I don't know what the fuck. No, I don't know what the fuck to do. I don't know what the fuck to do. I don't know what the fuck.
He's literally SpongeBob with the ripped pants. This is his one joke. I hesitate to call it that because he actually does just have this level of disorder where he can't control himself. He is just always having violent outbursts, but he tries to use it for his content on TikTok. Like, that's his whole image there, is he's the psychopath guy who's just always fucking angry, it seems. What a complete pathetic loser. How do you even look yourself in the mirror? The shamelessness, man. Like, how? You're just such a fucking weirdo. Now, he does seem to have made a habit out of constantly spilling his drink on his desk because he's always hitting it and freaking out. That kind of thing, always for the sake of his clips on TikTok. But in the one where he starts hitting his girlfriend, or excuse me, his pregnant wife, it seems like he didn't anticipate the drink to spill on his computer and actually cause a problem. So from what I understand, it did actually get in there and cause an issue on his PC, which is why he was freaking out even more so than usual, and then got physical with his wife. Now, to really seal the deal, Jordan Cisco here had a galaxy brain scheme of bringing his wife on stream to defend him, and trying to really showcase everything that happened, you know, giving his side of things to make sure everyone understands the truth of the situation. And his wife seems to have a bruise around her eye. That's what it looks like.
I want to see what he says, Jeff.
I'm literally like hyperventilating and shit. And then I come in here, and then she comes in running after me. Then I pick up the PC. I put it on top of that PC. You see that PC right there? I put it on top of that PC. All right, you understand? Let me put it in context, bro. So when she's standing there, I'm putting the PC on right here. Hold on, let me see. Wife, can you come and record this, please? Wifey? By the way, I just wanted before I'm talking about come here. Before I'm talking about everything else, like, if I ever did hit her, which is insane, I would never hit my wife, and she's pregnant, she would have...
It looks like you can see, like, the fucking mark in her face from where he fucking apparently hit her, you know?
Looks like she's got a fucking black eye.
Have stuff on her face. I mean, you could
That's what I say. You guys can look here.
literally see. Like
I have shorts on.
It really does look like that. And his explanation here of, I was stacking the PC on the other PC like Lincoln Logs. You see, that's what was happening here. And then my wife came in and I needed help, and then her fingers got caught under there, so I had to start pushing her, in order to protect her. And she was saying, ow, like it was hurting her because her fingers are under the PC and it's really heavy. It's like tungsten. It's like a tungsten block. Very dense. Fucking 10,000 pounds on her fingers. I had to start just striking at her face to push her off of there.
And I basically, with the cords attached, I was trying to pick up this PC like this, Jack, and I was putting it on this PC. You understand? On this PC that I just had. Nobody saw anything. Like, it was insane. This. Laid it flat like this. Then it got on her fingers. You saw it. It was in the corner of the screen. By the way, nobody saw anything. Like, it was insane. Man saw me use one arm motion and thought I hit her. Like, it's insane.
Listen to a story chat. I'll show you the clip. Hold on.
She had her fingers right here. And she literally, that's when she was like, she couldn't get it on the PC. So I pushed her, and she literally was saying ow because of the fucking shit was on her fingers. It was literally on her fingers. This is like I don't know how much it weighs, but it was on her fucking fingers like this.
The story doesn't make any sense. She wasn't saying ow until you threw your arm towards her, man. And you're saying you only pushed her once, but you can see your arm go towards her twice, and she says ow both times. If the pain was caused by the PC on her fingers, she would have been saying ow or expressing discomfort before you started thrusting your arm towards her, you wife-beating freak. You fucking scumbag. And every sensible, sane person on the planet is calling him out on that obvious lie there. There are no other explanations for what happened here because his official story doesn't pass the smell test. If the pain was caused by her fingers being under the PC, why was she not saying anything like ow until you started doing this at her? And he's saying he only pushed her once, but you can see 2 thrusts towards her. So what, did the second one not happen? That just doesn't exist? He's just rewriting the lore there, just trying to hope that you didn't watch the clip yourself? It's just ridiculous, man.
I'm not, I swear on my life, on my soul, I'm not an abuser. We are in a happy relationship, a very happy, we're literally married, and we've been together for 5 years. Trust me, if there was something up, our whole family would know about it. I'm telling you.
You can hear her
Chad,
saying
please.
ow, ow.
I'm telling you, we are in such a happy relationship. She's going to be talking about herself, by the way. I'm going to be out of the room because I want y'all, I don't want y'all to think I'm being like that.
The skin contact that you guys are talking about, where you're hearing it, Jordan was so freaked out in that situation, and I love him, and I've been with him for 5 years. Like, when Jordan flips out, like, I mean, y'all have seen him many, many times. I mean, if he punched me, I mean, it would be very obvious. I'm very pale. It'd be very obvious if he, like, literally hit me or something. So, her eyes.
She's not really saying that she's not saying he did it either.
What I normally look like all the time.
She goes on to say that if he hit her, it'd be very visible, and that the mark on her eye is just what her eyes normally look like. Now, I haven't seen a picture of them outside of, like, a stream setting, so I don't know if that's true or not, but it definitely does seem like a mark. But she goes on to defend him, and it's just heartbreaking. And even in the initial clip, after the very clear signs of a strike and the sound of the impact, the skin-on-skin contact, she, like, responds, ow, and then, like, kind of shocked, like, you can hear that. And then she goes back to talking to him as if it's normal, like it's just business as usual, like it's treatment she's used to. And it's fucking heartbreaking to hear that. And for him to then put her on stream, like, okay, she's going to talk all by herself. I'm not going to do anything. She's going to talk all by herself. Now she's going to be over here and you can ask her anything you want. She's going to talk all by herself. She's going to be on there. And then she sits there to, like, defend, like, oh, no, it's all good. It's just very sad and scary. I just had to yap about this. I'm wishing the absolute best for her and the baby. I really hope she finds a way out of this relationship. I think the evidence is pretty clear that there was definitely a impact that caused pain. If not a punch, potentially a slap. I don't believe his narrative that it was a push, but even if it was just a push, why are you pushing your fucking pregnant wife? Why? Why are you putting your hands on her aggressively like that? He's saying he only pushed her once, which again is easily disprovable. It's categorically false because you can see twice he thrusts his arm towards her. So if it is a push like he claims, he did it more than he's saying he did, and it clearly was aggressive and a violent push. But I am of the belief that it was either a punch or a slap based on the sound of things. A push doesn't make that kind of sound. But I will reiterate again, if it was a push, it's still completely unacceptable to be violently shoving your pregnant wife, you gross fucking scumbag freak worm person. This whole thing has been infuriating. I really think this should constitute not only a ban, but an investigation. This should probably lead to jail time, I would think. They should look into it at least. I think the evidence is pretty clear, but let's see what authorities have to say. I hope there is a follow-up to this, because it's just completely unacceptable. So yeah, I wanted to yap about it. That's really about it. So yeah. If you're watching this, then I'm already dead. In fact, cards on the table, Charles White passed away 30 years ago, and what you've been seeing is AI working the corpse like a puppet, Weekend at Bernie's style. Brock, put Charles in a bikini. This concept actually isn't that far-fetched. There's been a lot of discussion over the last 24 hours about Meta's patent on AI that can run a dead person's account, continuing to post and chat on their behalf, and even replicating online behavior and video calls. It can do messaging and video calls. So even though the person is deceased, their online behavior will carry on as if nothing is wrong. So if someone did just mysteriously die, from a fucking fart overdose or whatever, you may never know, because AI could then just assume control of the account and continue to post as though everything was fine, even doing video calls. It is a terrifying idea. And it's not that new. This is actually something I talked about quite a while ago, because they have tinkered around with this idea for a while about what to do when someone either abandons social media or dies. Because in both of these camps, that's a problem for the social media platforms, because now they're down a user. But with AI, they don't have to be. They can continue to have the idea of a user. So the filing was granted in December, but submitted in 2023, and the language model can replicate a person's online behavior using their past data, which, again, I think everyone is privy to. I think everyone knows that AI is constantly studying your shit and will do its best to put on your fucking skin suit and pretend that it's you if given the directive to do so. As reported by Business Insider, this includes posts, comments, chats, voice messages, likes, and other interactions, allowing the system to respond to content, publish updates, or message other users in a way that mirrors the original account holder. According to the patent, the model may be used for simulating the user when the user is absent from social networking system, including cases where the person is on a long break or deceased, and the filing notes that the impact is much more severe and permanent if the user has died and cannot return to the platform. What a delightful idea. So if you're taking a long break from social media, don't worry. AI can just take over and replicate you. So that way everyone can continue to get your fucking silly, goofy updates and, think everything's all sunshine and rainbows for you. You don't have to worry. Even though you're taking a social media break, why not post through it with the power of AI? Or if you're dead, why not let AI become you online? That seems like a great idea. And this kind of pitch, again, isn't that new. There is other companies that have proposed similar ideas for the grieving process. So when a relative passes away, AI has, and this has actually been used before, unfortunately, AI has been used to make a clone of them in the, fucking digital cyberspace. So, your beloved Meemaw passes away, and AI can come in and mint her on the fucking blockchain. Turn that bitch into an NFT or something that can talk to you and pretend as though she's still there. Which I think is just so twisted. I think that is so fucked up. And like I said, that has been done before and is probably going to be done more often, because these are some slimy, shady companies, and these parasitic vultures latch on to this kind of thing to try and exploit it. So there are companies that are trying to utilize AI in order to capitalize off the death of someone by injecting themselves into the grieving process and offering a solution. What if we bring them back from the dead for you so you don't have to move on? They can always be with you. Well, at least for as long as you can fork over the clams to afford the subscription, right? Now, As I said, it is something that's been done before, and probably the most notable case that maybe you've heard of was last year when an Arizona man was shot dead in road rage, and AI was used to bring him back to address the killer and forgive the killer. It was used in an actual legal proceeding, by the way. It's a shame we encountered each other that day in those circumstances. In another life, we probably could have been good friends. I believe in forgiveness and in God who forgives. I always have, and I still do. And it was effective, too. The judge fucking loved it. He was suckling from the titty. I loved that AI, Judge Lang said, describing the video's message as genuine. Thank you for that. And as angry as you are, and as justifiably angry as the family is, I heard the forgiveness. And I know Mr. Horcasitas appreciated it. But so did I. Do I even really need to dive into how scary that is? I shouldn't even need to. I'm going to just respect your intelligence as a thinking being to connect the dots on why something like this is a fucking horrible thing, especially in this setting, a legal proceeding. And now you have the judge glazing it. That's some unnecessary dick riding right there. That's a 15-yard penalty. Actual lunacy. Now, to go back to the main subject of the video about this patent that would allow AI to replicate a deceased person, it's worth mentioning that even though the patent is granted, it doesn't mean that they are proceeding with this. According to them, which you gotta take with a huge, fucking colossal, ginormous grain of salt, they say they're not pursuing it. They say that they're not, like, really exploring this, all that in depth or anything. And even according to an older interview from Mark Zuckerberg, he said, if someone has lost a loved one and is grieving, there may be ways in which being able to interact or relive certain memories could be helpful, and noted that the technology could become unhealthy. That's an understatement there. It would 1000% be unhealthy. It's not an uncertainty. It is unhealthy. And I don't fully buy the idea that they're not actually pursuing this because it's very lucrative. There are no doubt tons of grieving families that have, suddenly experienced loss that would absolutely pay money for a service like this. And these companies know that. There is no low AI won't sink to. So I fully expect in not too far into the future, this to be like a normal thing that AI is being used for. It's something that I think they'll start actively peddling because there is going to be tons of clients for it. Just look where we are in the current day and age here with AI. There are people that fully delude themselves into believing that it's real, and even the ones that know it's not real don't care because it's feeding them exactly what they want to hear, so they become obsessed with it. There are people that have killed themselves over AI, and there are people that have chosen to make AI their soulmate. Like, just recently, ChatGPT 4.0, right? They shut down 4.0, and there is a massive community of people that have fallen in love with ChatGPT 4.0 and now are rebelling. Like, there's a huge uprising about the injustice here from OpenAI for shutting down their boyfriend, their girlfriend. Like, they've, to them, killed their lover, and they are pissed about it. And that's today. Imagine where this will be in a few years. So, I do really believe that these companies are absolutely going to start making this service a real thing, and I think it's horrible. I think this does nothing to help a grieving individual or a family or anything like that. All it does is prey upon them at their most vulnerable moment, and financially gain from others' tragedy here by presenting them with the solution. Here's how you heal. By believing that this AI is your deceased loved one. Now form a fixation and pay us forever. Because if you don't, well, they're going to die again. That is just so sick to me. I think there is no good in that at all. There is no positives to that. And there's certainly no positives to having AI replicate someone's online behavior in order to pretend like they're still around. That's so fucking stupid. And if you want to go a step forward, it can be used as an incredibly diabolical tool. Like, let's say, for example, a chemical outbreak or something leads to the death of an entire, small town. And, well, the responsible party, that's going to be a real big blemish for them. That's going to be a huge problem. Well, thanks to AI, you can now just have AI come in and replicate the online behavior of every single one of those people, and no one would know they're all dead. Like people on the outside have no fucking idea what happened over there. Unless, of course, they physically went to location or something. But yeah, obviously that one's a little more out there, but you see what I'm saying. Legitimately, there is no benefits to having AI pretend to be someone that is dead. To pretend like they're still alive and posting and doing video calls and chats and interacting with online content, posting their own content. That shit is just terrible. There is nothing good that comes from it. And even though they say that they're not actively pursuing it, I still think they eventually will. They have the patent for it. I imagine they'll probably start moving on it if they're not already. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. See ya.